Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we are going to be continuing with some I-League. We're back home, we're back in China. This is where our heart truly belongs. Here with some CN dotes. Here seeing the gang. This just makes me happy. This just makes me very happy. So, IG now going to be taking on the side of eHome. IG still somewhat struggling to be able to maintain their spot as the top of the world. They've not looked as hot as they should be. It's been very hot and cold from them. It's been a very, very traditionally IG. I was very wrong. I thought that IG was going to evolve somewhat and then just use the momentum from the major to just continue staying an S tier team. Sadly, they are falling into some old habits which are hard to break. We'll see if eHome though, also trying to break some old habits. The habits in question for them being mediocrity. The team is way too good to be this mediocre in terms of the results, so let us hope and let's see whether or not in this game they'll be able to turn their fortunes. QQQ here in the second season after the major has actually been making things a lot more solid for eHome, and I think that they're going to continue that trend. So let's see which trend is going to be more powerful, the slide downwards from the top for the side of eHome or for IG, or the rise to the top for eHome. Let's get it cracking. Let's get it cracking. eHome playing on a Radiant side. They've got ET Tidehunter to lead things off with. We spoke about this yesterday, right? Oh, just hold on. There we go. We spoke about this yesterday, right? This Elder Titan hero. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know. About how it should, generally speaking, be picked up almost every single game. There are very few instances where I want to see a game that doesn't include the ET. At the same time, with Tidehunters, another one of these heroes that's just a strong team fighting classic for eHome. They led off with the ET, was responded to by IG going for the Nyx Enchantress. So getting the Kaka Nyx very early on, ensuring that you have the Ollie Enchantress. They're trying to secure their laning phase as well as make sure that they have some room for the mid game where this Nyx Assassin can hunt all across the map, create space for them. They don't know what the mid matchup is going to be, but presumably it's going to be some spellcaster that can be affected by Nyx. Unfortunately, it does mean that eHome has a lot of an easier time drafting around this. Now there's certain heroes that just ban 100%. It's interesting that they let through the Juggernaut, but I suppose given that Darkseer Nyx is really, really dangerous, you're not going to let Tidehunter or ET play into a Timbersaw. That feels really dangerous. And to make matters worse, they've already got this Nyx Assassin. The last thing you want to do is give them Nyx plus Storm. So you have to pick your poison. There's only so many bans, and the poison in this instance will be Juggernaut playing into your lane as Tidehunter. Kind of unfortunate, it is what it is. Young Johnny, what's good, fam? How you doing? How are you doing? Lion gets grabbed up here by eHome. I like this Lion pick. Lion always one of the more solid heroes in the game. In this game, they do have the potential to play this Lion 4. And you know what that means? Early Blink Dagger. Early Blink Dagger. Yes, that's what we want. Nice response from IG to go for this Leshrac. If they hadn't picked the Nyx, it might have been a value pick for eHome, but they already have Lion, so there wouldn't be space really. This Lesh being in the cut. So let's see, now they have some building pressure for themselves. The Leshrac has been looking very strong of late, despite not always having backup of Oracle or Abaddon. There was one game it was backed up by Dazzle from Elephant. This game, I can see it being backed up by this Enchantress. Nature's Attendants don't give as much heal as you would imagine over the course of a fight, but the one thing Enchantress can do is make it difficult for the enemy to close in on you. Either by enchanting the target that's chasing you, throwing impetus shots to make it seem like, well, I have to all commit now, but then Lesh just turns on you. We'll see. Decent game for a hero that buys BKB to emerge now, so Lesh, once he does do that, running past the ET Tide Lion is going to make him feel really, really strong in this game. You do not speak English. You do not speak English. Alright, Shadow Friend 25. I will tell you at the end of the draft. Because eHome have gone now for the Death Prophet for the mid lane. So XM Death Prophet. Yo, XM Death Prophet is no joke. I'm just letting y'all know that if you want to learn how to play DP, right? XM, nothing to say, maybe. Watch those players in China and will thank me later. So they're giving him a silence here so that they can use this against the Lesh, in some respect against the Juggernaut as well. Everybody on the side of eHome right now, and of course we know that the DP is going to be buying the Yule Scepter as well, so pretty much everyone on eHome has some form of disable that they can utilize against these IG heroes. That being said though, IG, the strength of this Juggernaut is still insane. They haven't fully accounted for the hero just yet in the draft. Will still be able to spin TP away. He's going to dominate the lane versus the Tidehunter. They have a lot of damage that scales later and later. The one big issue is going to be Tide late game. Once he starts getting to the point where he doesn't die early on in the engagement and can start turning things around with the Anchor Smash. So for IG, I would like to see one more hero that sort of opens up space for them. Maybe some, oh, Mars is banned. Some Sand King. Centaur just got banned, but some hero that just makes it difficult for eHome to completely just all in on the Juggernaut. It should be dangerous for them to move into the fight. Right now it's not that dangerous except for the magic damage from the Leshrac. Scared little toes. Oh man, nah, Scope Dog, listen. What happened that day? We don't talk about what happened that day. Somebody mentioned Hunger Games in the chat. That was basically like some Hunger Games type stuff. It was hilarious. Taught Wolf, no problem. Have a good time. Let's enjoy. Let's have fun. IG, last ban for them will be the Drow Ranger. So no Sylar Drow. Oh god, Sylar's gonna pick Lycan. Nah, he won't. Okay, thank god. Yo, this PA knocks. This is a great PA pick. A hero that can do damage from afar. You can destroy Enchantress and Leshrac without having to commit your own body forward. By the time you get BKB and you are prepared to commit your own body forward, these heroes will reliably die around you. And IG, oh, Pango's actually perfect as well. This is the kind of hero that they needed. I was talking about a hero that makes it difficult for eHome to stay in the fight. It should be risky for them to be there. And Pango, if there's a hero that represents risk of just staying in one area more so than Pango, I have yet to see it. JT can create quite a lot of chaos here. Wow, these are really close drops actually. But I like eHome's draft a bit more. So I don't want to be responsible for your bet, Shadow, but yeah, I think I prefer the eHome draft. As much as I like, I think when it's very close, it's very close. This is like 55 less actually. It's like 48, 52. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Predictions are still open. However, we're doing a new thing where, remember, predictions now close and betting closes not like 5 minutes or 10 minutes into the game, but these will close as the horn sounds. So you gotta make sure that you get your things in now. eHome, relying on the Sylar PA, as well as the XM Death Prophet. I have a lot of faith in the XM Death Prophet. I have a lot of faith in the Fade Lion. But I equally have learned to have faith in the Fly Juggernaut and the JT Pango. Let's see which faith is going to be repaid today. So the game kicking off now. There are many things in consideration here. There are many things in consideration for this game, right? So we don't just have a situation where the primary concern is just going to be team fights, because both teams have some very decent team fighting ability. I mean, IG can start off a lot of these skirmishes with the Nyx and the Leshrac. Obviously, Pango's going to be there to follow up quite a lot. eHome will also have a little bit of difficulty in the laning phase. The Jug lane is really, really strong. They are going to find themselves also falling slightly behind in the DP lane versus the Leshrac. And at the same time, we have the situation. Why is the treble all messed up? Hold on, sorry. I'm just messing with the mixer for 1 sec. There we go. That sounds a lot better. That sounds a lot better. Oh, Shadow Friend, I am glad. I'm glad. Maybe I should teach English. I should do my TEFL course. And we see a fight. They're just gonna do a little bit of contestation around these bounties. IG was able to take it. My gosh, why are cameraman so frenetic today? Unless I'm watching a player? No, this is the Chinese cameraman. Let's see. Sometimes, you know, you start off the game a little bit weird and you acclimate as time goes on. Chalice and Fade. This is the lane that they're going to need to make sure Chalice does not get dumpstered in. He is going to be playing into some heroes that are very problematic. What the hell? Why is the dude always changing fog? What's going on here? There we go. All right. Oh yeah, definitely. Sometimes it does that. The camera ends up locking to a player by mistake. It is what it is. Is the Dota sound not working? All right, there we go. Sorry, I fixed it. These last 2 days I've been having a lot of weird audio issues. It's been very bizarre, very disconcerting. But here we go. We are now underway. Fly in the top lane. They've already gotten themselves the first kill. That's, yeah, unfortunately something that can keep happening. It's an occupational hazard of being in that top part of the map. Playing up against that Juggernaut. Ollie being there with additional damage from the impetus shots. Gonna make that lane very, very complicated. So Chalice might just have to be content with getting levels. Such a difficult place to be here. It gets a little bit easier as you gain some experience for Chalice, but it's never really a fun time. So that should mean that more or less free farm for the Juggernaut. Down bottom, Sylar and X-Nova will need to take advantage of this space as much as humanly possible. The lane itself isn't too difficult for them. It's not really possible for a Pangolier to stop this lane from getting the PA, the farm she needs. And ET running forward at the Pango Nyx does represent some danger for them both, so they can't keep in the face of the PA. So Sylar should also get a fair amount of farm in the bottom lane. And now taking a look towards middle, Emo. Him versus XM, as mentioned, should be a lane that Emo wins on the primacy of the CS. However, the lane advantage overall can still go the DP's way. What can often happen is that Leshrac will be the hero that moves off the lane faster than you because he can involve himself in a kill sooner. However, what often will also happen is that given the heroes in this game, I see Nyx, I see the Enchantress, I see Pangolier, it might make more sense on the side of IG when they're ready to rotate Leshrac to rather bring heroes into the mid lane so that after you kill the DP, you have push potential with the Diabolic Edict from the Lesh.
Where are you going?
Verdun, I'm South African. I am South African. Down bottom, Kaka will be able to bring down X-Nova. That's a big problem. It's a big problem. They catch him overextending there on the Elder Titan. And as a result of that overextension, that is now a lane that Sylar had to play a little bit more safely in than he would have otherwise. Ollie might die in the top lane, gets brought down by Chalice's Anchor Smash. You are so happy with this. The CS has been such a problematic aspect of this lane up until those points for Chalice, that getting some hero gold, much needed as an injection in the arm, can definitely make the difference.
Not meant to be.
So the game, as it starts to settle somewhat into a more staccato rhythm, it does seem to be the side of IG having a better laning phase. We did expect this though, because as much as I was saying that, like, you know, Sylar can't fully be stopped from farming in the bottom lane, at the same time he can't really stop the Pangolier either. Swashbuckle's always available, so they always have some method of being able to pick up this errant CS. And of course X-Nova can't spend the entirety of his time in the lane, still has to stack these camps for Sylar to be able to farm up later. Very important thing to do if you're playing support. Don't just spend all your time right next to your carry, sapping up the experience from him. You're not needed in the lane, and you could be doing a better job, say, interrupting the opponent's support from being able to get off a good pull. Rather do those kind of things. But now he's gonna be in the lane until just before 5 minutes, just putting out damage. Kaka actually might die here. Yeah, Kaka's dead. Oh, nice by Carapace. Will prevent X-Nova going in for the additional hit. And because Kaka has so much base regen, he's pretty much a-okay here. This is one of these heroes that if you don't kill him definitively, will end up surviving. You see top Chalice ends up just porting away. Was being spanned on by Fly there. It is only level 2 with the spin. It's not level 3 just yet, so Chalice does still have hope of surviving. However, that did force him all the way back to base. So it's a long trek back into the lane itself. In that time period, Fly continues to get bigger. JT's not moving off the bottom lane either. So it's going to be a major experience and farm mismatch here in this game. Still level 3 Chalice. Ravage is still one of those spells that, regardless of how your early game was going, it can still be useful at turning the game for your team. Still though, the job becomes more difficult. And overall, Tidehunter is actually a hero that needs farm. Not just a Ravage machine to be really effective. And Fly just spinning him down. This lane's impossible, dude. Feels so bad. Almost want to just give him a hug and say, I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna try to grab the water rune into the haste rune for this DP. They almost got the denial of the rune itself with the enchantress being right there, but the Dark Troll Summoner just did its job of keeping Ollie alive. And bottom, they might decide to go onto this PA. She doesn't have support nearby her. JT recognizes the Sylar. Is in trouble now, catches an impale. They're also rotating in the Leshrac. Will they be able to close the gap in time? Kaka looking for the body blocks. Is somebody gonna port? Blur. Oh, look at Sylar trying to jump back in the opposite direction, but it's not gonna help you, fam. Certainly gonna end up losing his life. Chalice now in trouble, getting spanned down in the top lane. Will he be able to escape this? No, he will not. Omni Slash catches him out solo, and they do manage to bring him down. Ghosts are popped middle. I was gonna mention this earlier, that this is one of the things that DP can do, is that when Emo does make a rotation off the lane, which he wants to do, DP pops ghosts, and you spend some time putting pressure on the tower. Now they'll just get a quick kill by finding Kaka here in the river. It's gonna waste their time and drag them away from the tier 1, which is good enough, honestly. I can 100% take that. Sylar jumping Fly and taking a lot of damage now though. There's gonna be the spin. They also end up losing this lion back in the river on the other side. Fly, will he die here? Throws out the healing water, is not gonna be enough. E-home. Finally able to get something done here in the top lane by Sylar showing up to kill Fly. And I believe they don't lose Chalice either in that entire time. Good signs of life there from the side of E-home. Since both of these heroes are gonna presumably go for a farming item, PA will go Battle Fury. Jug can decide between Battle Fury or Maelstrom. Although lately we have been seeing a return of the age-old Manta Diffusal build from the Juggernaut. So a lot of options available for carry heroes. We'll see what Fly decides to do. Which generation of carry player is he? Rishib Dota, you and I feel the same way. I also wish more people would discover me. But shout out, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're having fun. Down bottom, Chalice gonna get assaulted on right now. Fam, yo, there's no winning. There's just no winning. And the thing is, what really sucks is that because they need to give some of the jungle farm, they haven't really secured either bottom or mid, right? Or top even. No tier 1 tower secured means there's no real safe place for them to easily retreat to and farm in that area, without being afraid that IG might still port somewhere and go for some kind of smoke play. So, while these tier 1s are up, somebody has to take the dangerous farm. The jungle needs to be saved for Sylar later, so just Chalice unfortunately can't just dip into the jungle, use the anchor smash to farm. He has to be the one that's showing in the dangerous part of the map. And that means they bring him down, and that means that we still do not have level 6 on the Tidehunter. 9 minutes into the game, and Chalice, TI runner-up, is having a really rough time here in this game. And they're actually just gonna pop the ghost for this. One major weakness of the E-home draft is their inability to really push for towers without having to use ghosts. There will come a later portion of the game when once PA has like the Deso online, that at that point you get enough negative armor out onto the tower that you can actually bring it down, but in general it's quite difficult. You can't just pop the Diabolic Edict like Emo is. Said Diabolic won't be able to pick up the tier 1 in the mid lane, however, as eHome will stream in several heroes to mount this defense. Chalice going to be at the forefront of this. They can kill him, but when they killed him bottom, he was level 5, and they weren't able to 100 to 0 him during the chain disable. They actually might ravage this. Here we go, 4 hero ravage. Do they want the damage kill onto JT? They have enough. Oh no, he somehow survives onto the high ground, but Sylar jumps after him to finish him off. Woo! That would have been massive if JT had managed to escape there with his life. But very nicely done. Fade lead things off with the Earth Spike, and they turn that into a quick kill, bringing down JT, first ravage of the game used, and more importantly, being able to secure the area around the tier 1. Now the rest of IG has to leave the area completely. So it's going to be a while before we see them truly trying to make that move again. Well, they might try immediately now because they know Ravage is down. But if they don't come now, it's not going to happen, like for a minute. So it's one of those catch-22 scenarios. In Dota 2, in order to be successful, you have to exploit margins of error and windows of opportunity. No margin of error to be exploited for IG, but there is a window. Whilst this Ravage is not online, we'll see what they do with this. Yeah, and indeed, they come straight back on middle. This is the window of opportunity they want to exploit. And they take advantage of it by grabbing the tier 1 tower, knowing that there's no ghosts, no Ravage, absolutely no way to fight. And Kaka, already in the Vendetta form, heading top to try and find some targets here. He's gonna see Sylar, despite the blur being active, and Sylar wanting to turn back onto this Emo Leshrac, but recognizing that Kaka is in the vicinity will lead to him attempting a retreat. However, the rest of IG also in the cut. We will be able to bring him down. Fade died first. They also lose X Nova on the other side of the map. Alright, IG regrettably find themselves in a much better position right now over eHome. 4k gold lead in these first 12 minutes. I say regrettably because I thought eHome was going to win, so a loss from them will hurt, but it's still early days. It's a massive gold lead that IG have in their favor. However, the Maelstrom is going to come out after the Battle Fury, so despite having this Yasha online for the Jug, because there's so much proximity for the PA picking up her own Battle Fury, it's still okay. And there are still spells like Ravage. It's going to be a while until we have BKB from the Leshrac or even from the Pangalia. Until that point, there is still teamfight threat that's presented by the side of eHome. But man oh man, are they not picking up some amazing items right now on the side of IG. Maelstrom already seeming like it's en route for the Pango. Emo about to pick up a full Yule Scepter. They actually want to try find the Juggernaut. Oh god, they actually found the stun. Will they be able to get the Hex out? They do, but Kaka there with the 2 hero impale, so they won't have enough damage to actually go in immediately for the kill. And now Emo showing up as well with the BTs. They have to run away from this. XM pop the Ghosts. They will be really sad if they have to abandon this fight, but they may not have an option because Kaka will have Carapace back online soon. So then it becomes a little bit scary to stick around. Dark Soul Summoner finding the ensnare out, and they just go on to the other side of the fight to bring down Fade. A little bit of a dangerous situation to put yourself in on eHome for a very little reward. And Emo gonna port middle. He already presented himself bottom as a threat to potentially kill this DP, but now he's gonna just show himself middle. Chalice potentially revving up Ravage. They got off the Echo Stomp onto Kaka. Earthsplitter catches him and Emo. Chalice still just healing up on the far side of the fight. The Earthsplitter not gonna be needed anymore. There's Ravage catching out onto 3. Fly gonna be safe because of his spitter. They cannot save the life of X Nova, but Kaka will go down in exchange for this. Do they get more? IG streaming forward for the fight. Fly has Omni Slash. Everybody playing these margins very carefully. And it looks like it'll just be left at that. A 2-on trade across the map, bringing down both supports. eHome hemorrhaging kills everywhere. Fortunately for them, Sylar is he not gonna? Oh my god! If Sylar dies here, I cannot tell you how bad that is. JT now sees Sylar, but unfortunately knows he can't roll and cancel that TP that quickly, so the TP will be able to make sure that they get him gone. Kaka trying to set up for XM in the top lane. XM is the one now that is the one that has to play dangerously on the map with these BTs. Fly. Gets the Omni Slash. Oh, bounces to a creep. Will they bounce back? Oh my god, XM is still alive, but unfortunately for him, this is a Juggernaut, so the spin will protect him from the Spirit Siphon. Will not allow XM to get off the suck and survive. Last few minutes have just been IG streaming everywhere across the map, making it seem like eHome have no safe place to play. And these BTs from Emo, look, he's already come top. They're even bringing in the Nyx Assassin. Kaka's also been hella on point. Yo, they could have had this Battle Fury like a minute, even 2 ago. But the way they've been playing on the map has definitely prevented that from happening. Still though, it is picked up now, the Battle Fury. But in the meantime, I thought it was gonna arrive after we got like a big item for the Jug. Jug did finish the Manta, as we do look bottom to see the potential death of JT. Yep, there's no way he survives this. What? I say that, well, only level 1 Hex, so they do not have the duration on the stun to get the kill. Emo also now gonna port to the Centaur from this Enchantress, and they are gonna turn their attention directly towards XM's Death Prophet, bringing him down. Emo, my god, man, relax, chill, just chill. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. Oops, and I forgot to close betting. My bad. Ha! But none of y'all were betting anyway. Snap! Muffy bet. Muffy bet. Crap. Ollie. They have BTs on XM as well, but unfortunately he doesn't have Yule Scepter. Because of the build that he went for, going for the Switchblade after the BTs, I really don't like this personally. I think he should have gone for the Yules. Because consider this, right? When Emo shows up after using the BTs, he's an immediate kill threat. Someone around him is probably going to die. Erstwhile, XM doing the same, does it net them the same result on their side? So this kind of makes it complicated for eHome, because right now, if you look on the map, they have one Blink Dagger on Chalice. He's their only actual source of initiation. Fade doesn't have his own Blink just yet, so he can't close the gap. You'll see that one of the reasons why IG feels so strong on the map is because there's no place that eHome feel they can do something to IG without IG having to run into them first. So it's a very reactive style of play from the side of eHome. And this is not a patch for reactive Dota. You have to be active on the map and doing stuff. X-Nova will break the smoke here. Chalice, can he blink away to safety? Chalice, no! Chalice, they lose X-Nova. He has to buy back. You have to buy back to this fight. Chalice goes in, sends out the Ravage. It only stuns out onto 3. Sylar jumps in. Not even able to bring down Kaka just yet. They send out these ghosts from XM. X-Nova did buy back into this, but might just be the saves Sylar's life. Sylar rolls away, but the Rolling Thunder is there first, and JT able to connect onto him. This is a very poor fight from the side of eHome, and now they are still in the vicinity. They need to retreat from this area. Emo's the first one porting out, but he has the BT, so he doesn't mind doing this. And because they know that the exorcism has been committed as well, now there's an option of also going back into the Roshan pit. And Kaka also doesn't end up dying there, despite the amount of damage they did. They end up losing Sylar too. Quite far from picking up his own Battle Fury. That was a very poor fight. Chalice can't be the first one to start the fight. He, like, as soon as X-Nova is getting gone on, the whole team has to leave that fight. Because consider where X-Nova is dying. X-Nova is dying in the river. If the rest of the team is already there and set up, then they can still buy back. He ports back in to the tier 2 tower and they go take that fight, because remember the tier 1 is gone. But he's taking the fight here. He's up on the lane, far from where the rest of his team is. Well, at least they get JT this time. But he dies so far away from where his team actually is, and it's gonna take him so long to get back to where his team goes, that effectively, no matter what, you're taking a 4v5 fight. It's never going to work out for you. And then because X-Nova's gone, the only hero you feel comfortable putting at the forefront of things is Chalice. But Chalice is the one that needs to blink in with the counter Ravage. And why is your blink on cooldown, Chalice? He's going to try TP out here in the trees. Will he succeed? Yeah, he will. I feel like your blink has to always be ready when you're playing this dangerous area of the map. I don't know what's happening with eHome, but does not seem like everything is clicking right now. Beyond just IG beating them, like they don't feel, it doesn't feel right, like the way they're playing this game. IG, speaking of them, they're now going to go into this Roshan pit. Very easy prize for them to grab at this point. BKB also going to emerge for Emo. So a lot of defensive tools coming up in a very short span of time. Aegis for Fly, BKB for Emo. Still no BKB for the Death Prophet, still no BKB for the Phantom Assassin. IG in full control right now, with a 9k gold lead to their name. They've doubled up the 5k gold lead they had about 10 minutes ago. You love to see it, you love to see it. Fade does have Blink Dagger now though, so that is one bright spot. The Blink will make a massive difference. The only question is, will they utilize it in such a way that this actually goes well? Or are they going to take more unnecessary risks? Let's see. So how eHome comes back, right? There's a couple of ways they come back. It's going to be clutch Ravages from Chalice. It's going to be clutch Blink Hexes coming in from Fade. In particular, being able to hex this Juggernaut. The thing is, right, if you look at the Jugs build, he's going for Ags next. He's going to have Ags, Manta Style. This is a lot of tankability, so it's not that easy to kill with right clicks. But if you can find the Blink Hex onto him, you will kill him. You will have enough magical burst at this point, with the ET being alive, to actually be able to get through this HP pool. The question is being able to find the initiation, because Fly has been very, very good at ensuring that he uses the spin correctly. Fade as well, I'm not a fan of that blink. You gotta say, yo, eHome, y'all do realize blink daggers have cooldown, right? Sometimes I'd rather see like somebody preemptively positioning in an area of the fight rather than blinking to that area. Now, they're gonna try to take a fight. There is still the Aegis online. Sylar showing himself middle. IG are most likely aware that this is a trap. Ollie, take some damage now. Sylar does have the BKB, so not that afraid of these heroes from the side of IG. Kaka will go into Vendetta. They have one sentry that they just planted a new one. Alright, I was gonna say, where them sentries at? And there we go, they're everywhere. Have to have these sentries down when you're playing up against a team that has the Nyx Assassin. IG though are not gonna just be comfortable letting this game be a farm fest, because it's not like they want to go late game versus this eHome team, and that's why you keep your blink daggers off cooldown. Do not stress us out, Chalice. Do not stress us out. They're gonna have to let this tier 2 go. Double damage on the Juggernaut. Still has the Aegis. There's absolutely no way that you can prevent this from being taken. It's a bit unfortunate that Sylar has to be here, because they were looking for a fight not too long ago. If only you could be either bottom or top, just pushing out. Unfortunately though, when you're playing up against this IG team, they have the Kaka Nyx Assassin as well as the Emo Leshrak that has BTs at this point. Does mean that you have to maintain some proximity to the rest of your team at pretty much all times. As Fade is about to find out. Runs afoul of Kaka, ends up losing his life. They actually might try to get a grab onto X-Nova as well. They utilize the Yule Scepter from X-Nova to toss him up into the air. Do they have enough to kill him? JT with the Rolling Thunder ends things off with a Swashbuckle. More than enough. The thing is that Pangolier is able to have that kind of impact in this game in a way that Tidehunter just cannot. Fly. Knows that doesn't have spin right now. So needs to be a little bit careful here. BKB now grabbed up by XM. When is the shot coming out for the Juggernaut? He's going for the Aghanim Scepter first. But I think he needs the Aghanim shot as well. Loki McFly, I am from South Africa, comrade. Emo, building into a Shiva's Guard. Very good against both the DP as well as the Phantom Assassin. Let's not forget that the ghosts do physical damage. Hell, Kaka also building towards Aghanim Scepter. There's so much farm available on the side of IG. Compare and contrast to how poor these supports are on eHome. Hell, worse yet is the leveling on X-Nova. X-Nova is level 9. Ollie's 3 levels above him. You know that's a problem when your next closest counterpart is that far ahead of you. Still though, look at Sylar's farm. Not far away from the Jug at all. And this late game PA is a monster. Is a monster. And I don't see any MKB being built up just yet for the Juggernaut. Dude, Kaka and JT have just been on this assassination mission the entire game. X-Nova. I guess you're dying again, buddy. Somebody has to tank this gank. Death number 7. Feels bad. God, what a game this is. eHome now 16k gold behind. Experience getting on that territory as well. That's excellent build actually after the BKB. Once the Lotus Orb. I'm not a fan of this item build from XM actually. It's so bad for me that I want to take back my recommendation to watch his play. This is... Where's the Yule Scepter, man? And you have Lion in your team. There's no way you can tell me that Yule's not going to be useful when you have Lion on the squad. Kaka has been scouted. Does know that this is the case. Now if you had a Yules there, could have caught him. He'd be dead. Like, I feel like also you have ET on the team. Yules would be so good. Maybe the Elder Titan decides to buy Yules of his own. But nope. Honestly, and I feel like it's one of these situations where XM might also feel it's too late in the game to go back for a Yule Scepter, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Tank the L. So PA has a Deso with the BKB Battle Fury, and we'll still be content to keep farming this game. It's fairly difficult for IG to broach the high ground as well, given the presence of Crypt Swarm, the Earth Spike, PA throwing a dagger or two which cleaves through half the wave. So despite how steep their lead is on the side of IG, they don't feel it's the easiest job in the world to just close the game out. They'd ideally want to wait for the next Roche, get the Aegis, get the cheese, get the shard. Hell, if you could get Jug that shot for free, that'd be so great for them. Speaking of, let's see who's gonna be buying shard or who has a shard already. We know that the Pango has Ags. You know, JT been very useful in this game. Jug also has Ags. We have no shards at all. Okay. Lion is building one. And they're gonna try go for a fight middle. Ollie is not the target you want. You actually want to find Emo. They find Ollie, but they don't want to use the big spells on him. They'll just ravage him. I'll use the finger on him rather. Get the finger stacks. Lots of damage goes out onto Chalice. Fly, jumping into the fight. There's the Omni Slash. Chalice is still alive. Look at the Omni Slash though. Eviscerating on XM, and now with the Swift Slash directly onto Chalice. Ghost Scepter will not protect you. Gets spanned down as well, and he will end up losing his life. There's no Roche to pick up. They already bought back on the Lion. That was yet again. At the beginning it's fine. You just got the kill onto the Enchantress, cool. But how they decide to stack up, they're all on top of each other. They're gonna try to jump onto JT here, and they will be able to bring him down. Okay, they're trying to play the edges of this fight. Blink Dagger was in from the jug to go in with the Omni Slash, so now that they know he has that spacing, they're trying to play as far away from each other as possible. Will the Impale connect? Kaka, they don't activate the BKB from Sylar, so this might lead to the death of the PA. Indeed, it will. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't just BKB TP out there, especially because, okay, you do have buyback. And XM is back as well. They have fortification, so they're not going to lose a high ground off of this. They did die back on Fade, however, so it's not the easiest defense to mount either. Chalice just gonna try throw in this anchor smash. Fly spinning in position, but once they have to take the tier 3 and back. Y'all can get blink ravaged. Just be very careful here. What will they do though from eHome? Looks like they just wanna let this one go. They don't wanna actually commit the buyback. If they had ghosts, maybe they also choose to go in on that. I guess that's one aspect of the eHome draft that we didn't take into account, right? The uptime for them is pretty low. They have to wait for these two big spells to feel quite strong on the map. Invisibility. And Fly is so big. I really like the decision that he used to buy the Blink Dagger in the fight. Because he didn't have it beforehand, right? He was building towards the Skadi, but he decided to buy it just before this engagement so he could close the gap even faster. Still though, I must critique where eHome decided to continue to position in that fight. Although on the bright side, everybody does respawn, so they're not going to lose the Roche just yet. And there is still opportunity. We saw the damage that Chalice as well as Sylar was able to do towards JT. And JT is fairly tanky. Like, after using Shield Crash, Pango is no joke in terms of survivability. But PA was still able to cleave through him regardless. And here comes what's probably the final smoke of the game for eHome. If this goes south, they're gonna GG out. They wrap completely around. I love it when this happens where both sides trade high grounds. It's always hilarious. X Nova. Pop smoke. JT will just blink into the Roshan pit. Chalice blinks up, gets the Ravage. They find Ollie and now they want to just try to burst down JT and they will be able to do so. That's 2 for 1. X Nova. He's taking a lot of damage from Fly. Did lay out the ET splitter, however. On the other side of the fight, Emo lays out Fade but loses his own life. X Nova did buy back and now Kaka has the borrow here, trying to keep this area of the fight able. Still very strong for the side of IG. They use a Swift Slash going out and the Omni Slash. All the damage in the world is enough to at least kill Chalice, but not yet XM and not yet Sylar. XM now spider legs up onto the high ground to avoid the damage coming in from Fly. And they were able to bring down Kaka as well. So that means that no next he buys back. He's on the high ground. But with the TP away from Fly, this enables them to take this Roche. That's Aegis, that's Cheese, that's the Aghanim shot, baby. Who did they give the shot to? Looks like they gave the shot to the DP so that she gets the OP Spirit Siphon. Yo, these spider legs absolutely saved her life in that fight. 100%. Without spider legs, she's dead. But because she has spider legs, she gets to escape. This time around, also Chalice was able to initiate the fight. They get 2 huge pops. Without JT, I think honestly for IG, up until this point in the game, I don't think they have really felt what a fight is like without JT, because JT has been everywhere. But God, is a fight difficult without the Pangolier. So they have to wind up just watching the tier 2 being taken, the outpost being claimed, and the Roshan in the hands of eHome. They do just lose Fade down bottom. Just a quick Swift Slash. Now somebody has to come back bottom to defend. Especially because there will be no buyback on this Lion. But if Sylar's the one that dude Sylar, mate, why would you do that? Watching eHome is so painful, dude. What the fuck, dude? Seriously. Oh god, now they can't defend the high ground. Fade Still respawning. They don't have Ravage for another 15 though. Chalice jumping in. He's gonna end up losing his life potentially here. Doesn't have buyback either. Falling very low. They're trying to chase him down, and Chalice is dead. No buyback and no Ravage. Sylar's gonna just end up feeding away the first life. XM jumping in with ghosts flying everywhere. They do take the first life. Kaka does die. This is a dieback, remember, but Sylar, because you don't have BKB, you just take all the magic damage from Emo, will end up dying on the second life. XM just trying to keep this high ground alive somehow. Failing though in this regard. JT doesn't get the swashbuckle off. That's actually pretty huge. So XM ends up not dying, but Fly jumps in, Omni slash, Swift slash, just end the game, dude. Just end the game, dude. Just end the game. Well, Sylar. Honestly, if I'm honest about this, right? If we're keeping it a stack, right? We're keeping it 100. Just 100. E-Home through this game. Sylar in particular through this game. Well, Sylar and Fade both through this game with some shocking decision making. Both of them in the same place as well. Fade goes bottom, right? Recognizes that there's a pretty large wave coming in. This is right after they've taken the Roche. So you've just taken the Roche. You don't have a lane of Rax middle. You know that they have this Nyx Assassin. They have this BT's Leshrac. They have this Fly Blink Dagger Juggernaut, right? These are facts about the game right now. Why would you blink into the lane, Fade? Why? To what end? What are you going to achieve there? Fade blinks into the lane, right? And remember I was complaining a while ago when he did the same thing, blink bottom, and almost got himself killed, and I'm like, yo, you need to save this blink in case you get jumped on. Then what happened? He got jumped on, he died, no buyback, right? You don't have Fade now. Not a 4v5 defending high ground versus a Juggernaut with the Leshrac. But it's not so bad because you still have Sylar, you still have the Aegis, you still have this BKB. It's unlikely that IG wants to push the high ground. But then Sylar goes to the same fucking place and jumps directly into a creep wave. And since he's jumped forward, they realize on the side of IG, everyone sort of just looks at each other. And I'm sure he realized the game was over. He knew right then and there that the game had just ended. Because he has to pop BKB to survive. It means he doesn't have the BKB for the high ground defense. Doesn't have it for the second life. And you saw what happened. As soon as he popped the BKB, everyone on IG is like, let's go bottom and end the game right now. And suddenly it does end. E-Home, unfortunately for them, in very infuriating fashion, end up throwing game number one. Well, not really throwing. IG was very favored to win. They were ahead by every metric. Very far ahead on gold. If you look at the experience, it's there definitely in their favor. But E-Home, the comeback was there, and they took the comeback. They had it in their hands, and they're like, 3-pointer, baby. We don't need this. Feels bad. So IG will be good for the money here in game number one. Let's see what they've got for game number two. So, hey, I'm glad you got your money. Prediction is just for the one game. So now, with the IG victory, let us ask the question: who gets that putting in work award for the day? Definitely not Sylar, I'll tell you that. Definitely not the main man, Sylar. Oh god. Congratulations, IG. Strong game from them. And who do y'all say is the one that gets this putting in work award? Will it be Emo, who had a god tier performance, showing up everywhere in the fights with the early pickup of these BTs? This was amazing. Impeccable timing on this item, but utilizing it very well. Him and the Nyx Assassin and the Pangolier, actually, I keep forgetting about JC, were everywhere. Kaka will go scout you out, and then you'd be followed up on by Emo, or JT's already on route, having blinked all the way or swashbuckled half the way across. Then just kill after kill after kill after kill. The map just felt so claustrophobic for the side of E-Home. So for me, it has to be one of these three. One of these three has to be our recipient of the putting in work award. But onto the poll. Before we all spam, we're all gonna spam together. We're gonna decide democratically who gets this award. A poll is up right now. If you click on the chat, you can access said poll. Emo's got 3 votes at the moment. He's the guy that's sitting atop this heap. Personally, for me, I'm going to give it to Kaka. Emo played like a god, do not get me wrong, right? But this Kaka and Nick's performance was something else. He was everywhere. He also did so much economic damage to these two supports. If you look at their overall net worth at the end of the game, these supports, especially for X-Nova has no gold. And, well, okay, let's not use the part where Pango just sold all his items. X-Nova has no gold, right? For the majority of the game. Him and Fade have to be spending so much of their economy on sentries because you just can't. I mean, how many sentries did they buy actually? 29 sentries that X-Nova had to buy in this game. I mean, sure, a lot were bought by Oli, but they also had to go for this gem too. He just had to do so much to try and prevent Kaka from taking over this game, and Kaka just, oof. Yeah, man. Kaka. But as much as I want to put Kaka, y'all have voted Emo. So Emo. Subs. Where them emotes at? There we go. Who put in that work? It's our boy Emo. Congratulations, Emo, for putting in that work. MVP of game number 1. Let's see who's going to be MVP of game number 2. In the meantime, go stretch your legs while the teams get ready to play that game out. Make sure that you are following the stream if it's your first time over. Hop over, say something in chat, say hi, tell us what you think about the game, how you felt about the performance between eHome and IG. And of course, if you enjoyed yourself, you had a good time, consider becoming a supporter of the stream. There's a big yellow button right on the Twitch page that says donate. Hit that button if you want to become a one-time donator of any amount. Trying to hit a goal of, what's the goal again, 500 for the month? Yeah. We're at 0 right now, so I doubt we'll get there, but we'll still make the pitch. That's the important thing. Of course, if you don't want to become a one-time donator, you want to do something a bit more reliable, you can become a monthly patron through patreon.com, where you get some bonus content, also get to be supporting the homie and get some access to the locked Discord parts of the server. But of course, we are on Twitch, so if you would like to become a subscriber and get access to these emotes, if you want to be part of the putting in work spam gang, you can become a subscriber through Twitch. Hit the big purple button. 3 tiers available. Choose tier 3. It'll be great. With that, game 1 in the books, game 2 coming soon, so do not go anywhere. IG versus eHome will continue right after this. Oh wait, no wait, it's not going to continue because Prodigy. Shout out to you, comrade. You, comrade, are the one. I really appreciate the subscription. Thank you, fam. You will be, well, you're the first one of the day, so you are sub of the day. You, good comrade, good sir, good madam, good NB comrade, you get this. For now, this is sitting with you. We'll see if anybody else can wrest this crown from you, but you are the royal of the day, so thank you. Now, definitely we're going on break. We'll be right back. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting for game number 2 in the I-League between eHome and Invictus Gaming. IG in game 1. Woo! Yeah, looking like the IG that we were expecting to see game in, game out. Much more hot than they were cold. Also, did feel like eHome needed a bit of a warm-up in this morning. Didn't feel like they're fully revved up to play their best overall Dota. But now, we'll go to game number 2 to see if that has changed at all, and perhaps if eHome have had a conversation with QQQ. He's telling them, yo, please don't throw the game by jumping in and popping BKBs. Just relax, just chill. Honestly, what I really want to see in this season of Dota 2 is between QQQ and RO2K, who's going to have the biggest impact on their team as a new coach. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing eHome do well. I hope they do well. And also on game 3, so guess who I'm voting for this game? IG versus eHome. Let's get into the draft. eHome on Radiant side, they have my favorite new combo, Mars Snapfire, already picked up. They're going to be playing the Snapfire 4 as well. I think 4 Snapfire, you get a lot out of this hero if it can get farm. Just Raptor picked up for themselves. On the other side, well, that's second phase. Let's still finish first phase. IG, and the new combo that we've been seeing a lot. IG did this the other day when they played against Team Magma. They lost game 1, and in game 2, we knew they were serious because they actually picked these 3 heroes. Phoenix, Tree, Axe. They didn't pick the Axe 3rd. I think they picked Axe 4th in that game. What was 3rd? Forgot Fly played. But they've given themselves some major team fight. Sunray in this game, my god. The heal against Tree, Axe, as well as the damage into the Mars. It's going to make such a difference. The sustain potential on the side of IG is absurd right now. Of course, eHome did go for the Morphling, so they have a very good lane against this Axe Phoenix or Axe Tree to try preventing them from getting as much farm as they want. Morphling, one of the better heroes in the game as well to get rid of the Battle Fury or the Battle Hunger. Very easy to get enough IG to quickly kill some creeps or just Adaptive Strike them if need be. Hell can even waveform them, so you're always in good hands. Interesting pickup of the Spectre here for IG. Definitely a hero that has some late game insurance versus the Morphling. You are a hero that can build Manta Diffusal, so you can play into Morph a lot easier. Late game Spectre is a terror on the map that Morph doesn't want to have to deal with. Conversely though, you can find yourself being exploited in the earlier parts of the game, especially your positioning up against heroes like Disruptor. We'll have to see what they put mid right now. They have to ban, Puck ban? Okay, cool. But I'm thinking they have to protect the Spectre. Ban anything that has silencers, ban the routing heroes. We see them take out the DP, Puck's already gone. Probably they ban Storm. Storm or Void Spirits. Whichever one they feel they don't want to play against least. Sorry, something just fell in my eye. That was very bizarre. That was kind of weird. Erstwhile, for the side of IG, they needed a hero like SF. Actually, that's also a good ban. Some hero that they can all consolidate around as they go forward. DK could also be an option potentially for them. They've already banned out the Emo Leshrac. And Void Spirit's also a hero that he plays. Interestingly enough, IG decided to ban the Brood Mother last. Brood can go mid or off lane, and so can Mars. So they were probably thinking to themselves, let's just get rid of this hero that can cheese this game out and make it very complicated for us. Also, eHome have lost overall pick, so sometimes when you don't have lost pick, you give the opponent whatever they want, just not the cheese. You're like, whatever, we're just gonna ban the cheesiest things we can think of, and we have to play standard Dota. If we play standard Dota, we think we'll win. So that's the confident banning that we see coming out from IG. Now in the final phase here, Storm Spirit was banned against them. So what is Emo gonna play? Is he playing Void Spirit or is he playing Ember Spirit? He's playing Queen of Pain, neither. Wanted a hero that can buy the young Orchid Malevolence. You have that definitely now. This is nice and interesting. XM goes for the Viper. God, this is a good Viper game. Oh my god, this is a good Viper game. Ooh, this is a very good Viper game. This is a very good Viper game. Off the strength of this Viper, I think we're going to a game 3. I think Viper has what it takes in this kind of game. So who do y'all got? Who do y'all got? Who do y'all got? And because I'm going to forget, I'm going to be closing the bets now. So this is the wiser option. Just to make 100% sure I do not forget. Besides, it's more interesting. Actually, I'll give you a little bit more time. I'll give you a little bit more time. I would... IG is the better team, right? Let's put it this way. If I could hide the teams like this, I would say bet eHome. But I can't hide the teams like that, so... IG is the better team. They have a lot of comfort on their team right now. Kaka, Phoenix, Ollie Tree, JT Axe. Are you kidding me? That Viper though. Dead Viper. Dead Viper. Dead Viper. That Viper can really make all the difference in the world. Can genuinely change everything. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, I'm giving you all until the end of the Street Fighter screen to make your bets, to make your predictions. So time is closing in. eHome, they need to be snowballing this game. This cannot be a game where they just farm it up. The same way that IG was playing into them in game number 1, they need to be doing the same thing. I need to be seeing X-Nova continually dragging people all across the map. It must feel very uncomfortable for all of them. It must just always be feeling under pressure. So, eHome, can they do it? Or will IG grab the 2-0 and continue the form of dominance that they are on now? Let's find out. And bets are about to close. Sorry. But it's over now.
Come and get it.
And bets closed. There we go. Bets closed. IG. They are playing at the moment at least from the previous game, the way they're playing feels very cohesive. It feels like the entire team understands what they should be doing together. The same form they won the major with. And now contestation will happen here in the top lane. It's only Chalice and Fade that are here. Are they gonna force Fade to level up Snapfire quickly? Yeah, they are.
30 seconds to battle.
So he won't have the low shredder to start the lane off with. But to keep Chalice alive early on, hashtag worth. And to prevent them getting a first blood onto like a Spectre or something. That kind of move we're also seeing a lot more frequently, of one team just sending all 5 heroes through the safe lane. And that actually was a risk that's going to cost them 3 bounties. Alright, Ehome. Take advantage of the timing from IG. They know they won't be able to reposition in time to safely grab all the bounties. So they do walk away with some bonuses. Yeah, sure, you had to commit Snapfire quickly early, but keeps Chalice alive, get more gold on the map, things can work out well. Now here we go. Game number 2. XM absolutely needs to have a good performance here middle. Fortunately for him, that is definitely within the realm of possibility because this Viper is going to have a fantastic time here versus the Queen of Pain. With even a single point into Corrosive Skin, Emo can't do the same thing that Quaps often do, which is just hyper harass their opponent with the Shadow Strike. So I doubt we'll see that as a primary build for Emo. Next time, of course, will position such that he can keep farming with the Nether Toxin. So he's going to open up a lot of their map for them on the side of Ehome. Emo just playing a much more standard Queen of Pain game. And yeah, there we go. Level 2. Not even a single point to Shadow Strike. So it's not going to be that kind of lane. Here on top, Fade harassing back the tree. The two of them are just trading regen amongst one another. And we see down bottom, JT obviously not gonna even bother putting the Battle Hunger out onto Sylar. He's like, 2 at end, comrade, 2 at end. Just put that out onto the X-Nova Disruptor and you'll be happy. And then top, we see Chalice versus Fly. This is actually Mars' favorite lane. It's very difficult for Spectre to be here. Spectre generally is fairly weak in the laning phase. She needs someone to help pop her up. That's why you often see them pick a Spectre with a hero that has a heal of some kind. This game, it's going to be Ollie with living armor, not exactly a direct heal. Speaking of Ollie, he's going to end up being the first blood. Out on top, Fade. Man, you know the best feeling when you're playing position 4 and you not only prevent a first blood happening against your team, but you gain a first blood for it. Ah, you feel so good. You feel so fresh. So Fade will definitely be feeling that the beginning of this game is one that will give them confidence for the dub later. Of course, Sylar just still going to be free farming here bottom. This game though isn't the freest thing in the ultimate world for him. He still has to worry about Sunray. On the bright side though, Morphling is one of the better heroes at being able to take out the Supernova. And of course they have Snapfire, so you have the 2 best heroes to be able, as soon as the Supernova is committed, if Kaka hasn't placed it perfectly, it will get destroyed. Ollie's also going to have to do a pretty big job of protecting that egg with the overgrowth. For now though, his primary job is protecting the Spectre in the lane. The job itself is being accomplished, but the other job of trying to prevent Mars from farming, yeah, that can't really happen, so just has to watch this lane, keep Spec alive, ensure that Mars doesn't come too close. Emo really likes doing this. Like, I see Emo do this all the time. Like, they'll give him a sentry ward, he'll come block this camp with the sentry as well as get the D ward here. And even if he knows they're gonna immediately D ward the sentry, he doesn't really care that much. He also knows that he has to force a support into that area to do that. And that's some other aspect of the map that he's opened up for his team. Whenever he has these mobile heroes, Puck, Storm Spirit, it's always see him making that move. I've seen him doing it even with Leshrac and stuff. These more immobile heroes up until they pick up BTs. XM Has been winning out the CS war out in mid. To be expected given the hero compositions. Of course, some of this is coming from the side camp that he's currently farming. And down bottom is what keeps happening. Psylocke gets battle hungered, gets adaptive strike ready, uses it, then he's A-okay. Chalice. They have a lot of damage onto Ollie. Whew! Woo! God's rebuke off the low shredder. That's what I love about seeing this lane. It's not. Oh, JT actually might be in some trouble bottom. He used the Berserker's Call. Sylar. Does he have the waveform? Does not have it for another 2 seconds. Now 1. Will he waveform and adaptive? Nope. No boots. And Axe, unfortunately for him, had already used the battle hunger onto the Morphling, so Morphling got slowed up. Top lane. Fly in some danger here. They bring in Emo to try and help him out and keep him alive. They succeed at doing that and finding a kill onto Chalice. Fade at the very least TP's out. But good strong rotation from Emo. Protect the life of the Spectre at pretty much all costs. They ran out of damage. It's only level 4 on the Mars, so they weren't able to finish the job on the Spectre. If only X-Nova had mana and a TP, but unfortunately he had neither. Him lacking mana denied him access to a TP, so he couldn't come top and help them secure that final grab. But now we see that XM, he wants to make his own presence known. Do they have the glimpse? Yeah, they do, but JT is already heading into a different direction. Kaka got Viper struck. Fortunately, he was able to dive away, and XM wasn't smoked up making this move. Man, look how much damage Fly is taking. Fade is just a terror in this lane. What a menace. Level 2 low shredder. It's so difficult for you to maintain your position there. And unfortunately, no level 6 available for Spec just yet. So even if they wanted to make use of Emo elsewhere on the map, they have to actually bring Emo top all the time. And Emo is going to come top again. The Invis Rune triggered up this time around. The question is, are they aware of this on the side of eHome? Chalice should play a little bit more carefully. Somebody should be telling him, hey man, mid is missing. It's actually quite difficult for them to get this kill, especially now that he's gotten himself the Hood of Defiance. He's very far forward though. And do they kill him? Let's see. Chalice throws out a spear onto Emo. Emo will just blink back, of course. So yeah, that is going to be a quick kill. Yeah, it's fine. He just bought the Hood of Defiance, doesn't lose out on any gold, just got level 5 before dying, so it's all good. Is more gold in the pockets of Emo, however, so that's going to accelerate the timing of the early Orchid. Given how few things they have to pop Lincolns, nah, they have Battle Hunger, never mind. I was thinking maybe you just resort for Lincolns to get you out of Orchid, but then I just thought just buy Manta on Morphling. So I do expect to see that Manta come up at some point. Yeah, Manso Red, yo, Manos, yo. Sylar Morphling is a classic.
Ran into my spear.
There's a couple of heroes that Sylar is just like classic on. Sylar Morphling, Sylar Lycan, Sylar Luna. Luna sucks right now, Lycan sucks right now, but Morphling's good, so. We'll see what Sylar Morphling is able to accomplish. XM, able to find the first kill off a rotation, being able to move bottom. Finding the axe, that time it's a big target. One huge thing about the Viper in this game is that this Nether Toxin spell is incredible for this game. It disables pretty much all the big things. Emo? Is Emo gonna die middle? I think Emo might die. Does he have Blink online in 1 second? Okay. They couldn't close the gap with XM. He should buy Rod of Atos in this game, I think. But anyway, Spectre will have both Dispersion and Desolate taken away by the Nether Toxin. Axe will have his Counter Helix taken away. Hell, I don't even think the Tree and Protector can move in through the trees with the Nature's guys when you are underneath the Nether Toxin. To be fair, you're taking damage, but still. That means a lot of the huge tools in these fights that these heroes have to bring to bear from the get-go, not going to be available for them. Chalice has level 6 now in the top lane, so don't be surprised if we see XM coming through. In fact, the whole gang is coming through They do have Fly ultimate though, so Fade needs to Snapfire Cookie him. Oh, but this illusion from Emo, he's in the vicinity. If they'd gone in with the Snapfire Cookie from Fade, I think they have that kill right now. Unfortunately, they were a little bit hesitant because they didn't know where some of these heroes were. And that moment of hesitation does cost them some potential lives. It's not that deep for them because they're still doing well on other quarters of the map. Silos farming freely down bottom. XM is still making very good progress, already has access to BTs. In fact, they might find JT. Yeah, JT's gone. There's no way the man survives this one. Viper Strike. XM, dude. Just Viper Strike him, dude. Viper Strike him. Oh my god. Okay. XM eventually get the spell off. I think I was maybe hoping that they didn't have to commit it, but you always have to commit Viper Strike to get these kills. Who got the actual last hit? It went the way of Sylar, which is the best case scenario because the Smurfling is going to be the hard carry of this game. The way things are panning out right now. Now, Spectre can normally be one of these heroes that can fight against Smurfling at some stage of the late game, but it's never possible when Viper's in this. And in Spec, you hate having to buy a BKB. So provided there's no BKB up, Morphling is going to be the big bad hero of the entire map. So it'll be up to IG to figure out how to contain him in some fashion. There is one bright side of that failed movement top to try and kill the Fly Spectre is that they still do have the arena available. So IG don't really want to play that area. That's why we see them all being behind the tower. Viper just going straight in for that Aghanim Scepter to make sure that he gets the increased range of the Viper Strike. Understands the importance of that spell in this game. They don't have that many hard disables on the side of eHome. So this is going to be one of their main tools of slowing and controlling heroes up. Speaking of, how far is Blink Dagger? We're not going Blink Dagger first on Mars, he wants Yules. Against Emo, I believe in Yules a bit more. XM, oh nice, Static Storm is committed. XM though, is still going to be in trouble and probably ends up dying. However, it does cost the life of Emo as well as the arena directly onto Fly. They get that kill too. Supernova will pop, only stunning out Chalice as well as Sylar. However, that fight, XM takes so long to die, and with the Static Storm down onto the important targets, they prevent the Spectre from being able to escape after he's used the Haunt forward. Get off the arena, and they manage to find the fight. Sylar now, oh, jumping forward. Actually gonna go in with the Stolen Axe form. He managed to call some heroes in. JT wanting to run back in onto Fade and Chalice, who are low from the damage they took from the Sunray. Unfortunately, not gonna happen. Spear back from Chalice. Emo, able to get a double kill before he gets glimpsed all the way back to the base. And X-Nova does grab a haste shoe. Now there's gonna be a very nice kinetic field trapping in 2 targets. But they do not have any additional damage to bring to bear onto this. So these IG heroes will end up living. Double kill for Emo on the way back. So it ends up being a 3-for-2 fight. Ironically enough, IG are the team that walk away on top of that one. Not just do they manage to kill 2 heroes that force eHome to not really consider pushing anymore, but primarily they keep the tier 1 tower alive. And they have a Treant Protector on their team. So every second that a tower stays alive, it's time that the tower is being healed up. We now see Fly. Oh, Fly. Sucks to be you, buddy. Look how much depth. Normally, Spectre with 3 points dispersion doesn't die like that, but with 3 points dispersion, getting disabled immediately by the Nether Toxin. Just get eviscerated. To make matters worse, there was the little shredder. And they find the easy grab. Spec is down. Sylar claimed the tier 1 tower in the meantime. And there's their incredibly massive win for eHome. On the bright side though, IG have snagged this Orchid for the Queen of Pain. So this will allow them... Or not, wait, is it not full Orchid or is it just another Oblivion Staff? We'll see. We shall see. But you're gonna have Orchid very, very shortly. So that finally does enable them as IG to try to go for these bigger plays themselves. At least while Haunt is down. Yeah, there's the Orchid, so you can actually kill even though without Haunt. And you have the JT Blink. Time to smoke, make something happen.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower top will fall, but they are gonna smoke up. Here we go. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. These beautiful timings being hit. Emo jumping forth. Gets off the silence. This should be more than enough damage to kill X Nova. The soul burn ticks him over after the silence ends. Chalice also in trouble. Doesn't have a blink dagger, remember. And there's going to be the blink onto him by JT. Sonic Wave committed to enable JT to cut him off with the blade. Alright, the same two heroes that died in one of the previous fights. Kind of hilarious, but okay. Oh no, it wasn't. That was Snapfire that died last time, because that's Raptor's first death. But it is not the first one for this Chalice Mars. It always kills me how in China has these offlaners like Chalice and Old 11, who are either the best player on the map or just you're yikesing it up. Oof. Glimpse back, Emo, glimpse back into a static storm, and there's gonna be a Snapfire with the cookie as well. They got the stun out. Do they have the damage? Emo, Viper struck, so it is more than enough damage to kill him. Horns in from the Spectre, might end up being a mistake. XM does end up dying. Charlie, or Chalice rather, trying to do damage onto Ollie. They also chase down X Nova. Fade will have Snapfire cookie in a moment. They managed to kill Ollie on the far side of the fight, but now Chalice is a little bit isolated, but here comes Sylar. He steals the axe for him. 2 hero core directly onto him with the Snapfire. Oh, it's going down. The Morty's kisses. Burn down Fly, and Sylar will secure the final hit. Kaka, they just run away from his supernova fire snap cookie. Not gonna be in time to save the life of Chalice. Do they get JT from this though? Diving forward from Sylar. They really want to find this kill. He has battle hunger on him. JT will not be able to escape, because Sylar there with the adaptive strike to secure himself the double kill. Massive fight here. All 3 cores from the side of IG falling, with the tree going down as well. It's a 3 for 2. Sure, they lose XM as well as Chalice, but Sylar cleans up house, walks away with 700 gold almost in that fight. And whenever he steals this axe, man, this is so problematic for the side of IG. X Nova, man, feels bad to be X Nova. This is gonna just keep happening to you. Emo, he knows he's perfectly safe because right after pulling that move, he just blinks away. Unless Disruptor is, if Disruptor is the one that dies, he's safe 100%. There's also no Rod of Atos build up for the Viper. I wouldn't actually mind him seeing Atos into Gleipnir, but that might come a little bit later on in the game. Oh, they jump now. Emo, Sonic Wave. Will the Soul Burn actually kill Fade? No, it will not. There's going to be JT going in with the call, not actually able to find a kill just yet. There's going to be a Viper Strike directly onto JT. Yule Scepter on XM. He's still at full HP, however, so IG have to recognize that this kill is not going to happen. JT, you're on your own, buddy. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to pick this one up, but pick it up they will. And Sylar, with the dominating streak, getting the grab onto JT. Snapfire dies, but you get JT, and yet again, more gold in the pockets of the Morphling. This is pretty big though from IG, getting this Blink Dagger for the Treant Protector. That's going to be a significant difference in their ability to take these team fights. Poor Fly trying to build into this Diffusal. You're rounding the corner on having Diffusal Blade Mail. Sylar is out here with the full Manta going into, I presume, what's going to be eventually Satanic, but I think for now getting E-Blade should be perfectly fine as well. Wait, does he want E-Blade or Skadi this game? I think maybe Skadi actually. Jump, top. Oh, they want Fly, and Fly is dead. Yule's up into the air, little shredder. They stun him up, and this should be more than enough damage to kill him. They're not done just yet. X Nova wants to find another target. Ollie or Kaka. Does he have the necessary vision? It's not good enough, so they can't find anybody. Although Ollie just jumps up the hill, does blink away though at the last moment. Still, they'll be happy with just being able to secure positioning around this area. Get off all these D-wards. We see X Nova buying them vision. All they want is to ideally take this tier 2 tower and being able to turn that into an opportunity to secure the Roche. Man, Fly, this Morphling has just had the roughest game. From a rough laning phase against the Mars, to a rough mid game against the Mars, Disruptor, and the Viper. Whew, it's been rough.
My waters rise.
And this draft from eHome definitely working out quite strongly right now. Emo building into his BKB of his own. The same is also true of the Viper. Viper BKB is going to be terrifying to deal with for the side of IG. They do finally have a damage item for the Spectre. A single one, but it's not good enough just yet. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. JT. Okay, they want to go for a fight out to XM, but I don't know about this one. JT going to get glimpsed back into the Static Storm. Can't TP out either, so they know that he's definitely going to die. Fire Snap Cookie holds him in position, and they will be able to find the kill onto the Axe. And will they find the kill onto Emo is the question. Kaka. Dude, Kaka is so good. With the Yule Scepter, he actually ends up saving the life of Emo. Yules is up Mars, prevents the deeper jump in from the rest of the team because Emo can just blink away, fly, not involved in the fight for the first time ever. He's so happy. He haunted in, but he very quickly saw that, yo, everybody's down bottom. I'm not involved in this fight. And now here come eHome, looking for this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Honestly, Apple Crumble, sorry. Right now, I'm actually, I don't want to say IG is in the game. Emo's in the game. It's pretty much just Emo. If this game is winnable, it's going to be on Emo's shoulders, all on his own lonesome. Because it's going to be maybe 20 minutes before the Spectre feels comfortable actually being in a fight. And to make matters worse, she's about to die on top. Feels bad. Absolutely no way to survive this. With Thunderstrike out, yeah, he knows. He knows. So IG is just really just hoping that Emo can pull them off an amazing victory. I mean, JT is also going to be instrumental to making that happen. But this 3k gold lead is very misleading. They are much further ahead than 3k on the side of eHome right now. Now, Roshan fight for them. Aegis is available. You give this towards XM, I think, because Sylar's not actually dying anyway, so why waste that? And he isn't deep going. The Skadi definitely prefer this. Give him the Aegis anyway. And that'll finish off the full Eye of Skadi. Full Skadi, Manta with Power Treads Aegis 22 minutes into the game. Let's go, boys. And they're coming for this fight from the side of IG. They're going to lead in for X-Nova first. They want to pop him so that there's no disruptor. Does have buyback. Chalice jumps in, finds the ultimate onto 3. JT, Ollie and Emo not going to be involved in the rest of this fight. JT and Ollie taking so much damage from Sylar. Sylar already helped to kill one. They do lose Fade on the other side of the fight, however. JT now glimpses back into the middle of the fray. And they find the follow-up damage. Morty's kisses plus Sylar damage. With one helping round of Nether Toxin equals fight lost. Equals fight lost. And also, what an arena. And the fact that they took that fight 4v5, because remember, they did not have X-Nova at the beginning of that. Chalice just found a really good arena. There were really good Morty's kisses flying in. There was a really good Nether Toxin. And Sylar was just like, time to clean up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
eHome, 5k gold lead now. But honestly, yet again, it's all because of Emo. Without Emo, this is a 10k lead at least. Even with Emo, honestly, this doesn't feel like there's much he can do in these fights all by his lonesome. There's a reason also why we don't often see Queen of Pain, is that we like to see a lot of players playing these heroes that can sort of win the game by themselves. Queen of Pain can do that, but she can only do that from a snowballing position. It's very rare that you see Corpse come back and be the major damage dealer that her team needs her to be to win out the entire game. And here's another big issue. They have long cooldowns on IG. eHome has none. The longest one is the arena. And Chalice is already prepared to try and use it up right now. Will he find a good opportunity? Doesn't have the blink dagger. Does have Yules, who got silenced up. Emo, I think, found X-Nova once more, but might actually find himself in a little bit of trouble. BKB to try flee away from this, but now his own BKB is about to finish. He's about to die. He's gone. Emo's dead. Sylar ends the killing spree. Oh boy. This time around, can't even kill supports at this point in the game. Game is hard, yo. Game is hard. Game is so hard. Would hate to be Fly right now. Whole team's looking at you like, so, buddy, how's that Manta coming along, huh? They haunt in now. They want to try to take this fight. Fly. They're looking first for Fade on the other side of the fight with Supernova popped. They're going to try to bring him down. And they will succeed in getting that kill. But now the egg's already gone. So they still have to somehow contend with round 2 of this fight. And they do not have anything in the tank for that one. JT, he's the first one to pop now. Kaka in the tree trying to escape. I think they caught a sliver of vision of him. Yeah, they know he's still in the trees. Chalice running forward using these phase boots. Spear up in 5 seconds. Sylar has waveform up right now. But Kaka being very patient to try and wait for the Icarus dive. Unfortunately, that patience will not be rewarded as he gets brought down by Sylar. Woo! As I said earlier, I thought IG rather, definitely think they're the better team, but this draft from eHome draft so much better than IG's, despite IG being a better team. It's so difficult for this IG team to actually play this game, especially after the initial laning phase. And this Viper has made everybody's lives a living hell. And here they are on the high ground. Sylar, with all the damage on planet Earth, are able to take themselves down. The tier 3 tower looking for the range racks. No contestation right now from the side of IG. They don't have Supernova, they don't have the Haunt, so they do not have the real tools for the fight. Even if they were to blink in and Ollie were to overgrowth absolutely everybody, there simply would be no damage. So they just left to let the laner racks go. JT does try to jump in, however, they're looking for this fight. Morph will get popped with the Sonic Wave. That's only the first life. 4 heroes caught inside the arena from Chalice, and there's the Morty's Kisses as well. The both supports have already been eviscerated. Spectre gonna be next on the chopping block, followed up by Emo. Only JT survives. Plot twist! No, he doesn't. Gets dragged back into the fray. He gets killed. It's a full team wipe. GG is called. IG throw in the towel and grant eHome the victory for game number 2. That's eHome. That's draft, yo. That draft, too fresh. Too fresh. Too fresh. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. It pulls through. Honestly, it looked like it was gonna be all on JT or on the Morph, like feeding the game, because JT needs to find very good fights. Emo can't be in a position to provide all that bonus damage by himself. Only one Sonic Wave for the fight. Fly is absolutely useless. Actually, how much damage did Fly do that game? 24k damage. I mean, for a Spectre, that's nothing, dude. That's nothing. Not for Spec. For a lot of other heroes, sure, but for Spec, naff. Well, eHome walk away with game 2. They fulfill the prophecy, and they give us the much desired and much vaunted game number 3. So the one person who bet on eHome, well done, did the right thing. All right, so from the side of eHome, who's getting our work award, our work emote? Who's getting the spam? Hey, maybe 1992X, shout out to you. You know that sentence of yours about not annoying and hype? That sounds like a subliminal diss, a little bit of a subliminal diss, you know? That's a subtweet right there. Yo, do me a favor, please DM me who you meant. DM me either here on Twitch, sorry, or you can send me a Discord and say I meant this person. Oh, feels bad. This game though, I really do feel eHome Much better draft. Way better draft. Way better draft from them. Main thing also, it's one thing to just have a better draft, but you need to be able to utilize it well. Fade on the Snapfire showed why this combination is so fearsome. Whenever Chalice gets a good ultimate, everyone's dying. Morty's kisses will rain forth from the heavens and it's just so much damage. And it's kind of crazy, right? Because you can't like run away. Yes, ultimate rock in a hard place type of situation. It's pretty awesome. Well, eHome, they snag game 2. Let's see what they can do in game number 3. Game number 3. Exactly what we wanted is exactly what we get. So we're going to get game 3 while the teams are getting ready for that one. In the meantime, make sure that you follow the channel if you haven't already. Support your favorite local streamer, either by becoming a donator through PayPal, you can become a Patreon on Patreon, or you can subscribe here on Twitch so we can spam out these MVP awards. So who's getting this award? Who's getting this award? Who's getting this award? Let's see. Who's winning right now? Right now, oh, that's interesting. All right. Keep voting. Let's see. Who gets the award? It is going the way of the god. And the god, in this case, is XM. XM God put in way too much work. XM Viper pulled through, did the right thing. So game 3, one more. IG are now finding themselves back again in this hot and cold situation. Which IG is going to show up in game 3? We don't know. Which eHome is going to show up in game 3? We don't know. But stick around to find out, and we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, it has been a bit of a wait. As Wheezy has told us in the past, sorry for the wait. It is what it is. Some of the teams are still taking their time to get back into the lobby. I don't know who was the problem child in this particular instance, but nonetheless, here we are. We get some dotes. We get some dotes. So now we get to see who is going to be able to come over with a victory in the large scheme of things here between IG and eHome. It has been a slobber knocker. Let's see who's got it. Here we go. Here we go. eHome leading things off by ensuring that Chalice, even back in the day when he was on LGD, this is one of his better heroes. And the LC feels really good right now in the meta. Purges are great. There's a lot of lane matchups against like the preferred carries right now that just go well for you as LC. And IG, you know what? If it ain't broke, do not fix it. Do not fix it. Phoenix Mars, let's go. Phoenix Mars, let's go. This combination has been out here for such a long time. It's been useful for such a long time. Why not keep it up? Of course, now eHome have to decide, are we getting Snapfire now or not at all? I'd rather get Juggernauts. Alright, so we get LC, we get Juggernauts, we have good lanes, we've got some good pressure, we've got ways to be able to get to the Phoenix Egg and destroy it. LC is going to buy Aghanim Shard as well in this game, so both herself and whoever she decides to put the press the attack onto can escape the Arena of Blood as well. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. I'm from South Africa, comrade. I'm from South Africa. From South Africa. For those of you whom are wondering. As we go deeper into the phase though, of course eHome have to make the decision to ban out these big heroes that can definitely affect the Sylar Jug. Take out the Morphling, take out the Ursa. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to ban Terrorblade as well. Traditionally, TB has been the best hero against Jug. It hasn't seen the most play in this patch just yet. There have been occasions and instances where the hero does come out and it looks very strong when it does. However, in this particular case, TB, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do before throwing this one into the pool. It is just one of these heroes that's a nice to have. It's not a requirement for IG. And they do have Lost pick. I think they should leave Fly's hero for Lost. And they actually ban out the Troll rather. Okay, so I think that's a bit more wise in the sense that Troll is a hero that you can pick in pretty much any occasion. And it can still be a viable pickup. Terrorblade, it's very particular to the game. And especially when you already have the Legion Commander to secure some AoE illusion clear with the press the attack. Certainly does make it the case that it's easier to be able to justify banning the Troll rather than Terrorblade. Sand King mid, Luna safe lane. What else is kind of sucky that people have been playing? Brood honestly for me is the worst. Brood sucks. It's actually bad. I have yet to see Brood actually win a professional game of Dota 2. eHome having banned Troll, IG taking their time with their bans, removing a lot of support picks. X-Nova's ET is gone. ET is an incredible hero right now, so that makes sense. There's no Grimstroke, there's no Scarith Mage. Alright, I mean they already know what the 1 and the 3 are going to be, but they're not interested in banning out XM's heroes. They're like, listen, we'll deal with XM later. Right now it's all about making sure that Fade and X-Nova do not have good games. The Snapfire obviously would have been amazing both like against both Phoenix as well as the Mars. Having the ability to instantly destroy the egg and throw in some damage from afar. Still so useful. So now the question is, what is X-Nova gonna play this game? I imagine some kind of heal. Maybe Oracle? I mean, you could also just play Disruptor again. That worked out pretty well. On the side of IG, they will go for the Lion. Yeah, and there's X-Nova Disruptor. Why not? You already got Mars to play into, so being able to glimpse him out of his own arena is super strong. Laying down Static Storm is very strong. Dragging back Phoenix from a dive. We already saw situations where that happened in game number 2. That's very strong. And of course, if you get dueled, it doesn't matter what hero they pick. If that hero gets dueled, that hero is going to die. For the side of IG, they did go for this Lion. It's an open question whether or not this is Kaka Lion or Ollie Lion. I would prefer the Lion to be... I think the Phoenix needs more levels, so it needs to be Kaka Phoenix. So Ollie means we're going to have a Lion without Blink Dagger. Feels bad. Let's see what Fly plays though. Nice, playing Wraith King. This is actually a pretty good Wraith King game. A lot of these spells that they want to use from the side of eHome, you want to drop and forget and move on with your life. So there's no easy way to kill Wraith King just yet or to deal with him. Although Jug can build like Manta Diffusal. And depending on what heroes you get to be able to control the fights around the Jug and LC, like let's say if they get some Earth Spirit or something right now, then they can create a situation where they don't really mind all that much going into the second life of the Wraith King. Right now, there is a bit of a lack of damage on the side of Ehome, though. It's all sitting on this Juggernaut. So, they'll need to pick a hero that adds damage from the 4 position. I do not want to see some Oracle or whatever. Let's just go for the Razor. Alright, so they're going to leave the hero for Fade to play for Lost. Does mean we're going to probably see 2 more 4 position bans. Feels bad. Razor. God, this hero is good against Mars Wraith King. Provided it gets BKB. BKB or Yules, actually, one of the two. Just some kind of way to ensure that you don't eat the stuns directly to your face. I prefer BKB because there's a lot more stuns from the rest of the draft. But primarily you want to make sure that you are in a situation where you can get the drain out, but then they don't just stun you and run away. So drain Yules or BKB drain, either or, makes me feel very good. Kaka calls GG 20 minutes. Oh man. Nah, like Phoenix, Kaka will play Phoenix. There's no way that Ollie will play the Phoenix here. I feel like Kaka's Phoenix is too good to not have that be the run. What will Emo play in the mid lane is the question. His Lesh needs to be banned. Because I can definitely see them playing Leshrac. They have Mars, they have Wraith King, they have Lion, they have Phoenix. Good God. Yo, ban Lesh. SF's banned already, but please take out the Emo Leshrac from this occasion. IG, of course, need to be focusing all their banning energy on Fade. So they take out his Rubik. What can he even play this game? Jeez, so many. I don't think I've ever seen this many support bans in my entire life. In a row, especially. Might see them ban like Winter Wyvern, Earth Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
We could also see the Fade Pango. Actually, Pangolier is quite good here.
Team ban.
Ban of the Storm Spirit to prevent them having that easy jump onto the Disruptor on the far side of the fight. Yeah, I could definitely see them picking Pango and putting that in the 4 position. LGD does that all the time and making Shin-Q play it. And Shin-Q Pango is something else.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
And they just decide to take out some cheese though, just in case, just in case. You're never really sure, but you're like, just in case. Has anybody actually, let me know in chat, put 1 in chat if you've actually ever seen this Broodmother win a game, like a pro game.
Seconds remaining.
I've seen that, I have not seen any of it.
Seconds remaining.
Is there, I think Pango or Earth Spirit are definitely the best pickups here at the end. Oh, yesterday, who won? Who won? Oh, give me 1 second as well, everybody. Give me 1 moment, I'll let you know why this is actually very important in just a sec. Just check this out. Alright, sorry about that. It was the bank calling, so I had to just turn off the phone. Sorry about that, everybody. Ehome really pushing the envelope in terms of using their reserve time. QQQ is very in his head right now, thinking about what is this last pick going to be. Like I said, I really hope that it's going to be either Pango or Earth Spirit. Could be like Winter Wyvern as well. I could imagine that being a pick to sort of break some of these combos coming in from IG. If they go for like an Oracle route, it could be them steroiding the Jug. There's a lot of options. Hell, even like last pick Shadow Shaman, so they have some potential to push on the high ground. Not Pango, yep, that's what we like to see. So with the Fade Pango, IG, they get the Emo Lina.
Your hero.
Okay, Emo Lina. Alright. The Lina gives you some needed more burst that they had already, but the double magical burst with more physical damage. IG's damage output is obscene. And they have a fair amount of control. They have very decent team fight. Very balanced draw from the side of IG. eHome, yet again, needs to play with some very high tempo. If they can play at that very high tempo, this is the kind of game they can run away with. Alright, this one's too close to call. I actually don't even want to do it. I don't want to say anything. I'm leaving this up to y'all. I am punking out. I want nothing to do with this prediction. Good God. Yo. This is yet again super, super close. So, IG... They'll have a very decent mid lane, but it's mid versus Razor, so Razor also gets all of his farm. They play top with what? Wraith King... Oh, it is Kaka Lion. I was wrong. Okay. Wraith King Phoenix top then. And then Mars Lion bottom. Does make more sense to put the Phoenix top to play that into the LC lane. Unfortunately, LC will have press the attacks, so Fire Spirits don't affect her that much. Psylord in a lane versus Mars with Lion? I don't know. Yeah, I'm punking out. Sorry. I am completely punking out. I want nothing to do with this particular prediction. I'ma just cost the game. So here we go. Alright. Now, prepare for battle. You've heard the sound. Unfortunately for y'all, betting and predicting will now be closing. If you haven't made your bets, it's too late now. It's too late. Can't turn back. Hello? Okay, cool. There we go. So, I don't know about this game. I'm still very uncertain as to which draft I prefer. I can certainly see scenarios
30 seconds to battle.
where, because of the way that this game is structured right now, where IG... if IG just can be solid in the lanes. So here's the win conditions for both teams, right, from the beginning of the game. IG just needs to not get rolled. They don't get rolled, and they can keep this laning phase fairly even keeled. Then they'll have some very good scaling into the mid game. They can also transition this Lina into a more right-click orientated build if they feel that XM is taking away too much damage from Fly. So they've actually got quite a few options on their side for IG. They just need to make sure that they don't get ran over. eHome though have potential to do that running over. I mean, look at their chase. Pango, Disruptor, Legion Commander. Jeez. Even XM is can be a very speedy boy once you start picking up points into the Storm Surge. So here we go. Game number 3, the decider, the finale. Up until this point, it has been a very close affair. 1-1 with some interesting plays across both games. IG, the last time they found themselves in this position where they were 1-1 going into game 3, they ended up losing the series to Team Magma. So let's see what's going to end up happening here today. Emo versus XM here mid. Should be XM at the beginning getting all the farm he wants. Emo starts to get more points in Dragon Slave. Then you catch up with this CS overall. Down bottom, Sylar can't really be stopped here. It's gonna free farm for the most part. This lane can be complicated for the Jug if he gets left alone. But provided they don't do that, as long as they make sure that X Nova is always in the vicinity, to either provide him a kinetic field or glimpse back somebody chasing him, then Sylar gets free farm down here on the bottom part of the map. I'm wondering what kind of build we see coming in from the Juggernaut. Obviously, we saw Manta Maelstrom in one of the earlier games. So Fly, he decided for that. Sylar, we'll see what he goes for. XM as well, I want to see what build he decides to do. Probably BT's Yules, right? This is a general build I've been seeing on these mid-razors right now. For eHome as well, I mean, they want to do the rolling, but it's not actually necessary for them to demolish the lanes. They have to come out of the lanes with their levels and farm intact and start taking the first couple of early fights. Fly. In a lot of trouble in the top lane. Fade, when we have Swashbuckle, only 8 seconds, so there's no point in keeping that chase going. You will not be able to run down Fly. This bonus movement speed that he has over and above the heroes that were chasing him ends up making the difference. And Fly will live. Can't stop LC from farming, but you will live. You will live.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What's Emo going to be building into this game as well? Probably just also... Emo's in love with BTs, eh? When this guy can get them, he will get them. Almost every single game. Also, this is going to start getting really old really fast. Because he has this point into the lucky shot already for Fade. He just keeps showing up. Hit Fade. Trade with him. Eventually, he's going to end up getting the debuff on him. Can't farm for a few seconds. Becomes very annoying to play. Chalice. In this game though, oh, bottom actually might have to kill first blood. JT's got him. They might get Sylar, but nope, running out of spells, and Sylar has a magic stick, so he's a-okay, man. He's fine. Gets a healing cell from Xnova. In 15 seconds, he'll have access to a healing ward once more. Great way for the game to start for Sylar, getting that early kill. Something that can happen to JT, and it can happen more regularly as they get more levels onto Sylar. You saw the threat of that continually in game 1 with Fly. Now Sylar is the one that's cashing that threat out. This early game though looking very solid for eHome. In all 3 lanes, getting some substantial CS. Mid is going swimmingly. XM, the fairly decent advantage at the moment over eHomo. Unfortunately for him, Emo has a bit of an easier time rotating off this part of the map. And they're trying to kill Fly here. Nice Wraithfire Blast to try and stall out Chalice. Bonus movement speed granted. Fade. Is it still level 1 Swashbuckle? Nope, it's level 2, so 5 more seconds. But, oh, Fire Spirits from Ollie will prevent the chase down. Get another salve that has to be committed though by Fly. So the next time he's in that position, he might end up just losing his life. God, press the attack, such a good spell. And with Soul Ring, it happens for free, baby. Gotta love it. Kaka's been very good at these pulls and managed to get them a kill, or like a lot of CS additionally onto JT. Will cost his life though. They do spear back the jug towards the tier 1 tower. Sylar also pushed back by the God Rebuke. Bonus damage flying out, but because of the healing ward, Sylar knows he'll be a-okay. Absolutely no threat he has to seriously concern himself with in that situation. Fade. Getting dove through. Will they get the kill onto this Pangolier? And they do. Ollie forcing XM to have to utilize the ultimate. And now XM's gonna come to the top lane. Chalice doesn't have a stun or a slow though. So it's quite difficult to turn this rotation into a kill unless they want to just die for him. And indeed they are. They're just gonna die for him. Just run at him. With the Eye of the Storm going, XM got to press the attack, so the bonus heal ensured that the tier 1 tower couldn't actually deal anything resembling even fatal damage. Fade in trouble. Laguna Blade is online. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Kaka does find the kill at the end of the day. But they prevent this Fade Pangolier from just being able to park in the mid lane, securing some experience that is ill-gotten. They're like, nah fam, you wanna live for this experience? You can die for it as well. And now LSA behind the tier 1 might also help to bring down the Disruptor, but XM, he showed up to provide some support. Kaka, most likely gonna be the one to end up falling here. XM does manage to bring him down. Can't find further vision. from X Nova for Eclipse. OC level 3, he just put it up now. So they let the leader survive and run away. Still though, eHome won't be happy with that passage of play. Especially because it doesn't compromise their position on the map at all. On the one hand though, Chalice, he has had his support drawn away from him. So in the time that he's spending alone, there's going to be a limited amount of farm available for him at top. Given that between the Wraith King as well as the Phoenix, despite having pressed the attack, there's still way too much harass to deal with by yourself. So we'll definitely have to play very, very carefully and figure out some different ways to get back the necessary net worth to involve himself in this game. But now though, content to just not die. Bottom. You see Eclipse, Psylocke goes in, Omni Slash onto JT. They have the spin as well, so this should be a very easy kill. No! They don't have the spin. Not enough mana on Psylocke. Oh boy, that was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. You only spin first when you're trying to kill these Marzes, bro. Even if you have mana for the spin, there are sometimes occasions where they can find the spear before the spin starts, like right after the Omni Slash hits. If you know where Jug might come out of, you can time it quite nicely. They still get Kaka though, and they force the JT Mars out of the lane. At least for now, he's gonna come back. Not that big a deal at the end of the day in the grand scheme of things. Top lane Chalice might wind up losing his own life. They're very wise to wait until he uses press the attack and then throw in the Red Fire Blast. And now they can guarantee the kill. Burn him to death. Chalice will go down. Pretty nice for IG. Being able to secure the opponent's offlaner when they fail to secure yours. Make you feel quite good about your prospects in this game. XM though, net worth leader in the game. We see him now stacked up in middle. Has some heroes coming closer. Emo will actually get caught out with the swashbuckler. There's a lot of damage going out onto Emo, and with the leash out onto him, more than enough damage to kill. They get the static storm out now. It's going to connect out onto the lion. They will prevent Kata from being able to send in any additional spells after that earth spike, and they will bring him down, granting XM a double kill. Faye swashbuckles into the midst of 3 heroes. Just looking for Ollie with it. Unfortunately, will just wind up being the consolation prize instead of them grabbing XM. 2-for-1 exchange here, but definitely in the favor of eHome. The one bright spot for IG is that they do defend the tier 1 in the mid lane. But great maneuver, the kill Emo, accelerate XM even further. The score right now is 1-1. The score right now is 1-1. The score right now is 1-1. Sylar building in toward the Battle Fury, so a more traditional approach coming in from him. He recognizes that it's likely that Wraith King either goes Midas or Radiance. One of these two has been the farming item of choice of the Wraith King. So that means that you have to start preparing yourself to go later. And you also have the Pango, so your scalability is also pretty insane with this hero. There's a lot of damage that comes out of him eventually. They're gonna smoke up now. X Nova, 3 points into Glimpse. Actually put all 4 at level 7. Alright, so we have the crazy long range Glimpse. Let's see what it's gonna be able to accomplish and achieve down here in the bottom part of the map. XM leading the charge. They really want the Mars. They don't just want to pick up this Lion. Glimpse back. JT underneath the static storm. No arena, no hope, and he's gone. Quick catch and kill. Unfortunately for eHome, their only real sources of disable are Rolling Thunder, Duel, and Glimpse. So they can't just use a cheaper spell to try and kill the JT Mars and then commit the Glimpse onto somebody else. You have to use everything. But it does not just grant them the kill, but possibly this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane as well. Which is their first real major piece of real estate that they're going to be able to pick up. Ima out at mid, throws in the deeps, able to secure the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Chalice showed up here just to soak up some own experience of his own. And whilst they're doing this, they're also leaving Pangolier in the top lane, so they have a lot of options in terms of heroes that are getting farm and experience on the map right now. They're playing this so greedily for eHome, but they're not being punished just yet. And in fact, they won't be punished because we just saw Hand of Midas being picked up by the Wraith King. So it doesn't seem like IG are going to have any real appetite to seek aggressive engagements with the whole team for a while. It's going to be a small coterie of heroes. For example, Emo, now that he has the Yule Scepter, he can set up between Emo and Kaka. As long as both of their ultimates are online, there's no hero on the map that can survive both Laguna and Finger. They're trying to find a fight here. XM is one of the targets. Earth Spike doesn't connect. Can they find the plasma field? Yes, they do. They slow down Ollie, but he still does have the Icarus dive to get himself away to safety. Will commit it. Oh, cannot, because he gets dueled instantly. Okay, there's the first duel victory of the game. Chalice on point in landing this one out. And look at X-Nova. X-Nova, God, dude. He TPs to the bottom tier 1 tower just to make sure that he has a way to be able to close this gap faster. He does have glimpse though, so if they need it, he could pop it out, but realizes his team is good for this. They're able to run down the Mars, they get that kill. Very heads up play from X-Nova to give his team the bonus vision that they would need to secure that additional kill. Very impressive fight overall from the side of eHome. Unfortunately, IG, they're the ones that went in for that smoke gank, instead finding themselves giving up not only dual damage, but yet another death on the Mars. It's only his third of the game, but does delay this Blink Dagger, and they desperately need this tool of initiation. Can't just be relying on the Yule Scepter. Kaka also doesn't have his own Blink Dagger just yet. Yo, listen, this is not IG selling the game. eHome is beating them. Besides, this eHome draft is very difficult to play into. They have a lot of issues, right? It's not just about we have Mars Phoenix, GG easy. The laning phase is very complicated for this Mars Phoenix. After the laning phase, these early team fights are not that simple for the side of IG to actually successfully wrangle. They need items before they actually look good in any of these engagements. Whereas for eHome, you just need levels. Levels and we run at you. That's it, and that's what they've been doing. And to make matters worse, Juggernaut hasn't really been involved in these engagements. Found himself in a couple of kills, but still just farming with this Battle Fury. X-Nova fighting another Eclipse. They find Kaka. Do they have the damage to get the kill? No, they do not. Chalice sadly doesn't have Blink Dagger, so he can't close the gap in time with the duel. Will still enable them to pick up this tier 1 in the mid lane, however. Yeah, my demon, good point as well. Lina can't do anything. They need this blink so bad. Without this blink, they can do nothing. Now that they have the blink, they can finally start to make bigger movements. We'll see. JT's only been involved in a single kill up until this point in the game. It's very problematic. And to make matters worse for him, Legion Commander is going to rush the shard after picking up the Pipe of Insight. Oh, speaking of LC, dual kill, dual kill, dual kill. Thanks, Ollie. Only 20 damage, but it's nice. It's something. But the shard makes the press the attack also provide magic immunity during its duration, which is crazy. Like 1.75 second magic immunity is insane. That means that JT here, he'll cast the Arena, but there's gonna be at least one BKB. I don't know if it's gonna be from Razor or from the LC, but whoever has that BKB, right? Jug just spins out of the Arena. The other person gets pressed the attack by the LC, and then hopefully LC is the one that buys the BKB, and then she just BKBs and runs out. Then it doesn't matter. Then it doesn't matter. Top lane, Mars will commit the first proper arena of this game with the Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, it almost gets him killed. It actually will get him killed. So they reveal the item, but unfortunately, it's only to give away more gold. IG. It's a 1k gold lead, but it feels very similar to game 2 in the sense that Emo has to do the Lord's work to carry them. Sure, you do have the Fly Wraith King, who's also farming up quite a bit. He's going to try and be a force to be reckoned with later in the game. But regrettably, right now he's not going to be, right? He's not dangerous in these fights by any stretch of the imagination. But to make matters worse, as the game scales, he'll still be the only leash target for the Razor. So if Razor can just survive the fight and go leash directly on to this Wraith King, Fly doesn't really do all that much in the fight. So then it really has to depend on Emo.
We rely
Also, check this out. BKB was picked up by the Razor, so he's the one that went for the BKB. So once they get the shot from LC, Arena will do literally nothing to these cores. Right now it does nothing to 2 of the cores, but to all of them, once the shot is grabbed up by this LC, it's going to be kind of complicated. It's going to suck a lot, but what can we do? They want another kill. Kaka is going to find himself being the dual kill middle. Just some bonus damage for Chalice. Whatever, 90-second cooldown on Static Storm. You'll use that spell whenever it's up.
bounty.
Whenever it's up, whenever it's up, whenever it's up.
Tower is under attack.
Gosh. Emo did go for the BTs, and they presumably must know that something might be happening. Well, they're just sticking together right now. I think they think that eHoma just smoked up as a full unit and are looking for a fight, but eHoma is sitting inside the Roshan pit. They could care less about fighting into IG at this point in time. They just want to make sure that they can give this Aegis to Sylar. They have the full pipe of insight. The one great thing about this game though, right, is because of the fact that this Mars lost his lane so hard and the game went so rough and he couldn't find himself with an early blink, early Yules, basically this only until the last minute or so has JT found himself actually able to play this hero and give his team what the hero was picked for, which is initiation and teamfight. Because of that fact, Chalice hasn't actually had to build Blink Dagger. He's been able to greedily go for this Pipe of Insight, because if they start a fight on the side of eHome, they have to glimpse the hero back, and they know that IG will never counter initiate because they can't. They don't have that Mars to do that for them. So he glimpse one hero back, kill them, and then just walk and take a tower, and what can they do about it? Absolutely nothing. So this greed, no punishment from it from the side of IG, would allow Chalice to go full pipe and then into the shard Blink Dagger. Now, you know the thing I was saying earlier about no hero will survive both the Finger and Laguna? It's now an open question, provided that they pop the pipe at the beginning of that fight. Okay, everybody most likely still dies, but as they get tankier and tankier, survivability does become an option. And even if one hero dies, they're gonna have to commit so many spells to kill one person that you're like, okay, cool, we can live with this. And of course, the person that eats up those spells will most likely be Chalice himself, as Sylar has the spin and BKB is available on XM. Tier 1 tower in the top lane. IG surrounding it with 3 heroes. Fly does have tons of skellies going at the moment, so should be able to secure it without too much difficulty. At the same time, eHome, they'll happily trade a tier 1 top for a tier 2 bottom. And Sylar's the one with the Aegis, SNY, Battle Fury, so he can just stand here on the forefront of this. Doesn't have to worry at all about the damage. And here they come on the high ground. This one is a little bit dangerous though. This is not like game number 2, where Fly was not a hero at all. Like this Fly Spectre did literally nothing, but the only reason the Wraith King hasn't done all that much in this game is because he's just been concerned with farming. But he's still a threat in these fights. As far ahead as Emo is, and eHome is at the moment really far ahead, despite it only showing a 2k gold marker, IG can still be very strong in these fights with Emo and Fly. Fly now actually gonna eat a Omni Slash. Alright, that's gonna pop the first life. First usage in the game. It's a 2-minute cooldown. Do they have the damage to kill him? They duel him up. There's a Supernova though on the high ground from Ollie. Will it pop? Do you have enough damage? No! Supernova pops at the last moment. However, the glimpse is still gonna be there. They drag back Fly. He's trying to Vampiric Aura back to life, but it's not going to be enough. Perfect pop on the Ollie Supernova. Almost bought the time for him to escape, but unfortunately the bane of the IG lineup, X-Nova in this game, unstoppable on the Disruptor, glimpses back the Wraith King, they kill him. And that makes them feel like they can take the tier 2 tower without any contest. In fact, Sylar is still stacked up bottom to look for the tier 3. Static Storm. Out onto JT. JT's gonna get dueled up as well. Will they be able to kill him? Yes, they will. Does have buyback, will be forced to use it. As soon as it's back online, you gotta buy back, buddy. Ooh, finger of death. Not enough to burst down Sylar. That pipe! What a pipe, what a timing. The LSA only connects onto the Pango because press the attack came through from Chalice. XM helps to run forward and they run down Kaka. Although XM falling very low, they don't have a cheese available, remember. Sylar sending his attention back towards Emo. Emo in trouble. Emo yules up into the air. There's still a rolling thunder from Fade. Will they be able to find him? Yes, they will. And Fade gets the double kill. Buyback is not available for the Lina. They might show respect on the side of eHome after grabbing this lane of racks, especially because they still have a tier 2 top and tier 2 middle. So I don't expect to see them pushing for a tier 4, but IG, just no tools. Without BKB, honestly, I don't think we can go in and fight. You need the double BKB on both Fly as well as Emo. Sadly, they have neither. I mean, hell, XM didn't even feel enough fear to have to use his BKB. Chalice as well was on point, using the press the attacks continually to make sure they have that magic immunity and the purge. Oof. Yeah, alright, hold up. Did I just see this? Oh yeah, he did. Okay. Kaka, gonna try to grab Sylar. Press the attack with magic immunity. Are you kidding me? Keeping alive. There's gonna be the big arena, but there's also a very nice Static Storm drop down, duel onto the other side of the fight to bring down Kaka. Ali Supernova will pop, stunning up several, but it's Emo that's in the real trouble here in the midst of this fray, and Sylar with his allies able to bring him down. And IG have had enough. They call it. Somebody made the prediction in chat that around 20 minutes Kaka's gonna call GG, and God were they correct. GG is called. And IG. Woo! Throw in the towel and allow eHome to go over and take a very impressive game number 3. 23 minutes is all it took. Yo. Shout out to eHome. And shout out to eHome betters, lol. If you bet for IG, feels bad to be you. Yet again, I really think eHome were able to utilize and play out their draft in a lot stronger fashion than what IG was able to do. While I'm talking about this, y'all, quickly, let's put up the vote. Who's gonna get this award right now? Let's see what y'all think. But so eHome did a lot right in this game, right? They did a lot right. So firstly, they demolished that bottom lane. JT did not have a game of Dota. I mean, look at this Mars right now. 1-6-1, having done very little damage in the game overall. I mean, he took a lot of damage, to be fair, but he did. The only hero to have done less damage than him in this game is Kaka on his Lion. And that's also something that's a little bit atypical, this little damage coming in from the Lion. However, remember, Lion was also in that bottom lane. Him and JT got nothing, literally nothing out of that lane. Both of them kept dying over and over again. Sylar got 6 kills out of that bottom lane without doing anything else, just in that lane because of the disruptor help. So they demolished that bottom lane, allows Sylar to get really far ahead. Mid lane goes okay. XM wins the lane, right? Emo, unfortunately, because the bottom lane has gone so poorly, that's normally a lane where you as Lina, you rotate into, you know Mars gets out the spell, after the spell is popped, boom! We've got LSA, Laguna, we've gotten a target killed, or we just smoke up with Kaka. Unfortunately, because of the way the game was going, eHome got so much experience out of bottom that this disruptor was actually over leveled for a large portion of the game. And then at top lane, they started the lane okay for Chalice. They leave Chalice alone so that Fade can just roam from lane to lane, helping to get kills. But crucially, whenever a kill is gotten or if they force an enemy away, he sits there and gets experience. So he's hella over leveled in this game. Fade ends level 15 here. Hell, just look at these levels. Fade, where's Fade at? Like, he's real drastically over leveled for where he should be at this particular point in the game. And then, to make things worse, to make things even worse, IG on Fly, instead of buying Omelette, instead of buying SNY, he buys Midas. Because he buys Midas, he's not going to have Rads for a long time. Because you won't have Rads for a long time, you won't have an SNY or an Omelette or a BKB. Nothing that helps him. Fly literally was useless in this game. Did absolutely. There was one time where he threw out a Wraithfire Blast, which was kind of cool. That's it. And that's the one that they got the kill onto Chalice. The one death Chalice had was the one time Fly seemed moderately useful because he held Wraithfire Blast until it was the right time. But otherwise, yo. E-Home. Hats off to y'all. Congratulations. And our boy XM. Guess what you get, fam? Guess what you get, fam? XM, our boy here. You get this. Get that putting in that work. Putting in that work. That's what's up. So GG. E-Home go over 2-1 here. Over the side of IG. Feels bad, man. Feels. Alright, guys. I appreciate the gas. You know, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. But, you know, you know, let's not have this be like a Jeeves hating channel. Yeah. I don't want. Listen, like, I'm glad y'all are having a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna cast the next one. Don't stress. Yeah, Elephant Aster is definitely happening. I'm glad y'all are having fun. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves. But I would rather we be positive about me than negative about someone else. Yeah. Even though some of these memes are really funny. Nah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's do the right thing. Jesus also out here putting in this work. Yo, if I wasn't here, for example, no matter how much fun you're having, if you wanted to hear a voice in the game, you'd still be on Jesus' channel. So let's not hate. Let's not hate. Either way, with this game done and dusted, we now celebrate E-Home's victory and then wait for the really fun matchup. Team Elephant going up against Team Aster. Elephant is the rockiest team on Earth. Aster is right now one of the most stable teams. We'll see which one of the two in this collision, how it ends up going. So do not go anywhere, as we'll be right back with some more dotes. The game shouldn't take that much longer to actually be set up, given how long this particular series took. However, in the meantime, if you enjoyed what you heard, you're having yourself a good time, please make sure to become a follower. Especially if it's your first time here. Follow, come say hi in chat. Hang out with us. Tell us what you thought about the games, who your favorite team was. Did your favorite team win? And of course, if you had fun, if you enjoyed yourself, consider becoming a supporter of the stream. Either be by making a one-time donation through PayPal. There's a big yellow button on the Twitch page that you'll see right underneath me. It's like big yellow button. You'll see it there. And if you click that big yellow button and you put it in any dollar amount, you also get your name in lights. Is it in lights? No, it's not really shining. I mean, it's in some lights. It's okay. It's fine. But you get your name in lights and you get my deepest thanks and appreciation. You can become a patron through patreon.com if that's a bit more your style. To do something in a monthly fashion, you can just send and forget. Or you can become a subscriber here on Twitch. Hit that big purple button. Join up the gang. Spam out those emotes. Let XM get his putting in work emote. Do the right thing. But more importantly, be kind to yourself. That's the most important thing. That's what we want. Iliad57. Iliad. Thanks a lot, comrade. I really do appreciate it. The subs, the donations, the bits, all that stuff is actually what keeps this going. It's what helps to keep the bills being paid and ensures that I can be here giving you the gas and giving you the dotes instead of having to worry about how am I going to afford food at the end of the month. So thank you. And with that, we're going to be waiting now for the next game. So Elephant versus Aster coming up. Don't go anywhere. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we continue with the I-League for the day. Now taking our attention towards Elephant as they take on the side of Team Aster. Now, this one's going to be a fun one for several different reasons. I'm going to talk while I'm just quickly typing out the prediction, so don't worry if I seem distracted. The reason this is going to be quite enjoyable to watch is that Elephant, as we've been talking about like continually, this is a team that needs the come up. They're on the come up. They're trying to be somewhat more of a legitimate squad. Unfortunately for them, things have not really been panning out. Things have looked very dicey. A lot of the games that they've played, the drafts have either been very wonky, or when they actually play the game, the team itself looks honestly like shit. So it's very difficult to figure out exactly what's supposed to happen with this team, and we need this team to succeed because those of you who weren't here the other day, we spoke about this. If Elephant is in a situation or in a position where this team folds or it goes south, it's going to be extremely destabilizing for the rest of the Chinese scene. So definitely want this to go well. We need this to go well. So Elephant at this point in time, right now in I-League, they find themselves like mid-pack. I think they're equal on wins and losses. Aster hasn't played as many games as them. Aster's only played 3 games versus the 8 that Elephants have already played at this point. So if Aster win this one out, they'll obviously be very happy. They'll go 3-1. But Elephant, with games dwindling and they have very few matchups remaining for themselves, they need every single W that they can pick up. So let's see how this draft goes. We see them leading off the draft right now. They went for the Lion Tidehunter to respond to the first overall pick of the Abaddon, and that got followed up by the Magnus. Abaddon Mag, we saw nothing to say play Magnus. When was it? It was actually against Aster. Yeah, it was game 1. It was game 1. It was yesterday. Game 1 against Aster. Nothing to say on Magnus. Aster lost 2-0 by the way. That first loss, that 2-1 is from yesterday. So they're a bit on the decline in terms of their momentum. Erstwhile, on the side of Elephants, they definitely want to be climbing right now. They get Jug, they have Tide. So you have the team fight from the Tidehunter and the Lion, lots of damage, very like solid-ish lanes. We don't know what's joining the Snapfire, but already some complications are potentially being presented to the Tidehunter's life. If they lane Snap +1 into him, it's a very annoying lane. That being said, it's most likely going to be a Abaddon +1. For Team Aster, a lot of Chinese teams, when they pick up this Magnus, it generally goes mid. However, Team Aster has XXX, who for the longest time has been the best mag player in China. Like bar none. Like without any caveats, just straight up, he's top 1. Guy's amazing. So would not be surprised to see them continue that trend of just keep him on his best hero, whatever. Elephant, they can go Mars maybe. You can even put Tidehunter as like a 4 or 5 position. We saw Tundra Esports do this the other day with Snaking, where they had him play a 4 Tide. In fact, Tundra and some of the tier 2 European teams have been putting Tide in that support capacity for quite a long time, but they rather just decide to go for the Grimstroke. So Soulbind to set up for a better Ravage, Soulbind sets up for a better Omni Slash. More importantly though, you now have double spells from Lion, a decent lane support, and a lane support that can allow you to get kills as the Juggernaut. We've already seen in this day of Dota 2 what can happen when you unleash Juggernaut in a lane that also gets some kills. Game 1 of IG versus eHome, Fly was playing the Jug, got a ton of kills, dominated the game. Game 3, Sylas playing the Jug, gets a couple of kills in lane, dominates the game. They do pick one of the better offlaners here versus this Jug, so yeah, you can't play Mag offlane versus Jug. Or you can, but the only way to survive that lane is to be farming with like Shockwave, and it's just awful. So Axe will definitely be the better option here. And now they have the big initiation spell from Magnus and counter initiation from Axe. A way to cancel out the blink TP from the Juggernaut without having to commit the full RP from the Magnus. Alright. I love when Aster drops make sense. A lot of times they win games where it doesn't make sense why they win. You just ask yourself, this is ridiculous. But this drop makes a lot of sense to me. We'll now see that this last carry hero that they pick up, Jug is going to be a little bit afraid because he knows there's going to be a point in the game. He's dealing with that potential carry whilst they also have Magnus and Power. Holy smokes. They have last pick for Elephant. If they had last pick for Aster, I'd say I'm very worried about a potential Slock coming out. So unfortunately, they do decide to just remove that. They could go for the Lifestealer potentially as well. I'm thinking about heroes that can contend with Tide and lane and fight against Juggernaut as the game extends.
10 seconds remaining.
Monkey King removed. So it's going to be Slug. Are we playing Lifestealer? Morphling is also not a terrible option here. But it's going to be Lifestealer. So Aster goes for that. Elephant. They need a hero for the mid lane for Somnus. Someone who can play into the Magnus. Ideally doesn't die instantly if he gets jumped on. Death Prophet's already banned. And ironically, I would actually like to see them pick Viper. We saw it just now from XM on the side of eHome. In this game, it's equally, if not better. Nah, okay, not better. Nah, hold on. Lifesteal is a bit of a different thing than the Spectre. But Viper in this game, damage can come purely from the Juggernaut. If you look at the drop from the side of Aster, they don't actually have that much magical burst. And all the physical damage will likely be coming through from the Lifestealer. They have a lot of setup to allow for Monet to carry that game. And Snapfire will probably be providing some bonus damage using Morty's Kisses. But if they just get themselves a hero that can allow greater survivability and just let them scale, never mind, as I'm talking, they pick up the Morph. So they go for the Morph themselves. Great hero versus Lifestealer. The lane versus White Album should also be pretty standard, pretty nice for him. Very difficult for Magnus to do anything to threaten you as a Morphling. Okay. Their burst damage, like I was talking about, is somewhat lacking on the side of Team Aster. They'll be very reliant on killing you in the short period of time after RP, with Morty's Kisses flying out. There's no save on the side of Elephant. To be fair though, given that they have so many like follow-up spells, right? You get RP'd, you're gonna get Snapfire Cookie, then you're gonna get Cold. Presumably by that time you'll probably be silenced by Curse of Avernus. Like, it won't be the most survivable Morphling game in the world. I don't think it's gonna be one of those situations where he just 100%, the game looks super simple no matter what. It's gonna have to play on his toes. Red Panda's most likely gonna have to get the Aghanim Shard here for the Grim. If you have Aghanim Shard on Grimstroke, then it does make life a little bit easier in this game. But here we go. What do y'all predict? What do y'all predict? You have until the end of the Street Fighter screen, of course. So your time is whittling down. Make your bets. Nobody feeling confident to make a last minute bet? Doesn't seem so. And here we go. So the full complement on the side of Team Aster. Moving out. Autobots, roll up. That reminds me of that song. Do y'all remember this track by Ludacris called Roll Out? Classic bangers there. Roll out, dun, dun, roll out. So, in my opinion, who I think is going to win this game, since predictions can't really be made anymore, I'm actually going Elephants. I prefer Elephants draft. I feel like they're going to run into so many damage issues on the side of Aster. Magnus will still also be able to provide some damage. He's going to go Echo Saber this game, of course. And he'll be a real beast in his own right. But I just feel like the Elephant draft is a little bit easier to play. And ease of execution is a big part of Dota 2. They don't lose any of their lanes super hard. They might just lose top though. Yang playing into the Lanem Abaddon as well as the Moni and Lifestealer is a tough lane for the Tide. But because of the way that people play Lifestealer now and Because of the lack, baby, of open wound, you have to buy it. You no longer die in this lane. It used to be a thing where every now and then it used to be possible, given your HP pool, to potentially die at some point. But in this game, he's not going to die either. FY and Lanem will trade a lot of harass between them. And if he has Anchor Smash online right next to Lifestealer, the first 2 levels of Anchor Smash, before there's a lot of damage on Lifestealer, does make that lane a lot more palatable than it would be otherwise. So I favor the Elephant draft. Unfortunately, favoring Elephant's draft isn't the only thing you need to look at if you think the team is going to win. You also have to ask yourself, how arrogant are they feeling today? They're feeling super arrogant. GG. GG. Mid lane, Somnus versus White Album. This Morphling is going to be a real damage threat. The only thing that really threaten the Morph in this game are the Magnus and the Axe. To be fair, Axe threatens everything. So that's probably the most important matchup here for the side of Team Aster. They need to make sure that XXX has a good game. I literally do not see how they win this game with a bad game on Axe. However, a good game on Axe gives them so many options. A hero that dives past everybody, not afraid of getting bursted down, because if you look at the damage from Elephant, the only way they can burst this Axe is if they use everything. They'll have to use Finger, Omni Slash, Ravage, maybe an E-Blade shot, an Adaptive Strike, whatever. And then none of those tools are therefore available to use on Monet. But the crucial thing is they need some way to start these fights that doesn't involve just using RP. When you're playing into Ravage, you know for a fact that if you start the fight with RP, they will counter Ravage you. Every single time. They will jump you and Ravage you. So you need to make sure that you have other ways of these fights going well for you. And that is going to be this man right here, XXX. He needs to have a great game. Other side of the map. As expected, these first 2 levels, with the point and Anchor Smash, Lifestealer can't really get in the face of Yang because FY has been zoning back Lanem quite effectively. You don't kill Monet here, but with the way that they've actually been able to set this up, they're actually going to be able to get to level 3 quite soon. If Yang gets to 3 before Lifestealer does, that lane is actually really complicated for Lifestealer. Like, it suddenly starts sucking. There are just these matchups that are somewhat dependent on who gets ahead first. And this one is wholly that way, because once you have level 2 Anchor Smash, Lifestealer can't farm that lane at all. Like, he's got, what, 2 points feast, but yeah, let's see. Let's see how this is going to go. FY just going to stack some camps for now, though. Make sure that this is available for Eurus to grab later. So this does seem to suggest that Eurus is either going to go... Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Actually, it tells us nothing, because Yang could be the one to farm those Ancients. Eurus could be the one to go for Battle Fury Maelstrom to farm those Ancients. But yeah, no information really provided just yet. It's just a good thing for a support to do. Stack up some camps for Emerald Cores to farm later. But yeah, also top, he decided to go 2 points Kraken Shell instead of 2 points into the Anchor Smash. This will allow Tidehunter to stay alive longer, but it also opens up space for Lifestealer to now get his own farm back, as he's not as affected by the Anchor Smash as he would be at level 2. It'll still be a Tide getting everything he needs, especially whenever FY does this. If they can just make sure that they keep the Tidehunter 1v1 versus Lifestealer, Elephant will just be so happy. Lanem, the two of them running around each other to potentially contest for this water rune. This is really bad, Aster. Monet needs Lanem, bro. Monet needs your help. Needs your help. Can't be in this lane alone. FY. He's happy to play Ring Around the Rosies because he knows that his matchups are perfectly fine right now. Bottom is gonna go very, very well. It's Juggernaut with Grimstroke. Middle, Somnus is having a phenomenal time here. And I know I said that I think this lane is favoring the Morphling, but good god, I didn't expect it to be this harsh. I've seen Magnus pull off victories in lanes that he has absolutely no business being able to do so. In this game though, it does not seem like it's going to be one of those. At present moment, being completely rinsed out here in the mid lane. More than 10 CS in advantage for Somnus. And the thing is, this doesn't get any easier. As levels get picked up by the Morph, it's not like this hero gets weaker as time goes on. Eurus. down bottom, still farming very stably. They brought Lanem down here as well. They're looking for Red Panda. Snapfire Cookie. We'll get the stun out, but oh god, that's beautiful. He throws out the Inkswell stun, but it's not enough damage to kill Borax. They'll just get the first blood. Lanem able to pick that one up. I'm not so sure how worthwhile this all is, because of the fact that down here in the top lane, Monet is not really getting all that much out of this lane because of the lack of presence of a Baron as he went down bottom to get a kill. We'll see though. Bottom, also you love to see it. Axe, despite playing into this Jug, Grimstroke lane has been playing very well, utilizing the camps being brought to him. And it looks like Aster is recognizing how important it is for Axe to have a good game. Because nothing to say... I have nothing to say. XXX. Why am I saying nothing to say? Oh, I'm thinking of yesterday. I'm thinking of LGD. That's why. Because I just see Magnus in the game. I was going to say nothing to say, aka White Album lol. In this game, we'll eventually get this Blink Dagger and all, but he's not your main source of fighting. And if you lack a source of fighting, we saw in the previous game what can end up happening to you. FY, what an Earth Spike, catching out all three heroes, preventing them from actually killing this Juggernaut, and in fact, opening up space for Somnus to come in and potentially find a grab onto Lanem. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. FY. The right click follows Lanem into the trees and does pick him up. Oh my god. Juggernaut was supposed to die. If they kill Jug, XXX gets to keep staying in this lane. He has a Vanguard already, so he's super farmed right now. Would have been something else, but they want to try and re-engage this fight. They don't have level 6 just yet on this Juggernaut. Somnus, bad targets all around, and they've got a Sentry Ward down, so he realizes that he can't really get back in to try and find somebody to bring down. Oh, look at this. White Album stealing away some of these stacks created by FY. And they desperately want to find this kill onto this Juggernaut. They're gonna be able to find the call. No, they won't. Nice move in from Red Panda. The Phantom's Embrace was there. They get the spin out. More than enough damage to kill XXX. And now the same danger will befall Lanem. Almost certainly gonna fall here. They don't have the next disables just yet. Red Panda will have Stroke of Fate if he wants to try and pop it. Eurus running him down with the phase boots. The Abaddon will end up getting brought down by Red Panda, granting a double kill to the Grimstroke. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It's perfect not just because of the fact that you get that kill onto Axe, who at this moment in time is the most farmed hero on the side of Aster. It's because right now, your own offlaner is doing so well at top. The thing that they want to be able to do with Aster, skip the wave, just apply pressure to Monet. Yang is doing that right now. So that makes it very difficult for Aster whenever they don't get these kills onto Eurus, because they're like, we know Jug is going to be getting these next round of items. Monet gets ravaged, will get stunned up from this. Waveform forward by Somnus. Do they have the damage to kill him? Monet trying to juke in the trees, will not be able to do so. He gets brought down. Not only is Yang applying pressure onto him, Yang is killing him now. Eurus has the GG slash. They do get the spin off on the Juggernaut. They have to be very careful about starting a fight close to this tier 1. TP is ready from Kaka. No, FY, not Kaka. FY. Why is my brain in previous game? What the hell is happening? Somnus picks up the T1 in the top lane. Eurus will spin. And he's running forward. Wants to avoid getting Snapfire cookied. FY is in the trees now though. They're content to do this. They can do this forever. They'll just sit here forever. Because Yang is not going to leave top unless he absolutely has to. Doesn't have Ravage now. So he can just stay farming the jungle. Somnus, without Blink Dagger being online for Axe, there's nobody that can catch this Morphling. So there's no threat for Somnus to just keep pushing that wave out top and just farming for free. So they lose nothing by having these three heroes just permanently parked up here in the bottom lane. In fact, they might gain something by bringing down this Axe. Axe about to fall. XXX gets hexed. Eurus was thinking about throwing out the GG slash. RP was used by White Album to prevent him from doing so. Unfortunately, not enough to save the life of XXX. Somnus rotates down to bring him down. That's huge. Massive, massive, massive. Yet another death on the axe. More delay on this Blink Dagger. More time spent with Yang doing whatever the hell he wants on the other side of the map. He's got a Hood of Defiance now flying in. And somehow, still the tier 1 tower bottom remains alive. And Somnus got involved in the action too. Able to get a kill on the Morph. I mean, look at this. What kind of positioning is this? You just get away with this because you know XXX can do nothing. And this is going to take the tier 1. Like, how can Aster stop them? Plot twist, they can't. Literally nothing they can do about this. The tower will end up falling. At the same time, Eurus, still parked up in the bottom lane, will prevent the push coming into his own tier 1. Look how carefully he's playing. The Sea Dragon, he knows that if he just ran to it, they could probably kill it. But he's like, nope. I'm not leaving the vicinity and the safety of my tier 1 at all. And this is very similar to that game we saw from Nigma, where they played Medusa mid with the safe lane Juggernaut. And the reason it's so similar to that game, in that game, ILTW was playing the Jug in a very similar vein to this. He's going to build S&Y Skadi, I'm almost certain of it, on the Juggernaut, because he's not the actual damage dealer. That will go the way of Somnus, who's getting very close towards an E-Blade already. Monet, silenced up, stunned up. Oh, they will overlay the stuns a little bit, but they still have enough damage. Feels bad. The one time you don't have an Observer Ward there to protect you. Red Panda. Killing spree right now for this Grimstroke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Great kill. Oh, and like I was saying, Eurus can just build survivability. He's actually going to go for Maelstrom. I don't think he should because Somnus is here. But whatever, who cares? He can do what he wants. Even if he dies in the fight, who cares? So, as long as Somnus lives. In fact, I'd even say Yang is more important to this game than the Juggernaut is. At the same time, nothing is more important for Team Aster than picking up an additional Blink Dagger on our XXX axe. XXX. We already have a Blink Dagger on the Magnus. So they have Blink RP. No Blink Call. This Observer Ward is scouting out this farm right now, but there's absolutely nothing they can do to stop it. Yang also definitely gonna buy Blink Dagger with the way that he's building this up. Crazy farm on this map right now. First Omelette at least now grabbed for the Lifestealer. The issue is, this is going to be one of these games where Lifestealer needs to be able to fight, but these heroes are going to be so much bigger than him that he's going to show up for these fights, unable to really participate. So despite having access to this Omelette, he primarily has to use it as a farming Omelette rather than as a fighting one. Now we want to see if Aster are going to smoke out on the map to make use of this Axe Blink Dagger. It's finally online. I don't think it's been scouted just yet. Ideal scenario, they'd be able to also involve the Lifestealer in that particular play. He infests and they get the first big blink play with an infest to boot. Get some bonus gold onto Monet, but doesn't seem like the ideal scenario is going to be befalling them. Elephant backing off on all the key quarters of the map. The one bright spot though is that Monet does have access to the Empower. So that means that his farm speed and his overall damage contribution in the middle of the fight will be a little bit higher than it would have been otherwise. So despite the difficulty of his current situation, doesn't necessarily mean that he has nothing to contribute. Can still be useful. So Magnus will help out, and if White Album can find a good RP and bring those targets to Monet, oof, could be lovely. It could be lovely. The difference between the farm of the Jug and the Lifestealer isn't that substantial at this point. So this is probably why actually Jug is opting for a farming item. He realizes that Lifestealer will have access to the Empower throughout the entire course of the game. And yeah, he knows that he's not the farming, he's not the person that's supposed to fully win the game, he's not the win condition. But if you don't keep up with the farm, then you suddenly become the one that's not really contributing in the same way to the rest of your team. Big smoke here from the side of Aster. They're rolling bottom. They did get a scout there onto Eurus. Eurus seems to recognize that some danger is present. And he's going to be able to TP out to safety. The patented farmlet. You saw it here first, folks. Wow. Borax wants to get Blink Dagger into Shard. It's going to be so difficult to actually reliably get off these Morty's Kisses. The thing is, even if they do get a good RP, like that RP, most likely White Album will want to drag the heroes back with the skewer, so you have to wait a moment or two before throwing in the Morty's Kisses, and then they get out of RP. Unless you RP like several heroes in one location, then there's a jump from the axe. It's very difficult. That's why you often see nowadays when the Snapfire is picked, that it is picked up with your Treant Protectors, with your Marses, with your Centaurs, with your Sand Kings. Heroes that can set up the kind of stuns, or hell, your Chronospheres on the Faceless Void, that allow for more than one glob to connect at a time. Elephant inside the Roshan pit. Eurus just picked up his Maelstrom. Yeah, they can't stop this. They probably know this is happening, but what can you do? Well, actually, they probably don't. They don't have any vision of the western part of the map. So, Elephant will just be able to claim this one for free, effectively. Aegis goes away as Somnus. Now, Aster, you have to figure out how they're going to play across the map, despite having to deal with an active Aegis. They're trying to finish a Blink Dagger right now for this young Snapfire. Axis going BKB. Eurus with Maelstrom in tow. Can they find this fight onto Wild Realm? They just got the Blink Dagger on this FY. There we go. That's what we like. Blink, Hex. But do they have this damage is the question? Yes, they do. Red Panda was also nearby with the Ink Swell out onto Somnus. They draw the entirety of Aster here, but this is not where you want to be, ladies and gentlemen. Run away. Run away. Run away. My demon, I think that for me, assessing drafts isn't just about like looking at the potential of the draft, right? It's about how is this draft going to play out in the real world. And honestly, I don't see many circumstances outside of how badly bottom went, which didn't go that badly for XSS initially, just went very poorly afterwards with a lot of the decisions they made from Aster. Like, I'm not sure how many games they replay the same scenario and we don't get here. I mean, okay, Yang probably doesn't own that hard 100 times out of 100. But I think the laning phase is always going to be rough for them. And unfortunately, their team is sort of locked behind some of this early engagements. Somnus. Him and Yang are trying to hunt down Borax, who's juking and jiving around the tier 2 tower here in the mid lane. Yang in some degree of danger though, taking some damage. There's gonna be a soul bind onto these two. They've been throwing in these Morty's Kisses. Infest into Lanem. Lanem falling very low. Ravage comes out, stuns out onto two. Also stuns the jump. The Monet Lifestealer as he comes out of the Infest. Oh my god. What a time to be alive. Wasn't able to get off the rage, so he ends up falling. Monet. He infests Lanem, thinking that he's gonna dodge out a Ravage, but they were very intelligent with this on the side of Elephant. They keep the pressure going out onto Lanem. They get the Ravage out. And we saw Axel was trying to get the initiation. He was literally waiting in the wings, prepared to blink in. Because that's the one opportunity, right? One of the reasons why they generally can't go for that many fights on Aster if Ravage is up. Because you jump in, you call, you RP, you get counter-ravaged. And this time XXX is like, oh god, this is the one time. Maybe we can turn this, but the Ravage, a bit too good. Monet falls down. And Elephant just are falling really far behind. Getting really far ahead, excuse me. With Aster falling quite far behind. They're also about to lose some more heroes here in the bottom part of the map, inside the jungle. The big target here would be the White Album Magnus, and that's indeed who they are hunting. FY's found him. FY's found him. FY's found him. Ah, they've got you, fam. And they waited for you. They even waited with that blink. They're like, nah, buddy. And look at FY. FY, even though he has the ink swell on him, he's like, I'm not even gonna come close to you in case you RP me and Somnus. You know what? I'm gonna stand here. I'm gonna finger you. Then we're done. Yeah, Magnus was third pick. I thought Magnus was gonna be off lane. And then they also went for the axe pick. The main issue is that for me, they're just too many setup options without any kill options, but then the options for setup took so long to come online that now what are elephants afraid of? There's no damage, there's some modicum of setup, but that's about it. Monet's still trying to build into a Desolator right now, but he's not that far behind Somnus. He's actually been able to keep up a decent amount of farm thanks to the help of the Empower, allowing him to farm at a much greater speed than he would otherwise. Unfortunately though, Elephant just feels stronger in the fight. Doesn't matter how many items you have if you can't kill your opponents. Oh man, I love that XXX is jumping into culling Blade Sea Dragons. That's hilarious. Tier 2 tower though should fall. And they will not go high ground from this, I don't think. But this does mean that they've taken most of the external real estate. Only one tier 2 remains for them to grab. Somnus going for SNY himself. So some status resistance, given what we're just talking about, right? The fact that Aster have nothing but setup. Literally, it's just all setup. If he gets status resistance, he doesn't have to worry too much about that setup. The game starts to look very difficult, more so than it already does for Aster. Dire Scan doesn't connect onto anybody, regrettably. Somnus, oh, does get found out, but he does get off the strength move. This isn't happening. So by now onto 2. It's both the Magnus as well as Borax on the Snapfire. They brought down one. The next one will follow. White Album gets taken a task. They can't even kill... Oh, okay, to be fair, it's Somnus, you know, but nobody really even felt threatened there. Somnus just got off the morph. He's like, I'm Gucci. They throw back the Soulbind. They did use the Omni Slash there, but whatever. Juggernaut will use that happily if it leads to a death on the Magnus every single time. And that Mag does not have buyback. So this tier 2 tower will just go down. Fortunately for him, it's not like it's 10 minutes later, so there's not enough time with his death to allow them to go up the ramp. But they will just go claim these outposts. FY gets the sense that there's somebody here right above him. If XXX reveals himself, he could find out that he dies. Just TP's out though, so makes the wise decision. And they will go infest. Alright, so they want to try and take a fight before the next Rosh. They understand that if they just cheese with Shard goes the way of Elephant, might as well GG out. Honestly, if this next fight goes badly, I would GG out. Let's see what they can achieve here. Red Panda, first one caught, and he's gonna get demolished. That's what's up. They still have that capability. If they find one of these two supports, they can still 100 to 0 them very, very quickly. That allows them to regain control of their outpost. I'm not sure how many sentries they have in tow here to try get Revision claimed. Oh. Yang stole an Arcane Rune away from White Album. This is very dangerous from... White Album realizes the danger. He's running. He realizes if he doesn't run, he's going to die here. That was heads up play from White Album. And they might still lose Lanem. Now Lanem's fine. Yo, good job. Now, you might naively think, wow, it's just the side here with an Arcane Rune. If he has Arcane Rune, it means he's not afraid to let that Ravage rip. If he ravages you and catches you, you do not know where these elephant heroes are. They will probably catch you and kill you. Most certainly the right decision there from White Album to commit the RP onto Tidehunter. It sucks to have to do, but because you yourself do not want to have to buy back just to defend a tier 2, or outpost rather, because the tier 2 is already gone, just to defend like a high ground or to defend a Roche. Great decision making there from White Album. Does keep this game alive. However, Elephant quite far ahead.
at this particular moment in time. 7k gold lead for them. XXX also blinking away from FY. FY will not find the Earth Spike. Gonna try hunt down the sacks through the trees. XXX though should be able to escape. Is FY still chasing this dude? Oh my god. That's awesome. FY literally gonna be like, I'm chasing you all the way back home. You need to get back home. That's the only place to go. Yang. Building into the Satanic. Man, I love the Satanic build on these Tidehunters. You just never die. And the thing is, one great thing about this game, and why Yang is going to be so instrumental as things go later and later and later. At 15, he got the Anchor Smash reduction talent, right? Yet again, let's take a quick look at the damage that comes out of Aster, shall we? Comes out of White Album, who's sitting here with Echo Saber. Well, he's not actually going to finish the Echo Saber just yet. I think he wants to keep money for buyback, but he wants Echo Saber. He actually dismantled it and sold it earlier. Maybe he's going to turn this into an Orchid. Alright, never mind. It's going to go into the Silver Edge. Alright, that actually changes things. So, he now has less damage available on the Magnus because he doesn't have the Orchid. All the damage comes from Monet. Unfortunately, with an Anchor Smash that has 80% damage reduction against a melee hero, guess what's going to happen? He's gonna get Anchor Smashed. And then he's gonna get Anchor Smashed. And then he doesn't have to worry about dying, because in a lot of games you'd be like, okay, Anchor Smashed is one target, but there's some Lina or some Void Spirit or some Storm Spirit that can still do effective magic damage against me. But not really in this game. He's just gonna chill. So Yang just beefing up is the most effective thing he can be doing at this stage of the game. Euros also, I mentioned earlier that I would like to see him just go like Manta / SNY into Skadi. He did stop over for the Maelstrom for the reasons we spoke about earlier, to help him keep pace with his Lifestealer, considering that the Lifestealer has Empower. But he still ends up going for the SNY Skadi. This is definitely the correct build for him to do, because now there's even less possibility of them killing him, and when he's fighting Monet 1v1, Monet is going to be lifestealing less against him because the Skadi debuff will be on him. Really feels like just a complicated scenario here. Elephant back in the Roshan pit. Yang will lead this one off. Eurus is nearby. This is Aegis Cheese with shot. Let's see. They already have the shot out onto the jug. Oh, they see Borax. This is going to be a nice easy kill for them. He's trying to buy time, I think. FY, as well as the Red Panda. Grimstroke. I'm not going to allow him to interrupt potentially this Roshan being taken. Somnus is actually being kind. He's like, FY, yeah, don't use finger, man. I got you. I'll just pull through, burst this guy down. Easy pickup. Oh, Johnny, Comrade Johnny, Comrade Johnny. Thanks, Comrade. I really do appreciate it. Johnny came through with a $5 tip, so shout out to you, Comrade. On him. Popping up the Aphotic. FY taking some damage here. Will end up dying inside the Ghost Scepter. White Album, can he TP out? Yes, he can. They buy back on FY. Looks like they want to try to end the game right now. Didn't see what happened there to actually cause the initial death of FY, but the rest of his team is like, mate, spend that gold. Get it, loser. We're going to win the game. Even if he dies again, it's not that important. He already has all the necessary items for this game. Aether Lens, Psychic Headband, Blink Dagger. With all of this, look at the cost range of his Earth Spike. So provided he's at the back of the fight, he can still be very instrumental here. Aster want to come for a fight, but I definitely question the wisdom of this one. With the exception of Soulbind, all the ultimates are online, and none of those ultimates are safe to play into. Yeah, I'm just gonna try D-Ward here. Gonna get called right quick. There's gonna be the Morty's Kisses flying out. That's a lot of damage. They actually managed to kill the Tidehunter very quickly. Finally, something goes right for them. Borax landed off the Morty's Kisses perfectly. Red Panda trying to TP out will not be able to do so as Monet finds him and kills him. Okay, who did the most damage there? So they get the stun out, right? And because they get the coral first, Yang doesn't get off the anchor smash, and all the damage in the world is available for Monet. That is the one drawback, is that if you don't anchor smash, Monet can still be quite deadly in these fights. And we're getting to the late game portion. Late game Lifestealer can actually play into Jug Morphling. Not if he's Hex though, as he might end up dying. Earth Spike will be there. Omni Slash comes out. There's going to be the Finger of Death. Monet able to run away, however. He's fine. Infest into this creep. Eurus, yeah, you show you have the Blade Fury with the bonus speed, but it's not nearly as fast as the Infest bonus speed. And now they're looking for a turnaround here. Axe, he is nearby. Is he gonna go for this jump? They also know that there's no Omni Slash. And Eurus just wants to destroy this creep. Monet has Rage CP though, and Eurus did not buy Basher. So no way to deal with this, no way to cancel this. Like what I just saw right now from Team Aster. Stuff like that is what will give you the ability to still win the game, ultimately. Lanem, he's too far away. They can't kill him. Dude, Aster is so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Aster is so good. The fact that White Album has been able to keep up his own farm whilst also making sure Monet keeps up his. This could have easily been a 10k gold deficit at the moment, given the way the game is looking. Where they are on the map, all the tier 2s are gone, Roche has been taken twice. Despite all of that, you still have yourself a situation where you find 2 heroes RP. This is perfect. Can you get the call onto Yang? Yes, you can. Burst down the Tidehunter. They still manage to spin away onto Eurus. But White Album, what a time to be alive. The perfect 2 heroes to catch with the RP here. They still want to have the Ravage online, so there was no counter initiation anyway, but nonetheless, that was wonderful. Aster are back in this. Honestly, no cap, no memes. They're 100% back in this now. Also, look what White Album did, right? He went for the straight Silver Edge. He actually finished the full item. This way, right? I was questioning, why is this side so squishy? He's broken. Can't use Kraken Shell. Suddenly, you are in a position where not only are you susceptible to dying, but... Oh, London, can you escape? No, you cannot. They cancel out the TP. At the same time, White Album will just use his BKB to run down FY. And they also had to just run down and spend a lot of time focusing onto Lanem. They didn't have the Omni Slash back online. Very good kill there, actually, from the Magnus to prevent Lion from being able to move forward. Did commit a BKB charge, but we're getting down to the lower usages of it, so it's fine. At this point, it's all about creating chaos on the map to buy time and space for the Lifestealer. Borax, you gotta be the sacrifice. Feels bad to be you. It is what it is. What? Okay. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. Snail plus Fogged will come one day. It would be amazing. Eurus putting in this damage. Tier 2 tower taken. Tier 3 tower now suddenly in their sights as Elephant are on the high ground. They've lost their ages, but they still feel really strong, especially without the Snapfire. Big jump in onto Somnus. Can they keep him alive? He pops the cheese. He is still going. Soulbind was now thrown out on the 2. And do they drag back the Yang or Tidehunter? They do, but that just enables them to rip off a 4 hero Ravage. RP though onto Yang. They actually haven't been able to kill anybody on their side just yet. Everybody's still too tanky. XXX jumps back. They kill Yang. That is one down. E-Blade thrown out. They allow themselves the damage to bring down XXX now. Buyback is available for the Tidehunter. Oh no, it's not. He doesn't have it. I thought he had it. But that's Morphling's buyback. So nobody who's dead right now has buyback. Eurus doesn't get skewered back into the base, and that might lead to a death of White Album. Unfortunately, FY loses vision because of the Silver Edge. Might need to see a gem snag. Oh, already have the gem. Okay. And they give the gem to Jug so he can have a bit better vision. Monet. Will he fight versus Somnus? He's trying. Inkswell is out now. They just want these racks. They want to delay them. Aster, how on earth are they still keeping this game going? Somnus just wants to take these racks and get out of dodge before Axe returns. They're trying. There's no more Blink RP. There's still Blink Skewer, but it's very risky. And they will just let this one go. Team Aster, despite their efforts, unfortunately, they do still lose the melee racks. Although that was extremely difficult for Elephant. It really did feel like the entire time while that push was happening, Aster have gotten to this point in the game where it's actually really difficult to kill their heroes. Like, as much as I was complimenting the build from Jug from earlier, like, they're starting to run into major damage issues on Elephants. It's the other way around. And this Morphling, he went for survivability after the SNY before he went for pure damage. So he finished the Satanic first. So it kind of shows that limited right click potential in this situation. Monet, AC, Basher. He wants Satanic as well. We've been seeing very few Abyssal Blades. Just in general. So I definitely prefer him going for the Satanic. This way, he has two ways of sustaining himself in the fight. He can infest into somebody to try and run away, and or pop the Satanic and have that be the tool that he uses to ensure that he can keep hitting the Morphling or the Juggernaut. Morph needs the Daedalus now really, really badly. You need to make it a bad idea for Monet, because Monet was able to spend a lot of time at the front of the fight, and it's going to be Somnus's job to prevent that from happening again. So let's see what neutral items we have right now at this stage of the game. Elven Tunic for the Eurus, of course. The Tidehunter sitting with a Dragon Scale. Red Panda with a Quickening Charm. Red Panda's actually been playing really well this game. His score might not look that high, but yeah. Proper spell usage is an art, and he's been playing that art perfectly. White Album has gone in now for the Enchanted Quiver with Moonshot, despite not having access to an Echo Saber. Okay. Abaddon has Vambrace. XXX has the Elven Tunic as well.
Tower is under attack.
Borax is obviously sitting bottom with the Psychic Headband, trying to force out a push. He's the rat of the team. They really don't want to have to go down bottom and address that wave, but somebody might have to. Looks like they want to push through middle though on the side of Elephant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Eurus. Oh, RP. 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 Alright. It's good enough to kill FY, and they also get the drag out onto the Tidehunter. White Album. White Album. Alright. 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 Okay. Okay. I actually have very few words. That's the second time in this game that White Album keeps everything looking very good, and it actually, for the first time in this game, has turned over the gold lead in favor of Team Aster. Slightly. Very slightly. But the fact is that play did it. RP to kill FY, skewer back Yang to ensure they bring him down in front of their own base, and now we're here at this 40-minute mark. Lifestealer has the Deso, Satanic with a Leveler as well. Yeah, that hero's really dangerous. That hero's really dangerous. They are now... They have to know a Rosh attempt is happening, right? But did they have buyback on Yang? They didn't, no? That went too quickly. Aegis with the cheese and refresher shot. Who got the refresher? They gave it to Axe. Alright. So double core. Yo. 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 Aster, dude. Aster, dude. Aster. Wow. Nah, don't blame Elephant for this. Like, Elephants were actually poised to be in a position to potentially win the game like 5-6 minutes ago. But the perpetual delays and the reason why they haven't been able to, it's Aster just playing really well. Eurus is going to be the one that leads off the charge on the high ground. Yang doesn't want to be too close to the Juggernaut, as he needs to be able to provide that follow-up Ravage. And they get the Soulbind out onto Monet. Yang just blinks onto the far side of the fight. They were trying to slow him down, but nobody's nearby. So it doesn't latch, unfortunately. Aster, yet again. Good decision making allows them to back away. Who did Morphling steal? He stole the Lifestealer form, so he has some rage if he wants it. And Eurus. Be careful. If they find a 2-hero RP again, especially with the half the team not actually here on this high ground, it could be disastrous. Monet is gonna be the first one forward. Pops the rage. Damage being done right now. You just get the RP on the 2. It was a bait, but Yang get the Kraken shell off. There's gonna be the refresh RP. There's the second one. Both Yang as well as Eurus are dead. FY follows them into the grave. Somnus on the far side of the fight, but he is living a little bit on borrowed time here, trying to get away. Do they stun him? Yeah! Oh my god, the call! XXX finds the range in the corner. And they get the double kill off, bringing down the Somnus Morphling. Monet, by far the net worth leader in the game now. 9k gold lead. Oof. Ooh, that's painful. That's painful. What a jump. Honestly, Yang though, I must say I'm gonna put that all on Yang. Like, that's not the first time that we just saw now just happen. Yeah, he knows that he's the target. He knows that he's the Ravage. Like, the counter initiation has to come from him. It can come from nobody else. They don't have an axe to help out if he misses the big spell. That can't happen. If they lose that game, it's twice going to be because of Yang. His positioning, I think, was shocking in the last couple of fights. And they're going to lose a laner Rax, potentially 2 off of this, because we already have in the bottom lane Lanem bringing in a creep wave. Yeah, this is 2 sets of Rax. What a mistake from the Tidehunter. Also, any fight that starts with your safe laner and your off laner dying at the beginning. I mean, hell, we didn't even get to see any damage coming in from Eurus. Also, I think he should have bought an Aghanim Scepter, or ideally, if they could get themselves the next Roche to get an Ags. Because they are severely lacking extra damage beyond this Omni Slash for Jug. And Somnus, yeah, sure, he does have access to the Daedalus coming soon at some point. Still farming it, but there's only a limited amount he can do by himself. Oh, Klaus is back. Hey, comrade, what's hood? What's hood? We missed you, bro. We missed you, but it is what it is. These things happen. Technology is a fun place to live in. So, when tech goes down, what can we do? Oh, you know Sandy, lol. That's hilarious. Does anybody remember the last time we actually saw multiple heroes getting caught? In particular, Monet and or this White Album Magnus actually getting snagged up by this Ravage. Feels like Tide just in such a magnificent position to lose his team this game, lol. He's gonna try buy Aeon Disc. This should have come earlier if this was going to be the consideration. I like that he has the Spell Prism at the very least, but unfortunately, for Spell Prism to be good, you have to use the spells. And we haven't really seen that being utilized. He even got the AoE Anchor Smash. Like the damage reduction on the buildings. Or the damage onto the buildings, sorry. AoE in the sense that it now affects not just heroes, but structures too. It's not like this game is impossible for them to win on the side of Elephant. It's just bloody difficult. Almost 30k in the experience lead, 15k gold lead. We also have 2 heroes that have surpassed level 25 on the side of Team Aster. They're smoked up though. Yet again, we see these ring around the rosies on these high grounds. Elephant sitting on dire triangle at the moment. They get a little bit of vision, not just yet. Sentries and some wards laid out. Lanem, we're gonna be the first one to break this. XXX doesn't find the goal. This could be the place, but Yang! No! Yang! No! 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 That's game over. That's GG. Yeah, I just called it. Dude! Ha ha ha. Axe missed the call. Magnus pulled through with the Ravage onto 2. Yang, it's one thing that Eurus gets caught for like the 3rd, 4th time in a row, but Yang yet again getting caught with Eurus. That can't keep happening. Can't keep happening. Well, it's happened. And now Monet with this leveler, happy to turn his... Oof! Whoa, okay, alright, let's see if the next tower also gonna go down that fast. Let's see, they have Lil Shredder, the Deso. They're reaching forward for a fight. There's gonna be a soulbind. Yang does bite back. The Finger of Death only lands onto 1 because they immediately infest to avoid it. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, so the soulbind actually still affects you inside the target through infest. I did not know that. Yang, finally a Ravage, but it might be too little too late. They get the blink call off. Yang's dead. That's a dieback. Somnus is gone too. And that's GG. Elephant. Unable to keep this game alive when the game was in their favor. Unable to win this game out when they were on the cusp of going over. Unfortunately, White Album is too good. And White Album decides that we are playing this game for a while. We're gonna be here for a while. We're all gonna be here for a while. He knows that if they get to this late game portion, it's one thing playing the mid game, right? Where things look so difficult, where all it was is they have setup, but there's no damage. That's one game, right? It's another when we're 35, 40 plus, Monet hits the hardest on the map, and we have 2 forms of initiation. We don't need extra damage anymore because we just give Monet in power. He's gonna cleave through everybody. And I'd say there were 2-3 fights. One was they got the RP onto Yang and Eurus. This was before they took the tier 3 tower middle. RP them both. No, it was Yang and FY, sorry. RP them both, skewer them to the far side close to his team, and they end up killing both of them, which delays the push maybe 2 minutes. And the push was coming. They were there to push. They were laying down wards, they're already taking down a tier 2 tower. They're trying to push, now it gets delayed. Okay. And then when they do come for the push, after these heroes respawn, they force the fight to take so long just to take the tier 3 before even losing the racks that Elephant expend pretty much all their resources. They can't even go from that fight to doing anything else. They can't go straight from we've taken this to let's go try find the outpost, let's maybe set up for Roche. We saw after that fight, Aster felt they could chase afterwards because they realized that, well, you're at this point now where Lifestealer is now a massive threat. You haven't threatened the base, and if we get late game, Lifestealer into Jug, into Tide, into Morphling, Lifestealer will win. And God, also, listen, I know we normally do the vote, but the only person who can get this, the only person who can get the young putting in work has got to be our boy, our young man, the God, White Album. Yo. Those White Album RPs in this game. Mwah. Just stellar. And they go over and they win the game despite having been very far ahead for most of it. Not very, but they were far ahead. And they end up bottling it and they go down here in game number 1. Team Aster able to hold it out until the point where their draft is just better. Easier to fight with, more survivable. You can keep breaking the Tide Hunter. I must say, one of the most genius things, this Silver Edge pickup was just perfect. Just absolutely perfect. He even sold off the Echo Saber that he was building to make sure he could get this item. And did it not do the Lord's work. Like, Yang just was not prepared for this. Didn't have like a Lotus Orb on himself or a Greaves or something to help out. So he gets broken and they have enough to kill him every single time. So with that, Elephant find themselves going down in game number 1 against the side of Team Aster. Look good for a long time. But Aster held it out. Aster held it down. And they will find themselves victorious here in game 1. So with that, that is going to lead into us going into game 2 with an advantage for Team Aster, which is not surprising given their record. I mean, this is honestly a very typical Aster game where things look dicey for a while. Boom, we're winning now. Yeah, So Team Aster with the dub. Let's see how they perform in game 2. Elephant have a lot to talk about. They have a lot to discuss about how to win the game, because in terms of how they were supposed to play this draft early on, they did that, but it's not enough to just play the draft early. You have to play it to completion, and that they unfortunately failed to do. So while the two teams are busy stacking up for that, in the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel if you aren't already. Be awesome. Be like Johnny. I mean, Johnny, we should just like permanently put your name here, because you're always out here with these donations, but sincerely, I really do appreciate it. Johnny has now gotten us 1% closer to the May donation goal, so shout out to you, comrade. Of course, if you don't want to be like Johnny and you'd rather just become a patron, be like God, I keep forgetting the full pronunciation. QTF something, FWH, I don't know. Sorry, I'll have to look it up. Be cool like them, become a patron on patreon.com, or if you want to just stay on Twitch, when I use the purples, there's a big purple subscribe button that you can click on. Become part of the Snare family, join the Discord. If you become a subscriber, you can join us in spamming out these emotes. Look how much fun Johnny's having spamming out those special hearts. Join him in this gas. So we now come to the end of game 1. Game 2 coming shortly, so do not go anywhere, because I'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
Too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think. Too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think. Too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think. Too long. Don't blink. It's gone.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, it is time. It is time. It is time. It is time. We are now going to be finally getting to the end of the series. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to go to game 3. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We're going to find out together what's going to end up happening here. As Elephants going up against Team Aster. It's a straight up best of 3, but Aster, generally when Aster takes game 1, they tend to take game 2 as well. So usually you have to beat this team 2-0 if you want to go over. Elephants failed to do so, so let's see if they can do it here in game number 2. The draft is already going through thick and fast. Both of these two teams picking like their lives depend on it. LC snagged up by Aster. So XXXLC, lovely. We do see Elephant responding to that by going for the Elder Titan Mars. It's interesting that they had the option for like Dark Willow Mars. Probably not for Phoenix Mars because then they just get the Snapfire, but still, ET with Mars can still be a very good combination as well. They follow that up on the other side from Aster with the Warlock. I'd be very worried about a Spectre pickup, but they already have Sven, so that can't happen. Warlock, some good lane sustain. Also a very good team fight. They have now another really big spell. So for Aster, you have multiple ways of starting fights at this particular moment in time. Second phase, we saw Pango opening it up for Elephant, which was responded to by getting the Skywrath Mage into the Sven for Team Aster. Leshrac picked by the side of Elephant for Somnus in the mid lane. It's interesting about this Pango. It does seem to be the case that we're going to see this more often with Mars as well. Like Pango Mars instead of just like Pango by itself. Damn, they are really brushing through this draft, my god. Storm Spirit, Lights pick for the side of Team Aster. Yo, we just got here, yo. Relax. Chill. Yo, calm down. Alright, Elephant and Aster, they really want to start going at this. Okay, I'll keep the bets open and the predictions open a little while longer so we can digest these drafts. Last pick on the Lifestealer. Playing the LS into the Monet of Sven. How do I feel? How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? In this game, there's no Phoenix, which often is a hero that comes in like behind the Sven to pop him up for heal. There's no Oracle or anything like that. It's just him, heads up.
10 seconds remaining.
As the game extends, we will get to this like late portion of the game, like uber late. It's gonna take a while until we get there, where this Lifestealer doesn't necessarily become very good against the Sven, but starts to make Sven's life very annoying. Early on, you feel quite good. You're just like, oh man, I have so much extra damage. But yeah, you want to win quickly. You want to win quickly when you play against this Lifestealer. Unfortunately, for the side of Elephant, they don't get that massive burst from the Magnus. So the shot in the arm that he was picking up continually in that game won't be available. I want game 3, but this last pick Emo Storm Spirit also really worries me. Definitely feels like one of these heroes that can turn the entire game. I want to say Elephant. But I'm gonna go with Aster. They felt really good in game 1. And I think that in this game, Elephant, yeah, they're still gonna struggle with completely finishing off all these fights in the fashion that they want to. They've got LC Skywrath Mage to deal with, Sven with Warlock, so not just the cleave, but Fatal Bonds plus cleave and with God Strength. There's an absurd amount of damage. So yeah, I'm gonna put my faith at this point, my heart and my dreams, I'm gonna put on the side of Team Aster. Y'all can hear I'm not that happy about it. Just is what it is. Alright, so because of how quickly the draft went past, we are going to... Yeah, dude, Fatal Bonds God Strength is going to be crazy. I'm very concerned about that. Yeah. So I'll give you all an extra 30 seconds because of how quickly the teams went through the draft to close out your bets, make your decision. Basically decide if you think Elephants can play in such a way as to prevent Aster from being able to go over them. They have a lot of team fight, to be fair. Like, their team fight is very scary. Hell, if they can find a way to get Lifestealer close to a target that's being dueled even, that can start a fight for you because you infest that target, LC doesn't kill them anymore. Suddenly, it's now a 2v1 fight, and we turn around back onto you. We'll see how things go though. And there we go, the horn has sounded. So, submissions for predictions shall end, and bets shall close. Oh wait, somebody was about to bet. Johnny, you have to bet again. Remember, betting for Aster is TA for some reason because I'm an idiot. Because Team Aster, that's why. No, I'm not an idiot. I'm pretty smart. Smart guy. So quickly make your bet, then I'm gonna close it. You're lucky I just happened to see that you were attempting to do so. White Album playing versus Somnus here in the mid lane. Will be a decent lane for the Storm. Gonna see what ends up happening once we see movement on the map for White Album. He's been playing Jesus really well. I was actually shockingly shocked at his performance in game 1 and how much he was able to put forth, the work he put into the game. So in this game, once he starts moving out onto the map, it does become the case that the primary target he's going to reach for is going to be the ET or the Mars. Catching the others is just a bit difficult, at least until you have Orchid and a ton of damage. Top lane, we see there's going to be a little bit of harassment between the two supports against each other. Eurus on the Lifestealer. There's a lot of sustain for the LC, although it's not the easiest lane for her either. It's the kind of lane that can go really complicated. And Johnny, I'm trying to help you, fam. I'm trying to help you, but unfortunately I gotta close the bet. Sorry, bro. Bracer snagged up right now for Lifestealer to keep him more sustained in the lane itself. Overall, Elephant, for them, a winning laning phase would be one that there's not the only kill threat that only comes out is a little bit later. So provided they get farm, which they will, they'll be able to find that quite happily for themselves. Top is the only place where I could realistically see a kill happening because Yang is just gonna get kept running lower and lower thanks to those fatal bonds, and eventually he might be in kill threshold. But if they play carefully enough, especially if FY just reserve the swashbuckle with the lucky shot, they should have enough to always make sure that the Magnus escapes the lane. White Album. I wonder in this game whether or not Somnus goes, or when Somnus goes BKB. It's not an if, it's a when. Like, you're playing into Skywrath Mage, Storm Spirit, there's no way you don't buy BKB. It does seem like Borax had come middle to attempt to gank onto this Leshrac, but unfortunately there's already an Observer Ward down there. In the meantime, Red Panda will go right on ahead and snag out a bounty. So, Elephant grabbing 2 for themselves. FY will tank some damage. Does he have Swashbuckle? Gonna try a TP hole. He's fine. That was hella close. And that's the kind of situation that can happen to you in the top lane. You get very, very close to death and suddenly Lanham puts the Shadow Word out onto you. And it feels so dangerous. This early game though, Team Aster, broadly speaking, quite happy with it. Top lane, they were able to force back one of the supports. Here in the mid lane, they're getting a lot of farm on White Album. They're all just going to keep the Skywrath Mage nearby, just peppering the Somnus Leshrac with as many spells as possible. Red Panda will interrupt this with an Echo Stomp. That actually might lead to the death of Borax. Lightning Storm will be there. Absolutely no way he's going to be able to walk away. So, side of Elephant, they say, you want to bring these supports? Fine, let's go. Bring these supports. Bring these supports. Now what? Double kill, baby. Somnus. Off to a really hot start now. The two supports helping him out. Yeah, I think after everybody goes back to lane that the Skyrath mage is going to stay bottom. It's coming. He's like, yeah, that kind of sucked. That was awful. He's still going to maybe show up middle to refill the Storm Spirit's bottle easily, but we'll see how it ends up happening. FY, off the back of a successful movement towards middle, we'll now return his attentions towards top just to make sure that we keep Monet under a little bit of pressure so that Yang can have a good game. Not level 6 just yet for this Mars in the top lane. Him and Sven are 4 at this point. Once we crack 6, then we can actually bring in the Leshrac to potentially find a kill. They'll definitely have the damage. That is the one thing about their draft, is that with the Leshrac in tow, I don't remember, did Leshrac come before or after the Sven? FY already used Swashbuckle, he's gonna die now, yeah. Because he's Swashbuckled, he has no escape tool, so he definitely ends up dying. They even TP in the Skyrath mage to make sure that that can happen. But in this game, they have made sure that they have access to enough magic damage to affect the Sven, even if he does have massive amount of armor. So BKB will still be a requirement for that hero. And it does mean the first couple of fights, if they can catch him with the Mask of Madness active, my god, then they can certainly kill him. Cooking and watching Dotes is the best. Speaking of cooking, well, we're not going to have a lot of action for the next 30 seconds. I want to share something with you all right quick. So, for the longest time, I've been wanting to reduce the amount of meat I eat. And the other day, I recently bought these like plant-based meats. I bought a lot of plant-based mints, some plant-based burgers. And I had the first burgers yesterday, and it was freaking delicious. I was shocked at how good it tasted. It was amazing. Moral of that story, plant-based meats can be delicious, can be nice. So don't be afraid of going that route. XXX. Level 6, definitely recognizing in this game that he's gonna need the Blink Dagger. I wonder what itemization we'll see out of Eurus. Presumably he's gonna rush in for the armlet. Oh wow, that's gonna rush down XXS. That's gonna heads up kill him, he's gone. No survival here for you, bait. Yo, that was chest out if I've ever seen chest out. That was incredible to watch. Literally ran at him from the jungle. Pick up with the phase boots will lead into the armlet and then probably SNY AC. Or it might be Deso AC. Might decide for Deso AC just because the Deso as well will help a little bit up against the Sven. But Elephants are playing a lot more proactively on the map. In the previous game, though they were getting a lot of kills, the only person who was really moving all that much was Somnus on the Morphling. Well, him as well as all that thought we see now. Quick jump. They're gonna try and get the dual kill onto Somnus, but there's Pulse Nova, man. Look at this damage onto everybody. They're actually about to lose XXS. They do not. Arena came in from Yang. Man, if only that Arena was there whilst all the heroes were in tandem together. One Arena and a God's Rebuke would have killed all three maybe. They don't get the dual kill, but they still do wind up with the life of the Leshrac being forfeit. FY also missed a Swashbuckle. Okay. Lesh. They're now gonna try and kill middle. Oh, do they have the damage? Yeah, they do. That was very smart of them. They left Storm Spirit asleep until Somnus could get closer and throw in the Lightning Storm because they knew that guarantees the damage enough to pop the target. And they're playing really well in this game right now, Elephant. This is exactly how they wanted to start the game. But they also got the dream start they wanted in game 1. So the dream start is certainly not enough. They're gonna show up bottom with Somnus with the Diabolic Edict. However, Team Aster don't want to let this one go that cheaply. With Skyrath Mage making his way over, Warlock already being here with the Chaotic Offering. becomes extremely difficult to justify continuing to go for this. Give you gas, lol. Moss has a soul ring and level 8 right now with the ultimate back online. We ideally find a kill. Who's the best target to kill right now? Killing Sven right now would actually be based. Lanham is just gonna walk past them. He's gonna present himself as a very easy target. We're at that phase of the game where, wait, what? Lanham Shadow Word, baby. They only have 2 points into the God Rebuke, and Red Panda unfortunately has 0 points into the natural order, so they do not have the bonus damage necessary to help them with that kill. They're still gonna try for it though. They throw Lanham towards the tree with the sphere. But with level 3 Shadow Word, he's gonna be fine. Monet and Borax.
Double damage.
Moving top, they want to try get Monet involved in the game and make use of the Skywrath Mage ultimate. Like, you don't pick Sven LC with Skywrath Mage to not be moving around with Skywrath Mage using the Mystic Flare whenever it's online. It will be on cooldown for now though. Lanham, is he gonna die? Spear to the tree. Do they have enough to bring him down? However, we saw in the previous instance how much of a struggle it was. However, this time around Eurus is there. He does have the right clicks, and they do find that kill. So no Warlock will most likely mean that tower gets pushed down as well. So in terms of map advantage, Elephant in a similar set of circumstances as they found themselves in game 1. Tier 1 towers all being pushed out, them being very aggressive on the map, them having the positive vision, and them deciding to smoke up because now they just went for the early Yules on this Leshrac. Oh god. Is Monet the target? Is Monet the target? Is Monet the target? Oh, he's a little bit positioned on the wrong side here. Had he come literally 20 units forward, he'd be dead right now. And it's too late for them to try to rotate bottom either. It's gonna take too long to get here, so they will not be able to find a kill, unfortunately, using the first smoke.
Amazing what you'll find.
Somnus wanting to rush down Lanham. Split Earth does connect, and they will have enough damage to kill him. And oh, okay, White Album though, they're gonna go for a counterplay here. Yule Scepter up, can they help out Somnus? He's gonna get doomed. He's still gonna end up falling, but it is not gonna be for free as they came in with allies. Can they kill White Album? No, they cannot. So they get the Warlock. Legion Commander ends up going down as well. I mean, there's some dual damage there, but I don't know if that's actually worth it. I do not know. I actually do not know. Nonetheless, it happened. But Elephant need to be doing more. The way that they drop this setup, they need to be always pushing the tempo and pushing the pressure onto the other side of the map. We have to remember that as this game scales, Team Aster gets terrifying in the later portions of this game. They're gonna quickly lose the Skywrath Mage here. That's quite nice. But I do not want to see Elephant letting up for even a moment. On the bright side, they do not have easy access to hyper farm on 2 heroes, only on 1. So that means that they only have to deal with a hyper farm Monet. Does not seem like we'll be seeing the same from White Album. Having a bit of a rough time thus far in terms of accruing gold, which means a very late Orchid. It only has the 1 Oblivion Staff right now. Might only finish this at like what, 16, 17? At the same time though, they can still go for fights on the side of Aster because they've picked up the Blink Dagger for LC. They have Mystic Flare back online. It's go time! And Borax is of course going to be building into this Rod of Atos. He's going to have it so quickly. They're leaving him top actually for this exact purpose, so he can soak up all the farm by himself. If he dies, he's building an item which buying the components of still feels pretty good. Yules? Oh god, they caught White Album. They've got him dead. Woof. Yeah. Nice kill. Now what do they turn this into? Lifestealer's not nearby here. Red Panda will just be happy to just deward on triangle. Somnus with max points into the Diabolic Edict. Would ideally want to turn it onto a tier 2, but they bring in some support from the side of Aster to prevent that from happening. And now they're going to smoke up to go onto this map and fight. We've got Blink, Mystic Flare. Somnus would be one of the first heroes they come across. Borax. Oh no! Self-fuel. Somnus trying to stay alive. Here comes the chaotic offering only onto Somnus though. Eurus wanted to take this fight. There's going to be Arena landing out onto several. Swashbuckle through 3. And it's so far still a 1-0 fight. Rolling Thunder though from the FY Pangolier. Just trying to create some chaos to allow the rest of Elephant to retreat. Red Panda though will not be so lucky as he finds himself got brought down. Somnus got jumped first. Unfortunately for them, right now, if we look at the build... Oh, wait, what? Why is he going Satanic? Yeah, that's fine.
Two-legged abomination.
Well, not really. I'd like Deso first, and then you can go Satanic. But because of the fact that, if you look at Julius's build right now, his damage comes purely from the Sange and Armlet, but it's not AoE damage at the moment. Because they caught Somnus first, this is the hero that absolutely cannot die at the beginning of the fray, and they still expect to have damage on the side of Elephant. Once Somnus is gone, the damage is finished. So despite being able to get a very good swashbuckle, despite the arena being perfectly placed, if Somnus is alive there during that arena, whew, we have a very different game on our hands. Unfortunately, he isn't, and he ends up falling. XXX rushing this Aghanim shard in this game will certainly be vital against the Mars. Might lose his own life here in the top lane though. Yang gets off the arena, not going to take any chances. They're even bringing in allies because they've recognized that they have such little damage. White Album will jump in, they get the silence off onto this Somnus Leshrak. Yang, will he be able to kill XXX? No, they even committed Rolling Thunder from FY. Dude, White Album, this guy, dude. This guy. Yeah, he's so good. He's so good. I don't even know if he saw Somnus before he jumped, but mid-jump he sees Somnus, he decides the hero to be silencing here is this Leshrak rather than the Marth, and he's absolutely correct. Now, Elephant will be taking a position inside the Roshan pit. They don't have Rolling Thunder nor access to the arena at the moment, but they still do have the ET splitter. So that does mean it's quite dangerous for Aster to approach this Roshan pit. Even though they have Chaotic Offering, it's sadly on cooldown. So they will not feel comfortable fighting this even if they had the vision of the area. And the Aegis, Somnus will be able to pick it up. Immortality. Right now, I'm quite happy with what I'm seeing from both teams. Elephant, I'm not fully a fan of this build from Eurus because I think they're gonna lack damage. Whenever Lifestealer is on a target, he has to be on that target for a really long time for the damage to start stacking up. Yang will come across XXX. Let's see what's gonna happen here. This could turn into a fight. FY, triggering the Rolling Thunder on the other side of things, and they will be able to connect directly onto him. It's not just a Rolling Thunder, baby, it's a Rolling Passenger. As Eurus was inside the Pango, he pops out, they get the kill. This should lead to a tier 2 tower, potentially.
Middle tower is under attack.
I might not be a super fan of the Satanic, but if you can get it now, like really quickly in the next minute or so, before 21 minutes, and then spend the next however long of the game just building sheer damage. Like, the only other defensive item I want to see is potentially a halberd slash SNY, but it should just be sheer damage from here on out.
Top tower has fallen.
You see, Sanjin Kaya being built up by the Leshrac. Would prefer to see a BKB at some point as well. Monet has Echo Saber. I'm gonna go for the Blink Dagger. Has the BKB almost complete as well. Actually is complete. There it comes. Full BKB for Monet. Full Rod of Atos for the Skywrath Mage. If there is any other reason to wait, let us hear it now. But otherwise, this should be the go time. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Whole team stacked up. Oh, a double damage rune as well for Monet. Yeah, let's go. That being said though, they don't want to really smoke because it's hard to know where the opponent is at the moment. Because they still have these tier 1 towers available, it's quite easy for Elephants to respond with numbers. Wait, do they have a Blink Dagger on Pango just yet? They do, yeah. Alright. Must have just gotten it, but this is going to make a huge difference because they needed also more ways to jump back in and break up the initiation from Team Aster. There have been a lot of these fights where there's been a death that happened. For example, Somnus's death, the last one that he suffered, would have been very different if the Pango was there a little bit sooner. They finally smoked now on the side of Team Aster. They bought one, delivered on the Warlock's Courier, so time now to go for an engagement. Who are we going to find? Monet can be the first one to pop the smoke so that XXX jumps beyond him to duel a different target, and then obviously White Album goes somewhere else. But their jump is so scary on the side of Team Aster. If they get on top of you, you just evaporate. And they realize that something is coming. FY. Oh, what a blink. Silence, but blinks away regardless. Reveals the positioning from the rest of where Aster are.
Intentional? It looked intentional.
And that will, broadly speaking, enable them to just keep their farm going on this Lifestealer on the other side. Leshrac's in the jungle and pushing out these waves. Divvying up time between those. Lifestealer does now have the Satanic. Slightly less slow than I thought it might be. SNY. Yo, this must be the last item like this, fam. Then we need to just go pure damage. But watch, he's going to build AC after that. What's Monet building actually? Monet is going to go for SNY as well after getting BKB Mask Echo Saber. Definitely a damage threat, and will they stun him? Do they stun him in time? No, they do not. Chaotic Offering lands out onto both Eurus and Somnus. Somnus has no BKB of his own, so he's in a lot of trouble here. Taking damage from Monet with the God Strength form, and that will pop the first life. FY, in the meantime, using the Rolling Boulder of the Rolling Thunder to sort of affect the backside of the fight. They get the kill very quickly onto Lanem. Borax will find himself caught inside an arena, and he tries to lay out the Mystic Flare, but it's not going to be enough to save him against the Mars. So they lose Somnus, but it does cost 2 supports, and without those supports, they can't defend this tier 2 tower. Yeah, I'm glad. Somnus knows us up. Build BKB. Build BKB, fam. Please build. Please build BKB. No matter what you do. Yang wants BKB of his own. They'll have the double BKB right now. I don't think Storm has his own just yet. Yeah, White Album is still a couple hundred gold shy of having access to this item. Once they do though, there's not that much on the side of Elephant that punches through the BKB. So what they have, Lifestealer, that's it. I mean, they have the Lifestealer and Splitter. That's it, nothing else. So it still means that these initial jumps become hella important. Yang was in a dangerous position, but does manage to get to a safer one. Gets the Stormhammer out onto him with the Mystic Flare. It's going to be more than enough damage to kill him. Monet needs to press the attack to keep himself alive. FY, in the meantime, getting grabbed up by White Album in the river before he can make his presence known in this fight. Somnus will be carrying a passenger right now. Can they get him away to safety is the question. It's actually turning onto Monet. Monet's in a little bit of danger there. But with constant pressy attacks from XXX, alright, Borax throws out the Rod of Atos, they find the Lesh, but they will be able to easily kill him off on the Sireth Mage. Monet has to pop the BKB to fight against Eurus. They turn their attention towards Somnus, who's dishing out the damage with the Pulse Nova, but it does cost the life of the Storm Hammering, Sven, White Album, and the LC, both of them able to TP away. Red Panda unable to connect with the Echo Stomp. They do end up losing 3 here on the bottom side of the map. Elephants fight back hard on that one.
All in service to him.
They dove really deep though on the side of Aster, unnecessarily deep. And you gave Eurus a lot of gold. He stays at the top of the farm charts. He actually got the full SNY now, so he can begin building into more damage items. We'll see what the decision is. Gonna be Basher first. Now it's also double BKB committed in that fight, so now we're down to 7 seconds for the Sven.
Structures are fortified.
Man, imagine how scary these fights look once they have the BKB for Somnus. Because the only reason that they actually escaped with anybody alive there is because Somnus died and so wasn't able to put out the extra damage. At the same time, Yang with the BKB gets the dump and the connection onto Aster. And both supports will find themselves going down. Beautiful arena committed there from Yang. And they have to buy back instantly on the Warlock. He still does have access to the Chaotic Offering. And they have buyback on the Skywrath Mage too, and they're gonna have to think about using it because Somnus and Eurus are tearing through these buildings. They've already got the Mayday Racks. Here's the jump in. They wanna go for the fight. Chaotic Offering drop down with the Fatal Bonds and the damage from the Sven creeping through everybody, but nobody's died just yet. Everybody's being kept up. And now there's a silence going out onto Leshrak, but still no one's there just yet. Instead, it's now White Album who's wasted all his mana going for that job, and he will end up falling. Finally, they do bring down Somnus, but he buys back and will just BTs back into the fray. Monet trying to run away from Eurus, not going to be able to do so for too much longer because a spear from Yang pins him to a tree, allows the Lifestealer to beat him down, and now it turns his attention back onto Borax. And they have done it. GG well played, Aster. Alright, we've got a ball game on our hands. We're going to a game 3. We're doing a finale. Alrighty. Elephants. They were able to pull through and secure themselves the W here on this one. Yeah. There were some really bizarre decisions that we saw being made by Aster in this game. But I do think that one of the big things that they were able to do really, really well is that White Album didn't have nearly the same degree of performance that we saw from game 1. So this Storm Spirit was languishing. Got BKB what minutes? Let's see. When did we get the BKB? Dude, minute 24. It's too late. After they pick up an Orchid, right? The fact that after picking up Orchid, you still can't fight your opponent as Storm Spirit is very, very rough. And I don't think they were able to find enough mileage out of this Legion Commander Skywrath Mage combination. We've seen this destroy so many games, but in this one, felt kind of wet noodly. Didn't really feel like it did all that much. And Monet, he got really big, and we only got to once see the full combination, like Fatal Bonds, all the damage, but by that point, it was too little, too late, and they end up going down. So game 1 went the way of Aster, game 2 went the way of Elephant. I wonder what we're gonna get in game number 3. SC2 Fear, I'm guessing that you bet on Aster, didn't you? Feels bad. 39, 6,000. It's not that I fully lacked faith in Elephant. I had too much faith in Aster. I've seen them win these games when they pull through and they come back. Like we just saw in game 1. More crucially though, it's very rare that I see them lose 2-1 after they lose game 1. Normally if they win game 1, they win game 2. But here, it just didn't come together. White Album in particular, I think is where it really was at. That we didn't get much happening. So Elephant, for the first time in such a long time, we actually get to ask who put in the most work on the side of Team Elephant. Who put in that work? Who made it happen? And while y'all are deciding, before we spam out these emotes, we're going to take a short break. We're going to take a little bit of time. Well, actually, no, let's finish the vote first, then we'll take the break afterwards. going for game 3, I do hope one of the things that gets changed up for Aster, they need to focus more on the lanes. This is the second game in a row now where the lanes didn't go well for them. Game 1 that was forgivable because they were able to win ultimately, and because they didn't have the kind of draft that was unable to do something with a deficit. But with the draft that has like LC, Skywrath, yeah, these lanes have to go way better for you on Aster. You have to come out the gate swinging much harder than they were able to. White Album as well got exploited too much. He wasn't really able to put pressure onto the opponents. It was a bit of a problem. So Aster also has to think about dealing with Elephant in the mid game. It really does feel like it only starts to click for Aster as things get later and later. So they need to figure out how to take some of these earlier engagements before the full spread of items is available, before all the items are up. We've seen how good they can look when they reach that point, but sometimes when the game is not going 100% in your direction, you need some ability, you need someone in the team to be able to help you to get there. And Aster, back to the drawing board, So, Elephant, we just want to see right quick who got the most work, Oh my god, somebody has to vote, please, because right now the vote is evenly split and we cannot have that situation. So please add your votes, Googly, you want to give it towards the captain? Well, the drafter for Elephants is Rao TK, so he's drafting almost by himself basically at this point. And the winner, FY God. Alrighty, FY, congrats. Gets the Putting in Work award. What a legend, what a king. With that, we're gonna go to a short break. Game will be returning very soon, so make sure that you don't go anywhere. If you haven't already, please make sure to follow the channel. Be cool as well. Be like Iliad57, as well as Oud Pink. Wait, how do I pronounce that one? Hold on. Oud Prodigy, not Oud Pink. Oud Prodigy. Be like them. Subscribe. Become supporters of the stream. Have your name shouted out on the stream. Be like Johnny. Donate. Have your name put up here. And of course, be kind to yourself in the meantime. And I'll be back just now. Some more incredible Dota 2 action.
Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snarecasting. Once again, we've gone the distance. Here in I-League, it was eHome versus IG that took us to the wire earlier in the morning, and now we're going to be getting the same treat from Team Elephant and Team Aster. I know a lot of people think that, because it's not DPC games, the teams don't care nearly as much. And it might be true that they don't care as much, but I challenge you to find a Dota 2 player that doesn't care about losing to somebody in the region, doesn't want to get better, doesn't want to improve. So, we're here for game 3. What's it going to be? Aster playing on Dire side. They led things off with the first overall pick of Baron after banning out the ET and the Nyx. Cannot allow Red Panda to play ET, so good job. Elephant will just go snag up the Pango and the Grimstroke. I like this pairing of openers because when you have a Pango Grimstroke, it's not very clear whether or not the Pango is necessarily the 4 position for FY or the offlaner for Yang. And it gives them time to figure this out throughout the draft. They have lost overall pick too, so they can still flex it till the very last moment. Love to see it. Team Aster, of course, responded by getting themselves this Leshrac. White Album's like, yeah, it does seem like this is becoming the premier mid laner in China at the very least. And this honest looks very good very often, so good job on them getting this early. And you know, y'all know how I feel about Leshrac. Leshrac, in my opinion, plays best when it has some kind of backup, some kind of heal. In this game, you have a Baron, not exactly as OP as Oracle or Baron, but a Baron is good for various other reasons on the map, especially if you're playing against like a very high tempo draft, which Elephants have been drafting for themselves the entire series. You know that this Baron is going to be instrumental in breaking some of these earlier smoke ranks. So, love the first pick, love the second pick. From both sides, actually. Team Aster, it's a bit more straightforward with what's happening, but Elephant keeping the cards close to the chest. Aster, then go ahead and ban Lifestealer, ban Morphling. Are we picking Juggernaut? Is that what's happening? Elephants have banned the PL. Seems like they want Jug. And it seems like Elephants might want Medusa. Yo, Eurus Medusa. Eurus Medusa. Yo. Crazy. Bonkers stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
Aster actually just go ahead and ban the Juggernaut themselves. Oh no! It is what it is, Sandy Dotes. It is what it is. Thank you for coming through, comrade. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words throughout the day. And I hope you had fun. I hope you pull through tomorrow as well. And we'll keep the gas going. Also, I'm going to be streaming later. I'm going to be doing Team Spirit versus Hellbear Smashers. That game I'm very excited to cast. So that's going to be at about 4 in like 2.5 hours. So if you happen to be back before then just hop on and we'll do some dotes. Elephant now are going to be telling us where FY is going by just, I mean, it was pretty apparent. They're just like, dude, yeah, just pick the Mars again, whatever. Worked out very well for us. We have a strong lane, no matter what we're playing this into.
10 seconds remaining.
Later on in the game, we've got some decent counter initiation, got some decent initiation. We've got 2 targets who will gladly take an Inkswell. And interestingly enough, when 2 heroes are soul bound close together, you often guarantee that the Mars full usage of the God Rebuke actually lands onto both. Lol. SC2 Fear, it looks like this is, yo, it's not just any Mars, it's Chinese Mars. Chinese Mars is something else, man. But it's because when this hero came out, these teams played it day in, day out, all the time. And they've gotten very good at playing around it. It's sort of in the same vein how the first scene to sort of adapt away from the Phoenix, or rather be able to play against it, is ironically China as well. Even though they play it the most, they learned how to play against it the fastest as well. It's a lot of options still available for Aster. Right now, I'd like to see the 4 position. Alright, we get the Lion for Borax. Also dissuades Somnus from going for like Storm Spirit of his own. Puck is still left in the pool, surprisingly. Puck is still left in the pool. Okay.
So I imagine that you pick Somnus as hero now. You're asking Somnus, what do you want to play, buddy? You want to play Puck? Do you want to play... Look, there's basically no bans on mid laners. Right now, given how often the last phase is just mid bans, this is when I pick the Somnus hero. At the same time, though, we've banned so many carries that if we pick Somnus as hero now, there might be nothing left for him to play, for Paparazzi to play on Eurus. But Somnus is like, sorry, buddy. Yo, y'all didn't even ban DP. My god. Okay. Although earlier on I was busy praising XM Death Prophet and he let me down. In that coterie of people I mentioned whose Death Prophets are worth watching, I did mention Somnus. So we'll see
5 seconds remaining.
if the man formerly known as Maybe is going to be able to do something with this Death Prophet in this game. Their team fight is absurd, but I think we have a bit of an issue again for Elephant where their tempo might be a bit disrupted in the sense that they will want to play around the exorcism as much as they can. So whatever hero they last pick should be one that can do well in the lane versus the Darkseer, but also who finds himself able to actually fight often and reliably. Can't be Spectre. It could be the PA though. She can be quite strong in these kind of games that need a hero with low uptime and someone who buys BKB. They have lost pick, man. All the carries are gone in this game. So what's left carry wise? We have Weaver, which is not really seeing that much play in this patch relative to the previous one. Sven's been banned, Void's banned. It's like PA. There's like PA, there's Monkey King, there's Gyrocopter. I mean, Gyro Darkseer is not the worst thing in the world. There's Wraith King. Maybe they go Wraith King for Team Aster.
10 seconds remaining.
That's pretty much it though. Very few carries left. Of course, no one wants to play Lycan, no one wants to play Luna, and Medusa. Medusa's still in the game. I have this feeling that Eurus really wants to play Medusa. To be fair, if I'm looking at this Aster draft, I would really want to play Medusa. I'm only scared of like what, being mana drained, that's it. Who the hell cares? Aster? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Taking their time with this. ROTK will of course be utilizing the same time as well to think about it from his perspective. They get the Ricky. Okay. Okay. Ricky Maru grabbed up here for Aster. Monet Ricky plays hyper aggressively. They give this hero the Ion Shell from the Darkseer. Very big silence, which can be quite useful in this game. Vacuum into Tricks of the Trade with Earth Spike on it can be super strong too. I don't know though. I don't know though if I actually like this last pick Ricky. Ricky is one of these heroes that's dangerous to pick in a game where you don't know what it's playing against. And they go for the Gyro on the side of Elephant. Actually gonna be mid Gyro and safe lane DP unless they swap this around, because Eurus can just as well play the DP and Somnus can play the Gyrocopter. I personally, oh gosh, Crony Dota, thank you for the subscription, comrade. Oh my god, thank you so much. Not only, check this out, not only did you pull through with that subscription, right? And not only did you bring us to the 3 mark for the day, which is the daily goal, so shout out, thanks to you. You brought us 2 subs away from the monthly goal of 50. What a god, thank you so much. Shout out Crony Dota. You've now entered into the ring of King of the Day. We'll figure out who's the beast later. But I need to answer this from Shadowfriend25. Who do we believe in between Elephant and Aster here? Both teams have somewhat weird drafts, but
I kind of feel... I like Aster's draft more. No, I don't. I like Elephant's draft more. Never mind. This Ricky is... Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this Ricky necessarily. I don't think the Ricky is necessarily a bad pick, but I'm just not sure it's going to be able to win this game against Elephant. So let's see what they got. Let's see if they can make this hype happen. So Elephant, Team Aster, the final game. Who's it going to be?
Prepare for battle.
Looking at this game, yes, we're casting from heaven. Mr. Crony Dota, Master Crony Dota. Also, I have a really bad habit, but I suppose it's one of these things that's just ingrained within all of us, given the dynamics of the world, that I'm still trying to really train myself out of it. The whole defaulting to masculine pronouns. And it does not seem to be a misread. Eurus will play the safe lane DP and Somnus will play this mid. This will be very interesting to watch. Gyrocopter versus White Album Leshrac. Actually, I would think that Gyrocopter wins this, right? Because you have kill threat onto Lesh so much faster than he has kill threat onto you. You can just make it such that he's always afraid of taking that much damage that he gets pushed over the threshold. And what, you have the counter for you is Lightning Storm in the lane? But I imagine you just like spam out homing missiles, and then it makes that lane quite difficult for Leshrac to play. Also, this is a game that requires BKB, and they have a hero in Somnus who's gonna buy it. Definitely playing the win condition. You know, honestly, I like what I'm seeing here from Elephant in the sense that this is a new look. I need to have a situation from them where they can play like this. I think the best teams in the world, your Secrets, your Enigmas, generally have been able to do stuff like this. Well, EG not necessarily, but it's always very helpful when you can put your mid player onto the actual win condition hero, even if it's a farming hero, and say, do the right thing. He did this, obviously, as the Morphling earlier on. That didn't necessarily work out towards the end of the game, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. So the idea of being able to do this, I think, is necessary if you're going to find yourself actually occupying a true tier 1 slot for more than a few months at a time, or a few days at the time. Actually, let's be honest about the volatility of our scene. Oh snap, I forgot to close predictions. Sorry, closing predictions. So make your final bets, I'll give you 30 seconds, and then it's over, Lanem XXX. Having a little bit of Chinese server lag here. It's a bit unfortunate. It is what it is. What can we do? Might have to reconnect, but I don't think I do. Or rather, let's hope not. Top lane. Yang in some danger. Doesn't end up dying now, but will lose his life to one final right click from Borax. Woof. Woof. Okay, yeah, this is hella laggy. I'm gonna just quickly reconnect. We'll use this opportunity to also just quickly close the bets. Hey, there we go. Well, not completely, but it's definitely better than it was. Alright, so the laning phase for all involved parties should break very positively for Elephant in mid, very positive for them down bottom. The Mars lane versus Ricky. Now, the playing against Ricky gets more complicated as time goes on, especially because of things like Iron Shell always being available and the damage from Tricks of the Trade. But provided they can just make sure that Mars doesn't die again in that top lane, they can have some survivability for Yang. Of course, Borax will be looking for chances to get another kill, just like he was able to attain earlier. And it's very interesting that they decide to put the Death Prophet into this Darkseer lane. It's weird and actually wonderful because Crypt Swarm does so much damage to creep waves
that the most effective target now for the Iron Shells in these lanes are going to be both the Abaddon and the Darkseer himself, because as they get more points into Crypt Swarm, it becomes a bit untenable from a mana perspective. From a mana to farm perspective, using Iron Shell on these creeps becomes a bit of a rough story, especially because they also have the Grimstroke down bottom. So one Crypt Swarm, one Stroke of Fate, boom, creep wave is gone. There's no Iron Shell anymore. So this decision making from Elephants to put Somnus in the mid lane with the Gyrocopter might have had more to do with ensuring that they don't allow a free farm for XXX in the offlane. And they're trying to get a grab here onto Red Panda. Nice drag back with the vacuum. Eurus, Lanham's in trouble. Does manage to stick up. Red Panda's already thrown out the Stroke of Fate. Lanham re-engaging right now. Curse of Avernus might actually trigger here. Needs to be careful. But even if they just pop the shield, it's going to be good enough. Yep, good enough. Nice. A little bit silly that you can do that sometimes. But he does it regardless. Team Aster though, broadly speaking, very happy with this early game. Finding themselves 2 kills. White Album, sure he's losing out on some CS middle. We're actually ahead right now as this wave is coming in to Somnus. As he picked up level 5 with the 3rd point Lightning Storm, then yeah, the damage differential starts to really stack up here. Nice deny from him as well. I wonder what build we see from Somnus in this game. I believe we still want like Ags BKB, but the order is unknown. Also, he didn't try to do anything weird and go for like 2-3 points homing missile. It is still a Rocket Barrage build overall, so that when he gets out and about onto the map, he's still a major kill threat with his team. For now, the Elephant still doing decently here in the early game. Nice Spear of Mars after a swashbuckle just to put the Fear of God into Monet. Eurus gets a kill solo against XXX. Has no help nearby him to make this happen. Alright. Lanem does have a Photic Shield with Iron Shell, so he was trying to run down Eurus somewhat in this situation. Unfortunately, not going to succeed in doing so. Eurus, what a player. I was tweeting earlier about how Elephant's one of my least favorite teams in China. Not because I don't like the team. It's one of my least favorite teams because it has so many of my favorite players. Need to see this team succeed for my heart.
To the impurities.
And this bottom lane is going so well. So much farm the way of Eurus. Very little of it going the way of XXX. And XXX is not a hero like Yang. Yang on this Mars, you don't really worry all that much about having the worst start ever. The worst start ever can still turn into something positive later on. Need items on this Darkseer. Going for the Aghanims first as well. So they'll need to find a way to get him the requisite farm for this. Yang will also need like Yules at the very least. I think in this game Yules is also very good because you're playing against Ricky. So being able to snag him up as he jumps in with the Blink Strike before he uses the tricks of the trade, it's going to be essential. And Yule's one of the items that can help with that. Although sometimes you do have a little bit of a chuckle because what'll happen is that Ricky will jump in, and as he gets there, there'll be a spear back. It's always hilarious when that happens. XXX. Just doing what he can, man. Just doing what he can. Just a rough scenario at this point in time. They even commit these ghosts. With Red Panda being nearby. Oh, they actually have the swashbuckle. Can FY close the gap? No, he could not. But they don't really care about killing XXX. They just want this tower. And unfortunately, Darkseer by himself is not really the hero that's going to be best poised to throw this push back. Look at this. He's going to throw in this wall, right? But unfortunately, Eurus can still get in damage with these ghosts when he's just standing right there at the edge of the wall. At the same time, he does decide rather to retreat. Was at half HP. So like, let's just rather back. It's cool. We've drawn in several heroes with the TP. In fact, there were 4 heroes on this eastern part of the map for the side of Team Aster. Rinsing a lot of creeps here thanks to the stacking from these supports, enabling White Album to still keep up his own farm. Haven't seen the decision yet from Somnus as to what he's buying. Just has the power trades coming in right now in the courier. Double damage sitting in his bottle. Best case scenario, you keep this and you pop it with the Siege Wagon Wave, but you also know that Team Aster will be aware that this is the case and will not allow you to just play that cavalierly. They will mount defenses. Same time though, Yang also making a move towards middle. Ironically enough, they potentially were rolling onto him, but he has been scouted. There is an observer ward that is right in front of the tier 1 tower at mid. That will prevent him from being able to get any deeper into that fray. And he realizes he's wasting his time somewhat, thinks about just going back, although they are collapsing onto middle. They want Lan M and they're gonna find him. Yang, is he gonna use the arena or just spear him back? Spear back, there we go, easy kill. And with the double damage rune, this tier 1 tower is gonna start suffering some damage. White Album of course doesn't want to go there to open up space, so just let the tower fall. Eurus has the gang coming in behind him. They want to try find the first big arena of the game. White Album not in the best position. Arena, oof, doesn't connect onto anybody, but they still scout White Album. The spear does latch onto him, put him on a tree. Somnus gonna be there with the call down. Look at the damage. The wall does get dropped down, and Somnus is gonna fall very low thanks to Monet jumping in, Iron Shell, and the damage from the Blink Strike is enough to get that kill. Monet though jumping back onto the DP, brings her down as well. Yang trying to TP away here. XXX does have the vacuum, interrupts it, and they get the Finger of Death kill onto Red Panda as well. Yang getting ran down with the Iron Shell, and he will fall. 4 heroes die bottom for the side of Elephant. It looked like they've gotten themselves a cheap and easy grab onto a Lesh, but the vacuum wall onto 3 heroes, followed up by Monet running at them with Iron Shell sticking to him, Blink Strikes galore, and the tricks of the trade, they are able to finish off 4 heroes here. Crucially killing the cores as well. Somnus is gone, Eurus died, Yang died, everything coming up. Aces now for the side of Team Aster.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And they're gonna lose their tower too. That's so crazy. You were going for a tower push, you even popped the ghost for that. You fail to get the tower, you lose your own tower because Leshrak has Diabolic Edict. And depending on the outcome of the smoke, you might lose some additional heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Man, things turn to dreams to nightmares for the side of Elephant in a very short span of time. Borax behind the trees, he's drawing some support towards him as they will TP and Lan M. Somnus probably thinking to himself, doesn't want to be here. There's a soul bind, call down, will come out as well, does land onto these heroes. Nice roll through with the rolling thunder from FY. Tricks of the trade will save Monet for now. Eurus trying to get a bit closer. Rocket Barrage comes through from Somnus, enables him to kill Lan M. Next to fall should be Borax. Easy grab there. They do not have ghosts for another 20 seconds, so they can't turn them on to try to take the tier 2 tower in the top lane. It does need pretty much everybody to be there for Elephant, except for Yang.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As well for Team Aster, there's only 3 heroes in the vicinity. So that's a bit of a worry for the side of Elephant. They're losing out on the efficiency war on the map. For now though, they are still concerned with just getting their key items. Gyrocopter building the early diffusal blade. Eurus yules into BKB straight.
Where's my pension?
Sometimes you can tell who plays carry and who actually a mid player by trade. Not by the heroes they play, by how quickly they decide to buy BKB. Eurus, Eurus knows what's up, bruh. Eurus knows what's up. Plays that safe lane, understands the importance of this item. Monet will also have his own diffuser blade not too long from now. The diffuser blade really does make this hero. I mean, he's already been involved in 4 kills without having to need this crucial item, but once he does have it, things start to look a lot more positive for the side of Team Aster. Borax going to die down bottom, and his death will open up the path for this Roshan. Eurus did pop the ghost for this, but you weren't really gonna go for Roche. There's no other tier 1 tower alive to take. You know what? The last fight you took underneath this tier 1 was a disaster, so this time, trigger the ghost early, get the tower, then get out. Fun fact, who did you bet on? Where did you spend those golden, that golden treasure trove of channel points? So one thing to think about this game as well for the side of Aster is what items they get after they pick up this Aghanim Scepter from this Darkseer. Because then at that point, Monet starts to get a lot tankier in these fights because he gets the bonus HP from the Ion Shell. I imagine they put the other one onto Lanem so Lanem can go even deeper in and just annoy them with a constant burn. Because you have the double, so you'll feel good about it. You see, oh, they find FY. There's no way they get this kill. Yeah. Oh wait, what? Oh, Lanem. Lanem God, dude. Lanem God. Lanem God. He threw out the Aphotic Shield onto himself, knowing that the way that the escape is going to work from Pango is that he tries to use Swashbuckle. However, the 4 hits of Swashbuckle pretty much guarantee that the Aphotic Shield pops, and that does the necessary damage to kill off the Pangolier. What a player. Big Dick Lanem. What a guy. XXX. 20 gold away, and then we have the Aghanim Scepter. What else is coming in his team? We want BKB for Ricky straight. We see Lesh. You see, what did I tell you? White Album. You think White Album plays carry in the safe lane? The carry player had to tell him, dude, Q BKB, fam. Carry players don't need to be told to Q BKB. They're already queuing it. But there's going to be a lot of BKBs coming out on the entirety of the map in relatively the same time period. Finally have the Ags. Don't think they can necessarily fully fight just yet off of this until they get at least 1 BKB, even if it doesn't require the second one. Somnus hoping for a target bottom, but nobody is here to bring down. We'll also grab level 12 as soon as he's next to another creep that ends up dying. But it does look like we're gearing up for a very explosive mid game. Once these BKB timings hit, everybody wants to be out and about doing maximum stuff. White Album, is he gonna die? Oh god, Yang was too late. Yo, if they caught White Album there, White Album would be so dead. With him TPing out though, I think they should be aware that, yeah, get Gyro away from bottom. Lesh gonna come through middle with the Diabolic Edict. Nice spear 4 and 4th by Yang. No arena just yet. Swashbuckle will be there. Do they have enough damage? There's gonna be the Grimstroke coming through with the Ink Sword. Yang finally gets the arena onto 3 with the cooldown from Somnus. All the damage from the Gyrocopter needed brings down both the Leshrac and Borax very shortly. And now Ricky, silent stop. There's a big vacuum wall, but this might be a little bit bigger than Team Aster can chew right now. Monet able to somehow leap away from the fight. Ghost is still chasing him, and they bring down Somnus because of the Ion Shell damage. Double Ion Shell with the Ward Illusions does enough to take out the Gyrocopter, but they still do end up losing 3. Without XXS in that fight, Monet is 100% dead. But they didn't have a dust for him. And he did get the Iron Shell, so that gave him the bonus HP as well. Big fight from Elephant. Unfortunate that Somnus dies. But still pretty massive. Eurus does not. He gets to participate in the entire fray. Very close to BKB now. Just a good job they kept Monet alive. I shudder to think what this game would have looked like if Ricky dies en route to BKB and then he's behind the magic immunity from the other cores in the game. But still gonna be on pace to get his. Eurus, couple hundred gold away from his own BKB. Somnus still needs a substantial amount of gold. Like 2.4 basically. Blink Dagger is now picked up for this Lion, so Borax will have easier ways of starting the fights as well for this team. Unfortunately, they don't have like a Blink Dagger on Doxia, so they don't start fights all that well themselves. They pretty much are relying on elephants to be badly positioned, and then you take advantage of that positioning with the big vac wall and try to turn things from there. But unless you have like double blink on Leshrac Doxia, you don't get like vacuum into Split Earth. There might be a fight here where Somnus is. Can they kill him in time? Soulbind does come out. Do they have the follow-up spells? At the same time, there wasn't enough damage to kill Somnus. Arena was committed on the far side onto the Doxia, preventing XXS from getting involved. 2 hero Earth Spike from Borax doesn't allow them to actually kill this Doxia. Where is the kill potential on the side of Elephant? They don't get the kill either here because Somnus ends up losing his life to White Album. Too much damage coming in from the Leshrac Ghost though. Gonna be enough to run down White Album. And now Eurus with the BKB active, by far the most dangerous person in this fight. They need to get away from him. Borax, what a finger on the backside of the fight to find FY. Inkswell thrown out onto Eurus. Who can he stun up? He finds Borax, brings him down. Wanting to chase onto XXX, but realizes now that they're fighting 3v2. And not just 3v2, it might become 4v1 as Lanem, whilst he's zoning back, Red Panda won't be Leshrac TPing back into the fight with a quick buyback or anything like that. So the fight will just end. Big engagement there for Aster, being able to bring down Somnus yet again. That prevents BKB timing. That's actually pretty huge. It's becoming a real problem that Somnus keeps dying. He needs this BKB. Like, yo, Gyrocopters can't play Dota without BKB. It's maybe not as bad as the Luna situation, but you certainly need this item to remain competitive. I mean, I think also that he made a mistake there, Somnus, where he could have just thrown the cooldown onto the Lesh with one homing missile and tried to flee, but he thought he had enough damage to kill her. And came close to killing the Rainbow Pony, but unfortunately, without the BKB, you are way too squishy. Even with power trays notwithstanding. Eurus just gonna quickly try and get a D-ward, will succeed. It's gonna be very difficult to kill him. 3 hero arena now with the roll coming through as well. XXX and Lanem now isolated from the rest of the fight, as Borax will be the first one that they try to just bring down. And he will fall. We're trying to go for the DP, they fail. And end up losing Borax instead. What does FY want to build next? He's going for this Aghanim shot so that he also has the roll up, which is very, very strong. That way, the thing about not having roll up in this game is before you have it, you see what happened there in that fight. When Arena goes down, he can only make like 1 or 2 passes tops through the arena. But if you have roll up, yo, it's crazy. You jump in, you're arenaing, you roll up the direction, roll up. Yeah, it's crazy. White Album looking for a kill onto Red Panda. And you should be able to find it. Don't their names sound like code words in bad spy movies? You're supposed to find somebody randomly chilling at a bar who's wearing the hat that covers their left eye and go to him and just say White Album. Like, that's the password. Okay, Eurus in some trouble, does have BKB, will turn with it now. Monet, so wound up, has his own BKB to go. Doesn't want to get close to any other targets. Can they keep Eurus alive? No, they cannot. Monet runs him down with the 9-second BKB, picks up the gem as well, and now Red Panda, he's going to end up getting brought down. The Arena of Blood, Yang, Somnus, and FY were able to bring down Borax, but Somnus, oh, just got BKB, it's time, baby, turn it on, turn it on, turn it on, there we go. That's what we like to see, but Tricks of the Shade still does a pretty large scope of damage here. Monet chasing the gyrocopter into his own base. Will they be able to escape with Somnus? There's a swashbuckle coming in from FY. They try to stop Monet, but Monet is still alive, not dying here. And the swashbuckle, he dodges it with Tricks of the Trade. Are you kidding me? Iron Shell's out on him. Aphotic Shield's out on him. Mist Coil's there. They keep Monet fighting. It was pretty huge that the beginning of the fight is DP dying. If it's Somnus dying, given that Somnus hasn't really been the damage engine of these engagements, it wouldn't have been so bad, but DP going down, oof. Now Aster with the 4k gold lead. Yet again, Monet coming in, cleaning up house. And because he has a longer BKB duration than the DP, if he's able to get on top of her, reliably able to bring her down. Gyro with BKB trying to build into the Aghanim Scepter now, but he has fallen so far behind. And the thing is, they don't have like one massive easy ultimate to pull off on the side of Elephant. Things are complicated for them to be able to find good fights. They have to be on point with the jump in from Yang. Speaking of, here it comes. Are they going to look for this fight? Somnus getting jumped on by Monet. Nice hex out immediately onto Yang. With the finger of death, they burst down the Mars. There will be no arena. At the same time, goes Soulbind onto Lanham as well as Monet. Monet doesn't have BKB anymore. This is so scary. Can they kill the Ricky? Monet will get brought down eventually. Aphotic Shield tried to protect him, but it's not going to be enough. Lanham now doesn't have access to the borrow time, so his time is up in this fight as he's going to take a tumble to Eurus as well. To make matters worse, Somnus and the gang towards the middle lane was where the Leshrac was. They isolate him, they kill him. And now they can walk into the Roshan pit. Oof. What an engagement. Yang dies early on, but recognizes how many resources they had to commit for that. They had to use the BKB of Monet. They had to use Diabolic Edict, Pulse Nova, Finger of Death, Hex, Earth Spike. The only thing they didn't drop was the wall. Ends up being enough to kill Mars, but they spend too much, so there's not enough to bail themselves out of trouble. And Aster go down. Gyrocopter in the hand. Handed an Aegis. Nice. That fight... Okay, they got a Blink Dagger at the very least for the Docs here. So now the next engagement they... Well, I think it was a Blink Dagger, right? The next engagement, he'll be the one able to initiate the fight for them on the side of Aster. Engagements like that though are what can turn games like this around. BKB being built by Yang as well. Will they kill Red Panda? He is... he should know. He sees these D-wards. He knows what's up. You know what's going on. Aghanim shot on FY, baby. Roll up. Roll up, roll up, roll up. We saw its impact there against the Ricky. Pretty much makes it impossible for that fight. Eurus was forced to pop BKB because he came across Borax and he realizes he's about to get hexed up. Yeah, you know what? Use the BKB. Besides, your BKB is down to 6 seconds anyway, so who cares? Red Panda will get found out here by Lanham. Soulbind. Oof, look at the damage and how quickly it came out. Although FY trying to start the fight with this roll up, but we'll also realize, yeah, let me rather get back. Let's rather get back. They don't have Aegis, so pushing up onto the high ground shouldn't be a possibility here for the side of Aster. Buyback not online for this Abaddon, and he's at the forefront of this. But he does have borrow time, so even if he does die, it doesn't really matter. He casts the Split Earth onto Somnus, but he does have the Aghanims being queued up as well as the Aegis already in tow, so tankability at this point is not really an ongoing concern anymore. $1,000 gold away from him carrying the Aghanim Scepter in its entirety. At that point, you finally start to actually dish out damage onto Ricky. One of the things about Ricky can just jump you, drop the smoke screen, and suddenly your biggest source of damage at this stage of the game, being the Rocket Barrage, is no longer available. However, once you have Ags, then even when you do find yourself getting caught out, you still have a whole host of damage to pump into the fight. Also, we saw that gem just now lying in the base. That came Unfortunately, from earlier, Eurus decided to be the one to carry the gem around. It was, I think, picked up by Red Panda, who is now opting to seek another one for the team. What can you do? Yang. We'll finally have the BKB like now.
Trust me, I know how to handle such power.
What does White Album want next? So, Bloodstone. Yeah, man, give me Bloodstone. Bloodstone is good. Already has the BKB, of course. This Manta from Ricky is going to make a huge difference, but the Skadi is going to be game changing. That being said, though, the Ricky gonna get all these items, right? It's Aster on the clock. It's been a very weird dynamic for most of the series where it's really felt like Aster almost always had the reliable late game. In this game, it doesn't look super reliable. I definitely would favor a draft with DP Gyro Ultra Late versus Ricky Lesh. There's just certain things Gyro can do in the late game that, yeah. Kind of disgusting. Level 18 right now available for Somnus. Let's actually look at what the experience graph is telling us. It's a 6k gold lead, about a 3k experience lead in favor of Aster.
Tower is under attack.
You have two heroes at 20. Darkseer is gonna be cracking 18 not too long from now.
Tower is under attack.
What did they get at these 20s actually? Ricky got himself the additional backstab multiplier, which I do think is kind of nice in this game because Trickster the Trade is going to be such a massive tool of damage. And the Lesh... Okay, I thought they were going to go there for Lanem, but the Lesh decided to go for the bonus HP. Make it more difficult to dice. This is one aspect of the game I think Elephants are really weak at. They're very weak at defending their base when stuff like this is happening. Like when they're going for a smoke, but they're not sure they're going to be able to find a target. You will see sometimes certain teams will clear out a portion of the base first, and now they're going to get exploited. And in fact, Aegis just expired.
The spark ignites a storm.
They're very bad at this. They are very, very bad at this. They are very, very bad at this. And they get punished. Oh boy.
Tied to the impurities.
Game losing stuff right there. That was right after they picked up the Aghanim Scepter as well. Oof. Aster. Now want to press some advantage here through in the mid lane. Looking towards snagging this tier 2 tower. Diabolic Edict is up. Gyro does not want to buy back, nor does he have the money to do so. So just let it go. Let it go. Don't even like rev up the ultimate. No, actually you can do that. But sometimes I've learned to stop doing that because I'll never forget. There was one game where I forgot, was I playing Thingamabob? I was playing Witch Doctor. Yeah. And I wanted to sort of look cool. You know, you can like animation cancel the use of the cards, the coconut, because it does the cool thing. And then I used it, and then they just jumped us and they killed us. And I was like, oh wait, we're in the game where we don't actually have that many disables. You know what? Use your disables when you're gonna use them. Don't play around. Yang. Him and the gang. Will they find a target here? Everybody has retreated though from the side of Aster. They seemed aware that a movement was coming towards them. Nice smoke move, but doesn't really attain that much on the map. Somnus will just get another double damage run. Bloodstone now complete for the Lesh. Yay. Yay, full Bloodstone, yay. They actually might decide they want to smoke now themselves. They have everybody except for Monet here. And Monet is the one that's actually walking around with this gem to get some D-wards off. I think they could actually play without this gem and leave it back at base. Yang gonna get caught out now, but he was the bait here as they want to take the follow-up fight. They will be able to burst him. But they don't get to re-engage. FY. He's gonna roll up the direction. He's TPing out and he's good. Oh no, he's not good. He's not good. He took too long. He's gonna get punished. Oh god. Aster. It's taking advantage of Elephant, and Elephant are making some unnecessary mistakes. Let's just phrase it that way. Somebody wants to do the reason teams don't make these kind of mistakes when you're playing at the major, because at the major, everything's on the line. The stakes are higher. I'm just gonna end up losing the base. Leshrak with Diabolic Edict going. They are taking down these structures. Looking good while they do it. And there we go. Rax is gone.
Middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Elephant, eh? These moves from Yang remind me of some of the things he was doing in game 1 with the Tidehunter. In terms of his positioning, not necessarily being good enough to help them out in the follow-up fight. Can't always rely on being able to buy back. Borax. Gonna head to top. They find Monet. And they're gonna just stand behind him. And just keep this push going. Fortunately for the side of Elephant, is only one laner Rax. At 34 minutes in, one lane, not the biggest deal in the world. They're actually gonna smoke out for a fight. Okay. There's no Aegis to be fighting into, so this can work out. Monet, not gonna get taught about. Danem. There will be an arena onto several heroes. Will there be a cooldown as well? The vacuum with the wall. It's the first thing to start out this fight. Cooldown onto XXX. Lanham already used a borrow time. They do get the grab and the kill onto XXX. Lanham trying to flee right now. They also find the Yule Scepter, finding Borax, not allowing the Lion to escape this fight. The Ghost will chase him, and a homing missile will follow him. Blink Dagger notwithstanding, there's no escape for you. And guess who's up? Guess who's available? It's our boy Roche. Monet immediately hightailed it out of that fight, dealt literally no damage. He's like, nope, I don't want to be involved here. They get that fight. An Elephant, Aegis Cheese, and the Aghanim Shard. Who gets the cheese? So I already have the shard onto the DP. Pango already has his... Oh, Pango doesn't have... He does have his own shard. Grimstroke could use the shard or Gyrocopter. So they're gonna give it, it seems like, to the Gyro, so that because he has the Aghanim Scepter, as well as now the Aghanim Shard, when he's inside BKB, yep, that's a lot of damage coming out from this Gyro. And he went back for Maelstrom. He actually changed up his item build a few times. With the Maelstrom being in tow, does a lot of additional damage from this. Now we're gonna have to start seeing Ricky. After the shot, you have to get the Aghanim. After this Salati, sorry, you have to get shot, fam. No other option. Lanem also trying to build BKB. It's not that far away, 1,100 gold, and then we'll have an Abaddon with BKB, Solar Crests, Over Corrosion. Fair amount of gold here picked up by Mr. Lanem, Mr. Big Dick. Pango. FY wants to go into building this Pipe of Insight, but for now I think we should be prioritizing having buyback. Everybody on Radiant needs to have buyback. It's like super important. And everyone on Aster, they need to make a plan of dealing with this Gyrocopter. Somnus, we're starting to get to that phase of the game where this Gyrocopter is the beast. After this Mjolnir, I imagine he goes straight for the Satanic. And once Satanic is online, that's when the game starts getting fun. Because then Ricky can't do what he's been doing the whole game of just jumping Gyro and killing him by himself. Then your only tool of damage against Gyrocopter will be Tricks of the Trade, because Gyro will turn on you and say, let's go, papi. Arena, up top actually onto Lanem. They want to try find this easy grab. And it will be an easy grab indeed. Yang just body blocking to make sure Lanem has no escape options here. Homing Missile will chase him down. And this should be a nice, quick and easy kill. Mid lane, in the meantime though, Red Panda will suffer the same fate as he gets brought down by Monet. So 5 positions traded on the map. However, consider that Aster is ahead. So every time they lose their 5 position, it's more gold going in the opposite direction than they gain by killing Red Panda. Red Panda does nothing. Look at him. He's like, kill me, mates, or whatever. He's destitute at this point. Leveler picked up by Eurus. Unfortunately, no real heroes that can make use of this item on the team. You'd rather have this paladin sword on the gyro. Actually gonna go for butterfly. Alright, so he's going literally the whole hog. He's gonna go for the full gyrocopter build. Butterfly and then satanic. There's no MKB on this Ricky right now. And because of how you work in a fight as gyrocopter, between the rocket barrage and the automatic attacks of the Aghanim Scepter, your butterfly is going to be more effective than the Ricky's butterfly. Assuming they get them around the same time. If Ricky gets his first, of course that's better.
Bounty.
Somnus. With Aegis in tow, tier 2 tower in the top lane has been bothering them for quite some time because that's the easiest tower to get from the position they're in on the game right now. And that would allow them to claim this outpost and get back some of this experience they're losing by not having their own bottom outpost, which is a lot. Never feels like much the XPM difference, but it matters. It matters. 25's coming up for the Lesh and the Ricky. At 25, Lesh should certainly in this game go for the bonus explosions. Like, the magic resist is not the problem anymore. It's all this physical damage, so get the explosions, see if you can burst heroes down faster. And of course, Ricky Maru definitely needs Tricks of the Trade cooldown. Smoke screen is nice, but if this was like a smoke screen AoE reduction, that might be different. Lesh. Lesh is in a little bit of trouble. They're gonna come in for this fight with the Exorcism Ghost going out. Soulbind onto both Lanen and the Lesh Rack. Will they be able to take the follow-up fight? BKB is now down. Yang, can he use the Arena of Blood? Doesn't even need to. As they just call down directly onto White Album. They get now the arena down onto Monet. Monet will pop his own BKB just to be able to escape from this, but they forced him away from the fight without him being able to provide damage. Shiva's God does slow him up. They even dust him as well. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Monet in the danger, but there's going to be the vacuum wall. The Aegis expires once more, so they kill Somnus. Oh my god, is this going to happen every freaking time? Monet underneath the tier 2 tower now turns on the Tricks of the Trade, looking for the damage out onto Eurus. Eurus has already used the BKB. Once again, Eurus is carrying a gem, and the gem is going to go the way of Team Aster as they wipe everybody on the side of Elephant. Aegis expires mid-fight. They can't kill Monet. They chase him too far underneath the tier 2. Is this just going to be the movie of every single fight? Oh my god. Elephant find themselves badly positioned yet again. I was talking earlier about how Darkseer has been relying on them being badly positioned to get off his big vacuum walls. He gets off, like, he buys a Blink Dagger, right? Doesn't actually use it to initiate the vacuum wall. Lays the wall. When the BKBs come down, suddenly they're in bad position again from Elephant, and then he can use the vacuum to perfectly mop it up. Brings them all into the smoke screen, which I think is the big thing there. Oof, 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 Monet. 13k gold lead now for them. Yo, that fight was really bad for them. They'd already lost White Album. Lanem not looking all that great. That could have been a turning point in the entire game, but instead all it does is solidify the lead of Team Aster. What a play. 2 lanes of racks now secured. Elephants get jumped on. We see Yang getting moved on by Monet. He pops a BKB just to get back. And Monet now has Aghanim shots or sleeping dot. Gonna get thrown out. Honestly, I feel like the values on this dot need to be adjusted. 4 is too long. It's like way too long. Hell, I'll take more damage after the sleep than the duration of it, because 4 is just insane. Darkseer now has the refresher. Elephant. One more roll of the dice left for them. It seems to be the same thing every single time though, that the way to get elephants to make a mistake is give them an advantage. It's actually crazy. Every time this team seems ahead and in a good position, that's when you should be most worried that they're gonna do something really, really, really ill-advised. Like chasing Monet underneath an active tier 2 before they'd even claimed the Darkseer life. Knowing full well that the Darkseer didn't use any of his spells in the fight. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. A solitary roll of the dice remains, but Elephant, can they claim that role? Aster just seems so clean. This team just seems so crisp, especially how they play together. Just so crisp. It's been wonderful. We'll see if they decide to wait for the next Aegis. For now, Refresher being potentially built up by the DP, but she needs to save for a buyback. On the bright side, all Radiant heroes do have buybacks, so it's quite difficult to end the game right now for Aster. Red Panda, well, he has to forgo his buyback because he has to buy yet another gem. Also a big thing about that fight, that they had to commit the gem. Now, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and Somnus. Okay. Cool. That happened. Arena now thrown out. There's going to be a buyback on Somnus. Will they be able to take this fight now? This is a final roll. The Yules goes out onto Eurus to keep him alive. A little bit Jungle. Yang does end up dying. Eurus will refresh. Wants to go in for the second round of Ghost, but Monet just keeping the track out onto this DP, ensuring that there is no ability for her to turn back with these Ghost. Somnus in the middle of the fray with the BKB damage going, but it's just not enough without the Exorcism. There's going to be vacuumed into the tricks of the trade and the wall. Way too much damage. That's going to be it. Somnus buyback. Yang going to be gone next. And GG. GG. Ultra kill for Monet. Come on, just give the man the rampage. Give him the rampage. Give him the rampage. FY dick. Not going to allow the big man to get what he needs. And Monet turns it up once more and finds yet another massive win. Oh, yo. Gaben, please nerf the shards. Elephant, please start playing Dota. Please start playing Dota. That was so painful to watch. Like, you know that saying of stop getting in your own way? Elephant is that as a team. They insist on getting in there. They just will not win a game clean. They're like, no. We will not do that. Instead, what we're gonna do is put ourselves in a situation where we have to play our hearts out to come back. God, what a game. This was one of these games that was sort of gifted to Team Aster. Not to say they didn't play amazingly well. Do not get me wrong. Yo, the team played absurdly well, right? Unfortunately, by the way, decide who put in the most work. Unfortunately, you can play as well as you want. You can do everything you need to do. But it also helps a lot if your opponent doesn't necessarily take advantage of windows of opportunity that they have. Like the gold graph was often just in favor of Aster throughout the game. But there were points where the DP and the gyrocopter in particular were very high up. Aster, the thing that they did the best, in my opinion, was delaying this BKB by like at least 2 minutes. It could have come out here, but there were two crucial deaths. Let's see actually, when were those minutes of the deaths on the gyro? Let's see, just before BKB, right? So it was right after, or just after he gets the Ogre Axe, he dies, and then just after he picks up the Myth Hammer, he dies again. It's a lot of time spent with this gyro, not having the BKB, not having the damage item, the ability to just stick in the fight. Then all the damage is coming from Eurus. Now the entire priority of the fight from Aster is isolate Eurus from everybody else. Then we can easily kill everyone else. Aster. Good job from them. Congratulations with their performance. And they bring this one. It came close at times, especially that one big fight where the game actually ended though was that fight that happened where they jumped into the top lane, right? First, they find the initial grab onto the White Album Leshrac, right? You think to yourself, okay, they've gotten Leshrac killed, they've gotten Lanem killed. All that's left is XXX Doxia, Lion on Borax, as well as Monet. Monet doesn't have BKB. How on earth can they possibly win this fight? Well, the one time you can win that fight is if all three enemy cores that are ranged cores, two of them are ranged cores, one of them the melee core, all three of them though, are gonna stand together, and then they're all gonna get vacuumed together, then they're gonna get smoke clouded together, and then they're underneath the tier 2 together, and then they're all dead. Yeah. XXX. Also, you know what else won this game? This right here. XXX Aghanim Scepter, baby. The amount of times Monet would be surviving with less than 100 HP, but he has Iron Shell on him. The amount of times there'd be a fight where the damage of White Album is gone. It's only like XXX and Lanem that's around, but they both have Iron Shell on them with the Wall of Replica nearby or something. Just god tier performance. Did an amazing job this game, so congratulations. Congratulations. So, you, my friend, you, comrade, for XXX gets the Putting in Work award. What a G. What a god. Lol. Hard to get more channel points. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. Lol, 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 lol. Well, bet with both. Like, I don't know. As long as you bet something, just have a little bit of fun with it. I'm sad about this game. I thought Elephant actually had it. Alright, let's make a bet. I guarantee you that, firstly, I don't think Elephant's going to get to the major with the form that they're in. I think Aster's going to be first overall in the group, obviously. They are going to be the best team in China. It's going to be Aster that come out. Well, the best team in China right now. Then behind them is most likely going to be IG. Actually, no, it's going to be Aster, LGD, IG, VG. I don't think we're going to see eHome or Elephant able to do the business, to do the gas. Well, we'll see though. We'll see. Either way, I'm just expressing disappointment. I'm just sad about this game. But congratulations to the side of Team Aster as they maintain another victory. Not a clean one. It's 2-1, but nonetheless, they are able to do it. And with that, that's going to bring the end to I-League. Bleak time, but it's not done for the day. Fortunately, we are going to be coming back later. Like I said, for Team Spirit versus the Hellbear Smashers, that one is going to be a cracker. So I'm quite excited to see how it's going to pan out and how those two teams are going to play each other. For now, I'm going to shut down the stream, take a young break, and come back a little bit later to go in. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me for the day and for being able to watch IG go over 2-1 and Aster going over in the same fashion. Gonna be back later, like I mentioned. So in the meantime, for the last time for now, make sure that you are following the stream. Come say hi and chat. Shout out to everybody who was keeping us company throughout the day. Be cool, be awesome, be like Johnny. Johnny came through with a young donation, which I deeply appreciate, getting us closer to the goal for the month. Be awesome and come through to Patreon, become a patron. It's a good time. It's fun. It's happiness out there. And of course, you can set up exactly how you want to be able to support things. Or we're right here on Twitch. It's a giant purple button that's always flashing. Subscribe. 20% off. Subscribe. So I think you have to follow the directions of the button. It's not me. That's just the rule of Twitch. What can we do? So, but like in a more serious fashion, yeah, subscribe if you want to become a supporter. Be awesome. Be like Crony Dota. Shout out to you, comrade. Be like Iliad57. And of course, be like the Triple O Prodigy. Shout out to you guys. I really do appreciate it. You have absolutely no idea. And with that, I'm going to close it out for now. I'll see you all in about 90 minutes for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
I dream of you whenever I'm not
Thank
You know it's time to rise from the fire. You know it's time to rise from the fire. Rise from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. You know it's time to rise from the fire. rise from the fire.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. It's been a young minute, but we have returned now here to Snare as we are going to be now having ourselves some Dota on the side of Pinnacle Cup. So we've left China, going to Europe, and we're going to be scoping out Team Spirit taking on the side of Hellbear Smashers. This one I've been looking forward to. So without any further ado, let's just get into the game because we are deep into the draft at this point. Hellbear Smashers playing on a Radiant side. We've got ourselves Team Spirit on Dire. So the way this game is looking right now, the thing that I really want to see the most personally is I want to see this game go late. And the reason I want to see it go late is because I have a feeling that Team Spirit generally are a team that plays really quickly. I should probably take this off, shouldn't I? Y'all can tell I was traveling. I had a mask. I had to have a mask on and everything. Team Spirit is this team that, generally speaking, I do expect them to be able to beat out Hellbear Smashers in the laning phase. And I don't think Hellbear Smashers is necessarily the team that performs best when they have to come back in the mid lane. So if we extend this game a little bit later, then I definitely do see the possibility of them coming in vogue here with some strategies to give us the W.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We see the Shadow Shaman pick from the Hellbear Smashers. That's their third pick. They led with the Abaddon. First overall pick was for the Grimstroke, picked up by Team Spirit. Then we saw Abaddon, Lesh, and then of course Mirana rounded that out for Team Spirit. Mirana's not a hero that we've been seeing as much lately. We saw a lot of this hero a while back, and it kind of feels like it just fell off for reasons unknown. It's kind of bizarre why this hero isn't really played anymore. But I do love seeing Mirana plus Centaur. Whenever I see the Mirana, whenever you have Centaur as well, it's so great. Now you have two ways of initiating the fight, and one of them can just be reserved in order to exit the fight. So providing yourself as many options as humanly possible in this situation.
5 seconds remaining.
I have a bit of a problem here. When I'm looking at this draft. The major problem that I have primarily is I need to see how Hellbear Smashers actually starts fights. Right now we're relying on the Yule Scepter from Leshrak to do that for us. So who is going into the start fighting role? What's Rasmus going to play basically? Is he playing Tide? Is he playing Sand King?
It's Bloodseeker. I kind of hope that this is a Bloodseeker for Ace rather than a Bloodseeker for Rasmus in the offlane. Not that that can't be useful, but I do kind of... I mean, I've been speaking about this a lot, how right now Dota 2 is in a place of agency. The team that's better able to do what they need, that can actually smoke up and make something happen on the map, is generally the team that finds themselves coming away with the dubs. So in this situation, it is a little bit disconcerting that we are 4 picks in for the side of Hellbear Smashers and we still don't have a way for them to start fights. I'm hoping that Rasmus is the last pick and that this is just the Ace Bloodseeker. To be fair about the Ace Bloodseeker, right, this can be really good against Centaur, can also be quite good against the Mirana, because you not only have the thirst bonus against Mirana, Rupture against Stampeder targets is amazing, like one of the best spells in the entire game. You also give yourself the blood right, so when this fight starts and the opponent's coming into you, you have a way of just like having the fight transform.
Radiant team battle.
But still, even if that's the case, like that, I hope it's safe lane Bloodseeker, but even if it is, I'm still not fully happy with this, because now that they've picked up this Wraith King loves to be in these type of fights and situations where the opponent effectively punches themselves out. Bloodseeker, at best you get what, 2 blood rights in a fight? At best, that's a long engagement. 1 Rupture is all that comes out, of course. So you'll be happy to tank it up.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team battle.
This is a major problem. We'll have to see what... But now we've actually gotten another issue, right? Because of this Wraith King pick, and because of how these drafts are stacked up at the moment, we might have to have a scenario or a situation where the only way for Pinnacle, not for Pinnacle, for Hellbear Smashers to play this out well, is for them to actually decide now that they have to put the Bloodseeker into the offlane. Because if Ace plays this Bloodseeker, you don't want to have the game winner on your side of the map and the Bloodseeker be somewhat hard countered by the game winner on the other side in the Wraith King.
Dire team pick.
See now, Rubik Band, Medusa Band, Medusa head on me like I'm Illuminati.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Where's this going? Where's this going? Where's this going? They have last pick on Team Spirit. They just need a mid hero that's not going to lose them the game, so they don't really have to worry all that much about having to do things perfectly. It just has to be succinct for them. And it's going to be a Nyx Assassin. Alright. Okay, I can live with Nyx Assassin. I can live with Nyx Assassin. Yeah, I can live with it. This is fine.
10 seconds remaining.
The question is though, so it's now mid Mirana. Yeah. If you look at the side of Hellbear Smashers, they actually don't have that many tools to deal with mid Mirana either. I won't lie, I feel like this is a pretty hard outdraft. This Nyx Assassin is going to be really good against the Leshrac. Bloodseeker doesn't do all that much in this game against like Wraith King. And if you're putting Mirana mid, that does mean that the timing of this Mirana on the map will be a little bit faster than the Bloodseekers. So it's a good counter towards Stampede, but you'll have the Moonlight Shadow up online, ganking around the map. Provided just make sure everybody has enough HP to survive through the thirst, you should be a-okay. We'll see what this last pick is though. What is Rasmus playing? Is Rasmus playing Bloodseeker or is Ace playing Bloodseeker? 12 seconds left on the reserve time. It's gonna be the MK that gets picked up. Okay. Okay. Monkey King is a fantastic last pick though, to be fair. It's great in the lane versus the Centaur. You can't get big enough in the game that you can fight against your Toro, especially because you know that he's going to be going for this physical damage route. The bonus armor you gain from the Wukongs will definitely be helpful if you can get far ahead in this game. Yo, to be fair for Hellbear Smashers, right? If they can get ahead in this game, they stay ahead. This is a team that will not drop behind, doesn't seem to give up an advantage. Yo, this last pick is actually pretty dope. But we'll see. Personally, I still think Team Spirit will win. I think Team Spirit's, yo, actually unreasonably good, if I'm honest. Oops, I should change scenes. There we go. Sometimes I wish they'd warn me before they did that, but that's, well, the warning isn't important. We're out here, we're doing our thing. So, with the way these picks have come out, I would like to personally say that I am, I'm a fan of Team Spirit. Even with that last pick, Monkey King, I do think that Team Spirit's draft is just a lot more straightforward to play. They have heroes also for every other hero on the side of Hellbear Smashers. It feels like a hard game. I'm not certain it's gonna be a hard game, but it feels like a hard game. So I am going to opt to vote for the side of Team Spirit. What do y'all think? Predictions are open. Yo, looks like there's not much faith in the Hellbear Smashers. We'll see what they can put forth. What are they going to be able to do? So here we go. We're getting into the game. So prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, for some doubts. So here we go. Y'all hype? Y'all excited? You think this is gonna be a dub? Let's see what's gonna happen. So I am the more I look at it, yeah, I'm really with Team Spirit. I feel like Team Spirit have got this. One of the also bigger options and bigger problems is as this game extends. Okay, we see they're trying to get aggressive right now onto the centaur around this bounty room. No kill just yet. Beautiful impale coming through from the Nyx. Able to stun out Gilgar and Tofu. Gilgar is going to be the first one to fall. Miroslav does die shortly thereafter, but he set up the early kill for his team. Bloodright does connect onto some heroes, but who cares? Alright, so that is a way to start a game, is it not? That's definitely a way to start a game. We are now closing all the betting and getting underway with some Dota 2. Let's go. Out here in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo and Stormer will be playing directly into one another. This is the kind of lane that I'm very interested to see how it pans out, because I'm curious whether or not, I'm very curious, right? Whether or not Toronto Tokyo with the Mirana, if you can beat out this Leshrac. Maybe you go like some 102 build. I don't know. I actually have no idea what the build is for this mid Mirana right now. Also, Toronto Tokyo is a god, and I've given up on trying to predict how this man is going to play Dota, but you heard plates. Yeah, actually, yo, let me tell y'all a really funny story. So, you know when I went quiet just now after we went into the game scene? The reason I went quiet is, oh, Collapse is gonna die bottom. Feels bad for him. The reason I went quiet, right, is because I could actually smell. I'm busy making some plant mince for dinner, or I was busy making it. I had to turn off the stove because I forgot to turn off the stove before I came back to the game. So now some of it is burnt. Feels bad. It is what it is. I burnt food so I can give you all Dota. Ace down bottom will be able to farm quite handily there versus the Centaur. Don't really see Collapse being able to turn too much pressure out onto this Monkey King. So it should be, for the most part, free farm for Ace down in the bottom lane. Miroslav will of course try to make things easier for Collapse, but Collapse will be relying primarily on these kind of gifts from Miroslav. Doesn't really want to put himself forward in the lane to soak up that pressure, at least not until he has a Vanguard at the very least. I wonder what build Ace goes for in this game. I'm not sure that the Battle Fury is necessarily the best build. I think probably still Maelstrom Ags still seems fairly strong, right? But I haven't seen much carry Monkey King in a while. I saw one like week 1 of the patch, but it looked terrible, so I haven't seen it since. The most South African of all the South African dishes. Well, Tofu's dead. Definitely not Tofu, I can tell you that. As he goes down here. Collapse with Miroslav, they're able to set up. That's the one thing they'll be able to do continually. Because where Ace wants to be is so far away from where, at the time, they want to be playing on the side of Team Spirit. They can create these kind of situations where Tofu is somewhat isolated away from the Monkey King. I mean, Ace won't care that much, right? He's just trying to farm, man. 2 points Jingu, Collapse can't really approach this lane. But they can still get the occasional kill out onto the Abaddon. The most South African of all South African dishes would have to be pap, some veggies, dried meat, a gravy that involves, and there's way too many assorted vegetables, honestly. And then you have the option on the side of either some mealies or just more meat. Toronto Tokyo losing out the CS battle medal, but this should be expected in some regard. Definitely not something that is atypical here. Top lane, they do manage to bring down Gilger, second death of the game there. At the same time though, Toronto Tokyo runs down Stormstormer and solo kills him. Are you kidding me? Okay, cool, that just happened. So Toronto Tokyo will not just do that, he'll steal away Stormstormer's bounty from the high ground there. And you won't go back and think, let me go top to try and maybe get a gank there. He'll still stick around middle. He's seeing how long this death timer is. And top lane, Rasmus is in a lot of trouble on this Bloodseeker. Oh, by the way, I feel like I have to mention something just to be fair and balanced. I have to mention that I do not think this Bloodseeker will accomplish much in this game. The only thing he'll accomplish really is First Vision, getting the Rupture out onto the Centaur every now and then, and using Blood Rites in some of the key engagements, but I don't have much faith for this Bloodseeker in this game. I'm just being honest. I'm letting y'all know. Now, especially because of the fact, oh, Miroslav, they might get a kill onto Gilgir here. Inkswell will trigger, and the silence doesn't come off. They try to get the stun off with the Spike Carapace from Miroslav. Not even necessary. Yotaro turning back to get the kill. Killing spree already for the Wraith King. Jeez, and it's not like this game gets easier for the Hellbear Smashers, right? Bloodseeker does not get more useful versus Wraith King. Monkey King doesn't enjoy the fights more the more farm a Wraith King gets. To be fair, Stormstorm will be fine. He'll be at the back. He's at the back of the fight, being like, "Yo, don't involve me. I don't want to have any part of this." Stormstormer and Tofu, they just need the Abaddon to sit right now behind the Leshrac. It seems to be the case that this has replaced the Oracle as the go-to Leshrac partner, and yeah, right there we see why I believe that's a mistake. Well, to be fair, they don't have level 6 just yet on the Abaddon, so even if it was Oracle, they couldn't get that save. Top lane, they also get a kill onto the Wraith King at the same time. So they made a big movement with these supports into the mid lane to try find the Leshrac, and they succeeded doing so. Abaddon, unfortunately, can only Aphotic Shield off one spell, not a billion. However, almost immediately afterwards, we see Hellbear Smashers fight back by securing themselves a kill onto the Wraith King in the top lane. Unfortunately, they do have to deny the tower, and now they're not going to be having access to a tier 1 tower to play with in the top lane. Pre-7 minutes, and already a tower is down. A little bit unfortunate here, but it is what it is. What can we do? I really want to see Toronto Tokyo's build. Is this naively, I would imagine that Maelstrom is what you start with. So you sort of play it, or you itemize in the same fashion as you would do if you're playing Wind Ranger. So value Javelin, turn that into BKB, then come back for the Maelstrom. Obviously, you're playing Mirana, so you just go for the full Maelstrom into BKB. Poor Rasmus. Feels bad. Feels bad. Top lane also. Ace was inside the Wukongs, triggered it against Yatoro and Muboshka. I imagine that they use the Inkswell on him. Get close, get the stun with Wraith Fire Blast, almost come close to killing him, but Wukong's command, you do get that bonus armor. That is going to be the one trump card that they have access to for a large portion of this game. Up until the point where Yatoro feels comfortable walking into the Wukongs to fight directly against the Monkey King, nobody can actually enter the Wukong's command once that spell is used. Ragnar gonna see in the top lane, just a quick kill potentially onto Gilger. Can they bring him down? Nice by Carafest from Miroslav to prevent the Monkey King from adding any extra shenanigans if need be, but it just is the case that Gilger ends up going down. Stampede made use of. They are chasing, but collapsed because of that Stampede, and Rasmus is not nearby. I think Rasmus actually threw out the Rupture and he didn't die anyway. Yeah, Rasmus has no ultimate on him. And there's no other heroes on that side of the map except the Centaur, so it has to be this. Miroslav. This is why Nyx is so good against Leshrac. You stun him. Oh, okay. They didn't follow that up with the stun though from Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, okay. Miroslav's like, yo, that's not on me. I did what I was supposed to do. I stunned the Lesh. Toronto Tokyo was supposed to follow up with the arrow. Then we jump him. And then we double starfall him and he's dead now. That's not on me. And it's not on Miroslav. Poor guy. Hey. Bottom. Stormstormer using the Diabolic Edict to try press pressure onto the tier 1 tower. With Miroslav as well as Collapse being here, it's not that easy for them to mount a defense of this. Out towards middle, Ace. Will they go onto him? They're coming through now. Here it's going to be the Inkswell. It connects onto Ace. Will they have the bonus damage? Nope. They just decide to rather leave. As Stormstormer, his presence does make this very difficult. One thing about this Lash is that, especially at the early stages of the game, you always underestimate just how much damage comes out of this Leshrac. It's always at least 3 times as much as you thought. Minimum. Poor Rasmus out here in the bottom lane trying to just pick himself up, get into a viable scenario for his team. Collapse trying to deny this as much as possible, just playing in his face. They are going to bring in multiple heroes to try and make sure that Rasmus does live though. Miroslav, beautiful impale, stalling out both Tofu as well as Stormstormer. Ace also made the trip down bottom. So there's 4 heroes down here for Hellbear Smashes, but this is not really going to accomplish anything. Because think about it, because they had to use the Diabolic Edict, right, for this initial part of the fight, and thinking that they might be able to find a target after Miroslav got off a good stun, now they don't have anything else to go and push the tower. I mean, Collapse will die here, but they're not going to get the tower off of this. But at the same time, Yatoro, he comes through looking like he wants to find a fight. Toronto Tokyo also here looking for an Inkswell. Nobody gets stunned up just yet though. Rasmus and Tofu, very low at HP. Gonna be a Blood Rite drop down. Nice soul bind, preventing them from running away. Yatoro and Miroslav will be able to clean up house there. And Ace just routed away from the area. This is really bad. Literally the whole team from Hellbear Smashers came down bottom, initially hoping to at least get a kill onto Collapse if nothing else, but they failed to get the kill onto Collapse. And then immediately afterwards they use 1 or 2 spells to try get a kill onto Collapse, and they succeed, but now they have nothing left for the upcoming fight, nothing left to push into the tower, and worse yet, they draw a response which ends up losing them their own tower. So despite being in a situation, in a scenario where they led things off quite well, unfortunately, because of an inability to actually follow up on those kills and bringing everybody down, they lose all the advantage they could have maybe gained from that particular movement. Iboshka, he's just tanking some damage top. Stormstormer here, but the Inkswell on him makes that very difficult. They do use the Rupture out onto Miroslav, so this will just be a nice quick kill, very easy for them to be able to pick up. Yeah, now we were talking earlier about the fact that Monkey King can get to a point in the game where he feels so hella strong that nobody wants to come and try and fight him inside the Wukong's command. That period of the game is ending, unfortunately, with how things are going right now. Like, Yatoro is getting a little bit too much farm on this Wraith King. Just a tad, just a smidge. And, just gonna go for this early rat, has Armlet already. Once you have Armlet Rats +1, even level 2 Wukong's command doesn't bother you that much. Sometimes you have to commit a life to finish off or force, but even if you're scared of the level 3 one, what ends up happening, this will just be a quick kill. Miroslav might not actually die here. Okay, misses the impale, but this could set up for some scary things. Okay, if he got the impale, it might have been a different story, but because he missed it, they're like, yeah, no, we're not going to initiate onto this. But there's going to come a point in this game, right, where Wraith King is maybe afraid of dying or losing 1 life to level 3 Wukong's command. But level 2, he'll run into it. He'll be like, let's go, bruh. And even at level 3, you don't mind dying the first time around if it forces them to take a fight in that area. And or, if you're stronger than the Monkey King at that point, you force him away from the Wukongs. And that's the one big team fight spell that they have on the side of Hellbear Smashers. Literally nothing else available. So any single time that you are able to grab a quick pickup by ensuring that Wukong's command is either wasted or forced out early, it's honestly a team fight win for Team Spirit. Commit the Moonlight Shadow, they're on the top lane, but there's already been sentries laid down quite nicely by the Hellbear Smashers. They are prepared for this maneuver.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right now, they're actually going onto the opposing side of the map. They're just sticking together. Nobody wants to put themselves in an untoward position right now. Looks like also the build for Toronto Tokyo gonna be Manta or just Yasha Lincoln Sphere. They really don't want to have the almost a jump, but they jumped the opposite direction. Bounder Strike connects onto 2. Miroslav will get ruptured, so Miroslav will die. It is what it is. What can you do? Nice double kill there for Rasmus, and that opens up an opportunity for Roche. I think that was a double damage rune on Ace. I don't think they have any negative armor items though, so it's going to be a very rough go if they do decide to go for the big man. So maybe they opt against it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's a nice move from Hellbear Smashers to recognize that where you are in this game right now, sure, he might not have the best usage out of this Bloodseeker, or rather he might be playing into a difficult game. The one thing though that is going to be present is this Rupture. I would not mind seeing an Aghanim Scepter, even if they rush it, coming out of the Bloodseeker. I think that's going to be his most valuable tool for these fights. Tofu has to pop the borrowed time to just stay alive here. We're trying to attempt for some dewarding action here on the high ground. This area of the map has just become so important. Like, Radiant can take or leave having an outpost, Dire cannot. The amount of games I've seen Dire team, like the amount of bodies you can use to protect the outpost equals infinite. Never enough. What the game looks like whenever you lose control of this region of space is just so difficult on Dire side that it makes complete sense to me that they insist, no matter what, in making sure that that is not really a possibility. Rasmus. This out on mid, banging space for Stormstormer, who threw out an arrow, had an arrow thrown towards him. Miroslav, will he find the Impale? There's going to be Yule's Impale, and they should be able to get this kill. The question is, do they get out safely is the real question, as the Rupture has been thrown out with the Stampede as well. 2 heroes still bound up, no escape for Toronto Tokyo because there was a nice Boundless Strike to interrupt that. And they know that he's here, but unfortunately Rupture is not permanent. Oh, Toronto Tokyo getting bashed by Roche on the first hit. Other side of the fight, Gilga getting taken down by the Mapushka Inkswell. And with the 2-for-0 trade, it should proceed with just a straight up retreat from Team Spirit, and Hellbear Smashers realizing that, we don't really want to chase further for this. Very big pick to pick up the Lesh, especially pre-BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Once this BKB is complete for Stormstormer, the game turns significantly for Hellbear Smashers. Because up until this point, all the damage is, well, reliably coming from Monkey King being able to use some of his spells, right? The reason it's not reliable damage from Lesh is that Leshrak has to be spending a lot of his time in the fight running away, so the damage isn't actually being thrown forward. However, once he gets BKB, that can start to turn. Because then at that point, right, you can go in with the Wukong's command as the Monkey King. Ace can drop it, and Stormstormer just runs around right next to him. And even if you have enough damage to kill Stormstormer, it's going to take so long that you'll be running around, spending time inside the Wukongs, which isn't what you want. Mid lane, we're all going to see Erasmus just getting brought down. It took them a little bit longer than I thought. That's why I didn't even bother covering the kill. I was like, oh, this is going to take 2 seconds, but it took a while. Now Collapse actually blinked forward into a really bad position. Force Staff does end up saving him, and Muposhka throws in the Soul Bite. Both supports in a bit of a rough position. Miroslav hoping to also find the Impale, but Ace there with the Wukong Summon and Boundless Strike onto 3. Pulse Nova flying out as well as the Diabolic Edict. Gilga does look like he's going to fall outside the fight. Unfortunately, though, there's just too much damage from Team Spirit, and they do manage to bring down the Monkey King. Yatoro also taking out Stormstormer. Who do they grab next? Tofu, he's going to fall too. Make it a full team wipe. At the same time, we saw outside of the fight, Miroslav there taking out Gilga and dewarding the base, or the area around the Roshan pit. Yeah, this is really, really rough. Let's see this fight once more. So Ace gets off the Wukongs, has the Boundless Strike, he's fighting it up, but look at Yatoro just turn his attention back towards Ace. Woo! So much damage there. And the rest of the fight just does not pan out in the way that they thought it would. Losing 4, make that 5. And getting the Roshan to boot. Toronto Tokyo, he's the one that's going to walk away with the Aegis of the Immortal. So might feel now that he has more impetus to skip picking up the BKB. And go for something a bit more aggressive. We'll see what the decision is going to be from this Morana. MK. Ace does have Battle Fury, so can still farm for later portions of this game to recover and look very strong there, but not the easiest thing in the world by any stretch of the imagination. Top, they get Toronto Tokyo inside a ward trap, and I think he's ruptured, so they do get the first life. Do they get the second? There's no BKB yet, so they can actually get the second. Toronto Tokyo does manage to leap away, and there's the Stampede. There's no more rupture, so they've kept Toronto Tokyo alive, and now here comes the re-engage. Collapse! 2 heroes caught with the hoof stomp. Inkswell onto both as well. Rasmus and Gilgar are gone. Stormstormer getting chased in the trees. No escape for you, buddy. Miroslav with the Vendetta hit. Able to secure the 3rd kill. They have a 9k gold lead. Sure, they do manage to take away the Aegis of the Immortal, but the cost of doing so, definitely not worth it. Especially because they don't even get the real life of Toronto Tokyo. It costs so much to get the first life that they have nothing left for the second one. And here we go, we see it again. This quick kill. And they thought they were going to be able to follow the sub. Unfortunately, that Stampede, they realized there's no rupture, so therefore Stampede is actually a good spell again. We see in the real game also that the 2 supports have found themselves losing their lives once more. Back to the replay, we see now how the rest of the fight panned out. Stormstormer, dude, without BKB you can't be here. Can't be anywhere. Can't do anything. Just so sad. The BKB is an absolute necessity in order for him to be able to do anything of real substance. Now that they have the Lincoln Sphere for Morana, even that play that we saw in the top lane where they took away her life on the Aegis becomes impossible. Afterwards it's like, now what? You don't actually have access to any real spell that threatens her. Also, I did tell y'all Bloodseeker's gonna do nothing this game, but my god, even I underestimated this. I mean, he has done something, right? The Ruptures, it's not like they've been wholesale useless, but unfortunately the pick has just been completely taken care of by the way Team Spirit decided to play this game out. This pick of the Wraith King made a huge difference. The switch of putting Morana mid as well, I think, also makes a difference. Hold that thought. We're going to see now a quick jump onto Tofu. Can they kill him? Inkswell stun. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. But whenever you have this Morana mid, instead of playing support, like I was mentioning in the draft, you just get out on the map so much faster than this Bloodseeker is able to catch up. Arrow won't connect. Toronto Tokyo hasn't been the best marksman today, if we're honest. Gilga juking through the trees. Only a limited capacity that you can do this. You will eventually end up getting brought down. And Yatoro, oh my god, Miroslav found the impale out onto Rasmus. Is Rasmus gonna die? One more right click is all they need. Yatoro up on the hill, able to find him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ace is still building into BKB, but we are at that point now where the Wraith King can walk into the Wukongs. The previous fight that he did this, he had the double damage at the very least to help him out for Yotaro. But now I honestly think this Wraith King is strong enough that Wukong is not going to be a real bother. Oh snap, did somebody bet HB? Why, dude? Oh my god. Why would you do that? Nah, mate. This draft is not the best. Not the best. The only bright light of this draft was the Ace Monkey King. And I'm glad that it seemed so far like it has been the only bright light, because it really has been, but everything else has not really been working out. Team Spirit has had their number. Especially Miroslav. Miroslav has just been so on point. And now he has a Yule Scepter as well. So now the next assassin can initiate fights all by his lonesome without having to concern himself with what's being done on the forefront of the fight. Yotaro. Okay, are you sure this is the best fight? Nice! 3 heroes caught inside the Hofstomp from the Centaur. He's inside the Wukongs now, tanking up quite a bit of damage. Stampede to get them a little bit away. Yotaro, he's the one that tanks up the Ravage. However, Toronto Tokyo is able to just go onto the backside of the fight and just eliminate Miroslav. Arrow connects onto Tofu. What a Hofstomp yet again from Collapse. This time around though, he's gonna die. Oh, will he? Inkswell. Not only does it heal him up, it stuns everybody around him. And that enables them to completely destroy that fight. GG, well played as core. Hellbear Smashers have seen enough. Rasmus has had enough. And Team Spirit will grab themselves game number 2. Here in the second day of these group stages here for Pinnacle. Yeah. Well, that was domination. That was fun, you know. Hellbear Smashers didn't even get to 10 kills. You don't get to see that every day these days. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. God damn. Oof. You do not get to see defeats like this all that often. Look at the differences in net worth. Honestly, this was one of these very rare start to finish defeats where the one thing going well was the ace lane. Well, okay, let's not lie. Storm's lane was actually going decently well as well, right? It wasn't that much of a problem initially. However, the problem comes in that it's so much, once the laning phase breaks down, it's so much easier for Team Spirit to get onto the Hellbear Smasher side of the map and kill their heroes than it is for vice versa. Consider Hellbear Smashers, the one kill that they got on the other side of the map was when they were able to get that play onto taking out the Aegis of the Immortal from the Mirana. That's the one time that they could actually do something on the other side of the map. Almost every other time that they got a kill, it was because Team Spirit is coming into them and they defend an area. But Team Spirit, they have Miroslav running around, being able to scout out pretty much everything on the map half the time. He knows where you are. He knows where Leshrak is farming. Always ready with the Spike Carapace to stun him up. You have this Collapse Centaur, always ready to trigger out the Stampede. Always ready to pull through and say, you know what? This is all we need to get an escape on one of these key heroes. You have these tools on the side of Team Spirit. You have the Miposhka buying Aghanim Shard who can dispel you and heal you in the middle of the fight. You have Yatoro that's going to jump in happily. You have Miroslav, or Mirana even, actually. Toronto Tokyo's out here with his ultimate, throwing it out when needs be to help you out. It just really felt like Team Spirit had the number of Hellbear Smashers, and Hellbear Smashers didn't have any tools to come back with. It's one thing, say, if they're the ones with the Centaur in the off lane, if they're the ones that have like this Grimstroke in the support position, then it's a bit of a different story. But with the draft that they actually had to play with, they just couldn't actually play Dota. There's no agency with this draft. This draft doesn't do anything. And by do anything, I don't mean damage. I don't mean pushing down towers. I don't mean taking Roche. I mean that if you decide as a team, we want to go kill X hero, it's literally impossible to accomplish with this draft unless you have unless you like dumpster the laning phase, you're already like 3-4k ahead by 12 minutes. Just on paper, I don't see how this is going to work out. So how their smashes, unfortunately, will find themselves going down in the first game 1-0. This does unfortunately mean that they are staring at the barrel of going down 2-0 against Team Spirit, because generally Team Spirit is another one of these squads that once they've taken a game off of you, it's very difficult to get one back off of them. But let's see in game number 2 whether or not they are going to be able to achieve that. So in the meantime, while the two teams are prepping themselves for some more Dota 2 action, make sure that you are following the stream. If it's your first time over here, come say hi in chat, hang out, let us know what you thought about the game, let us know who you bet on, who you thought would win, and how that came to fruition. And of course, if you had a good time, if you enjoyed yourself, consider becoming a supporter of the stream, either by donating through PayPal. You know, I don't have the right overlay right now, but you actually get your name and lights. I'll add the right one a bit later. Normally it's like right big under here, so cool. So donate, get your name and lights. If you don't want to do that, you can also become a patron through patreon.com, or you can make the decision to just subscribe here on Twitch. Get access to those emotes. Get access to, you know which emotes we need right now? Who put in that work, y'all? Who put in that work? I need to say that for me, the mans who put in that work, of all the players that we saw in the title Team Spirit, Toronto Tokyo had a great game, don't get me wrong. Collapse played amazingly, don't get me wrong. Yatoro held it down, did everything he needed to do. But my boy Mira, Miroslav the God, what a G. Gets the Putting in Work award. We don't even need democracy to be able to decide this one. That's how clear it was that he just absolutely made that game the easiest thing in the world for the rest of his team, which is definitely what you need to be doing if you're going to be playing support in the concurrent meta. So with that, break time, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, because Dota 2 action will be right here.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we continue along with the finale. And I'm actually gonna foreground this and say I think it's gonna be the finale. The gap between the two teams looked a bit too big to me in the previous game, so I expect that that gap is gonna reveal itself once more here. Sorry, it's just really annoying whenever I put my headphones on and then one of them gets on my ear, one of my dreads. It's really annoying. So let's hope. Listen, if you're a Hellbase Smashers fan, Mo Farah, I hope you're not in the cut right now, fam. Cause yeah, you're not feeling very fresh about what happened in game number 1. So let's hope that they can actually bring this back here for game number 2. I want game 3 personally. I don't think we'll get it, but I want it. But let me not count our eggs before we hatch because we still have a draft to assess. And Hellbase Smashers have led off with this Tiny, probably going to be a Stormer Tiny in the mid lane. That one is followed up by the Ancient Apparition as Team Spirit respond with them grabbing up. Oh, actually no, it was first pick Grimstroke again. Okay, first pick Grimstroke was responded to by Tiny Ancient Apparition. So Grimstroke Sand King. Whew! That's strong. That feels hella strong. That feels pretty strong. That feels a bit worrying. It's not the be-all and end-all scenario because despite that worry that they're going to have having to deal with the Sand King and the Grimstroke together, it's a pretty powerful lane. There is still some ways for them to still get what they need later on in the draft for Hellbase Smashers. You don't have to really worry just yet for the Ancient Apparition. All I want more from them is more heroes to be able to lead up to set up for the Ice Blast stun. If you can set up for Ice Blast stun, I'm a lot happier already. Feel a lot happier about the day's events, provided that happens. Thus far though, it has been a bit of a struggle. Radiant ban. Alright, so Radiant need to, what are they going to take out? Wraith King's gone, Lifestealer's gone. Team Spirit are obviously trying to make sure they can protect the Sand King, so we know where a lot of their engagement is going to come from.
5 seconds remaining.
Lots of consideration now being given towards what do we remove. Hellbase Smashers should realize also that these lanes definitely need to, they also need to make sure they have a good game for Rasmus. I think all the times I've seen Hellbase Smashers look really good, it's games where honestly it's Rasmus, not by himself of course, but he's making the rest of the team look a lot better by being able to just start the fights for them continually and always. It is really, it cannot be overstated just how much of a difference it makes in Dota 2 if you have somebody to start the fights for you.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Okay, Axe pick. So I would have liked this for Rasmus. I saw an Axe game from him the other day and I was extremely impressed. It was a DPC game, but good god did he not carry that game like a boss. So I would have liked to see something like that again here. Now what though? After they have this Axe for Team Spirit, it does seem to be the case that they are consigning the Sand King down into a support role. So we have support Sand King in the 4 position, Axe in the off lane. I suppose they did this in response to the PA. When you see the PA come out, you're like, do I want to play that lane necessarily as the Sand King? And it's like, I'd rather play Axe. You also now have a way to catch this PA. Blade Mail suddenly becomes a very high priority item for the Axe. And we do see the Centaur coming out now for Rasmus. I am very happy with this. I do feel
as much as humanly possible, you should be playing a hero that allows Rasmus to do stuff, man. When Rasmus is doing stuff, they just look so good. The Sven pick emerging now from out of nowhere. The thing about the Sven pick in this game that I really like and that I'm glad, or at least a reason why I love that they've gone for this Sven. It's a hero that can dish out a lot of deeps, but crucially can take advantage of the disable brought to you by the rest of your team. If somebody goes in and gets off a good call, good call followed up by a good Barrow Strike, followed up by a good Inksoft, followed up by a good Stormhammer, the crazy amount of disable they have available to themselves right now in Team Spirit. Hellbear Smashers have Tiny and Centaur. Also, it does seem like this might be 4 position Tiny. The way this draft is working out, it doesn't feel anymore like this is going to be Stormer necessarily on the Tiny. It could still be. We'll have to assess what these final bans look like. They banned Dankwillow. Who else do they remove? Why would they ban Dankwillow on the side of Hellbear Smashers? Unless they feel like Team Spirit are running the Sand King middle, which has been a thing that's often been done. Personally, I don't like Sand King mid. But if that's the route they want to go for, what can we say? So if it indeed is Sand King middle, that does mean it makes a lot of sense how they're opting to ban out these other heroes. Phoenix removed. The Dog. The Dankwillow nowhere to be seen. So where is Sand King going? Is it Sand King 4 or Sand King middle? I don't think I've seen Toronto Tokyo play the Sand King. And if you just ask me, like, intuitively, I can imagine Mira playing it, but I can't really imagine Toronto Tokyo playing it. Yep, there we go. Mirana. Yet again though, this is still really good as a pick because it keeps flexibility open. It's not actually set in stone what Toronto Tokyo is playing. He could be playing the Mirana, he could be playing the Sand King. He himself doesn't know. They're gonna find out now after this Kunkka pick, and now we see, yep, Toronto Tokyo pick Sand King. It literally was just about, alright, which sucks to play against mid more? And they decide that what sucks to play against more is going to be Kunkka into Mirana is worse than Kunkka into Sand King, so let's go with Sand King. Okay. Alright. I see how this is going. Let's look at these draws. What do we think? I personally... I don't know why, but I'm just not feeling this one. I'm just not feeling it. Like, yeah, I am gonna say, give me liberty or give me death. I'm kidding. I'm gonna say, let's go Team Spirit again. As much as I do think this draft is a lot cleaner from the side of Hellbear Smashers, and this is the kind of draft that if you were going to win this game, after the start that you've had, after the way that the earlier portions of engagements have been going, if you're going to win a game, it's going to be the kind of game where it's not just about being able to give yourself late game prowess, but you just want to fight all the time. Rasmus on the Centaur is perfect. I really like Rasmus being on Centaur. It's my thing. I like that they actually put the Stormer Kunkka middle. We've seen Tiny mid, and it's had some impact. The thing, like, I know a lot of people don't like Tiny support. Personally, I don't like Tiny in a lot of situations unless you can guarantee you win the game by like 30 minutes. However, if you are going to be in this scenario where you're playing against a team where you need to team fight them, you know you need to fight them. You know it's never going to be easy. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they make the decision to go for a hero like the Kunkka that can keep the fights going and also has some scalability for the late game. Whether or not it's scalable enough remains to be seen, but let's find out together. As we go in, game number 1 was in the favor of Team Spirit. Game 2, Hellbear Smashers will want some revenge. This is going to be representing one of the better opportunities they have to be able to get that revenge, in my opinion. Still a very difficult game though. But they also now have a ton of disable. Got Avalanche Toss, Kunkka spells, Centaur jump in. Damn, that's bet odds. 6.89. Whew. Some pretty large numbers there. Yotaro. His smoke will break, so he's aware that there must be somebody in the vicinity. Oh, there's going to be the Stormhammer flying out. Gilger is going to be the one to tank this out for now. Throws back an Avalanche. Rasmus doesn't want to level up anything just yet. Can Gilger steal away any bounties? Nope, but he does enable his team to grab 3, it seems. Hashtag, even if he dies here, hashtag worth it. And is he gonna die? Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Feels bad. Feels bad. It's a little bit unfortunate there, but what can you do? Sometimes the game is just hard. Oh, wait. One thing I need to do quickly. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. I did the thing. I did the thing. I did. So, after them being able to connect with the initial arrow kill, that is going to lead to a fairly decent start of the game for them.
You deserve nothing.
Right now, I kind of do feel like I am, what's the word? Unhappy, I suppose, is probably the best word to use. With the fact that the early laning phase, I'm not certain that it benefits Hellbear Smashers in the way that they'll need it to. Mid will go their favor for Stormstormer. You should be able to outfarm Toronto Tokyo here. Bottom lane, PA will get her farm, but you can still get your farm on the axe in that lane. It's a bit of a difficult lane because there's an ancient apparition there, but as time passes, it starts to become less and less of a problem. Out here on top, Gilga versus Maposhka means that this lane is good though. They have the Centaur facing up against the Sven right now. They're able to get farm for Centaur, although there is a lot of damage that goes his way, so even with having... Oh, Maposhka taking a lot of damage, he will be able to TP out though. He's fine. Yeah, but there's a lot of damage that can come out of the Sven in the lane through the cleave, so even as Centaur, you're a bit reticent to spend all your time in that portion of the map just tanking up hits. They lose the Ancient Apparition bottom. Ace able to bring down Murano afterwards. Miroslav will die like that 100 times out of 100. Because every time he dies in that position, it means that PA, to come kill him, has to leave Axe alone. And that allows Axe to get more farm. And if Axe gets it early enough Vanguard, then suddenly this lane is literally zero threat. There's no damage whatsoever until level 6 plus a few items in the row. Oh wait, snap, I forgot something. My bad, sorry. You see a quick kill right now to Maposhka. Meh. Feels like it doesn't really matter getting a quick kill like that. I mean, it's nice, but doesn't make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. The big difference will be made by how this bottom lane goes. Collapse is at the point now we can just start creep skipping. Nothing they can do to stop this. And also, now that he sees the courier coming in the wave, he's not going to try to drag it too far. He's just going to try and be really annoying. And Miroslav will die here. Mira does go down to Ace as well as Tofu. Gilga also makes a rotation here, hoping to try to bring down Collapse, but Collapse jukes him out like a boss. Okay. Alright. Guess who's got their Jordans on today? Breaking some ankles here is Collapse, and he does manage to escape. This does draw Gilger away from either helping out on top or being able to involve himself in some of the aggression in mid, so does mean a lot of his time ends up really being wasted here from Gilger. He might stack a camp or two on the way out. Also means though that this top lane cannot really go well anymore for the Centaur. He's gonna have to play a lot more carefully. I don't think he dies. It's just he won't be able to feel free in the lane. Collapse. Collapse. Gets cold feeded here. Tofu putting in some damage. Looks like they were trying to sort of bait Ace to come closer. And Ace is here. There's going to be the Battle Hunger coming out. Nice arrow connecting directly onto Ace to prevent them from chasing Collapse. And Collapse is still in danger here because all that Ace needs is one jump in and he should be able to find this kill. Does at least take out the courier on the way out. That was the Orb Corrosion arriving in. Mira hoping to try get revenge kill onto Tofu. Will be able to find the arrow onto him. Can they get the double starfall? Indeed they can. And Mira gets that revenge. At the same time though, they end up losing Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane. Gilga, good for the money with these rotations. I was talking about how his move bottom disallowed him from involving himself mid. But he goes straight back in to get the kill. And Toronto Tokyo is down on the Sand King. He's already down on the CS versus Stormstormer. Definitely be unhappy with that on TT out here in the mid lane. Well, he's happier than Rasmus, I can tell you that. Although Rasmus is just happy to have gotten to the point where Vanguard is coming. He's gonna have it now. Collapse dies bottom though. That is a pretty big kill as well. So 2 back-to-back huge kills picked up by the side of Hellbear Smashers. Okay. That makes them feel very good, not just because they were able to pick up these kills. However, I think it's quite important. Oh, Battle Strike doesn't connect. Although the Torrent does. Toronto Tokyo, they don't have an X though. I was talking about how they needed to make sure that they get as much out of these lanes as humanly possible. And sure, the CS might not look like the numbers are always in their favor, but being able to get kills like that can make such a huge difference. Arrow doesn't connect onto Tofu. Might open up space for the Burrow Strike, but Toronto Tokyo can't really close the gap. There's a lot of kiting happening at this point in the game. Nobody really wants to die just yet, so Toronto Tokyo will just go back middle. Keep farming towards getting up his Aghanim Scepter. We already see the Sven having completed Mask of Madness. He wants to try go onto Stormstormer. They're rushing at him with the Ink Swell. It will get the stun. However, the boat supplies the Coco Rum, so it's going to be a difficult kill. Can they get it? It seems like they can because they will have the damage. That was a really funny toss. Gilga sort of threw Miroslav to Stormstormer. You're like, maybe that's not the play, comrade? And they do find themselves getting that quick kill. Good pop there. Getting the Kunkka. And that's in a situation where Kunkka's been not only dominating the mid lane, but he's been involved in a kill onto his opposing number. So whenever you can find picks like that onto a hero like Kunkka, it makes such a huge difference to the progression of that hero in a game like this. Mira. Collapse and Rasmus are gonna be fighting each other. Collapse does get off a 2-hero call. Miposhka also shows up. They have an X marks the spot to bring back Collapse. Miroslav made the rotation. No arrow just yet. Inkswell doesn't connect onto anybody. And Rasmus still looking for this kill. They haven't been able to find it. Torrent will go out onto Miposhka. Collapse really has his Jordans on today because this man is just juking every freaking thing. Look how much time he's wasted here top. There's 2 core heroes here. And they're not really accomplishing all that much. And X will be out. Collapse already tanked the Tidebringer hit. Will he die here? Yes, he will. He didn't get off the Battle Hunger with the core right before he got dragged back. So no bonus armor equals death. Took them quite a while. I don't think he had to die, honestly. But I think he also deliberately spent more time here to waste their time. However, that does lead to a tier 1 being taken. Gold was taken off of his life. Middle, they want Gilga. Toronto Tokyo using the first epi of this game. You know, after you know the area right around where Sand King's claws are and stuff, where he's walking and leaving behind that trail? Doesn't it look like he's leaving behind a trail of bounty runes? I wanna chase him. And looks like they want to jump onto your Toro down bottom. Big fight might be happening here. They drag him back. There's going to be the boat landing on him as well. They prevent the Ancient Apparition from TPing in to provide support. However, Gilger is going to be here in time, throwing in the Avalanche to prevent the allied TP away. And that will be a Toro getting brought down. Great rotation from Gilger. Once again, proving his mettle and showing up to get a kill onto one of these core heroes on the side of Team Spirit. Okay. Avalanche toss from Gilger doesn't really affect Mira that much right now. Mira just leaps away. It actually seemed like he's waiting to spring a trap just in case. I was thinking about launching the arrow back, but seems like it's not really going to be taking place here. Quiet game now. Well, the way these things have quietened down. As I say that though, they're trying to reach out onto Erasmus. It's not an easy kill to grab. Ice Blast will come through as well. And unfortunately, because of said Ice Blast, Collapse ends up dying. The Sandstorm is enough for Toronto Tokyo to secure the kill. But this Ice Blast from Tofu, well done and well placed, enables them to get that quick kill. Also, Stormer finds Mirboshka. All the while, Ace is just completely unperturbed, farming bottom. Regrettably, in that position and in that situation, you can't really supply additional damage to the phrase, but who needs it? As long as Tofu has ultimate, who needs it? It's all good. For now, Hellbear Smashers though will definitely be happy with how things are panning out. In particular, because Rasmus is having a game where he can do stuff. He's going to be able to build in to the Centaur Blink in the next few minutes, I imagine, given how the game has been going for him. Doesn't have the highest net worth, but after he left that particular area, he was able to ensure. Okay, bottom, all that thought. Yatoro getting gone on here. Both will connect with the Ice Blast. Do they have enough damage? Surely they do. Yatoro, nothing can save you here, my friend. You need a BKB at this stage at least, and you lack that, unfortunately. And to make matters worse, Mira threw out an arrow to try eliminate the Sea Dragon early on, but unfortunately for him, literally one random creep, just one creep got in front of that, and now because of that, they've lost so much damage onto this tier 1 tower. And then they also kill that. Oh, he doesn't even get the gold of the kill of that Sea Dragon. Feels bad. Feels bad. This Sven can actually become a huge problem for later parts of the game. Once you start, when you get really big and you get like an MKB or something, you really threaten the PA, but that's not right now. Hellbear Smashers looking really good here in the early game. 2k gold lead for them. Ice Blast flying forward in the mid lane. Going to connect onto multiple heroes. They've already lost Gilger and they're about to lose Collapse. No bonus damage, unfortunately, from the rest of Hellbear Smashers to allow them to lose more. Even though the Ice Blast actually connected onto several heroes, it became very difficult to think about jumping in onto them because, you know, they're surrounding you. Speaking of surrounding, Tofu, yo, you're so dead, mate. But in this game, if you ever get stunned on the side of Hellbear Smashers, you just have no hope. To be fair, if Team Spirit is able to reliably stun you, like if Gilger on purpose catches you, yeah, watch this. So boat, Avalanche, there is going to be Burrow Strike though to turn things around because Centaur wasn't there just yet. Yatoro will still end up dying. Big call coming in from Collapse. Doesn't end up saving the life, however, of the Sven. At the same time, Toronto Tokyo will also end up tipping his own life over. Collapse. Last hero middle. Ultra kill for Ace. Team Spirit getting rolled right now by the side of the Hellbear Smashers. And they look like a team transformed. Game number 1 was a rough one, but here in game 2, Gilger is absolutely smashing it. Tofu has been landing these Ice Blasts all across the map, like he's just shooting practice threes. let's see this fight once more, right? So both lands in. They get the avalanche toss. Yotaro almost dead almost instantly, and here comes the centaur. They are able to finish that. Nice call came in. Unfortunately, there's just not enough damage. There's nothing there. And they end up just killing them all. Toronto Tokyo dies. Collapse gets brought back. And with him gone, unfortunately, that fight would have been very different. We saw the Axe revealing his blink dagger there. If it was Axe getting the blink call and then Sven following up with damage with right clicks, that might have been a very different fight. However, Sven was so low on HP at the very beginning of the engagement. He's the first one to have got caught with the boat. So no possibility of him being able to turn on that fight. Can they find this Axe? The smoke does pop. They find Gilga. They would have loved Stormstormer, but one will do. Stormhammer will catch onto Gilga. Do they have the kill? Yes, they do. Chop down into the grave with the cutting blade. Now, do they want the rest of the fight? Stampede is going to be committed by Erasmus. He's trying to chase. Look at the call though from Collapse. He managed to catch out the PA. Soulbind now going out onto 2. Yotaro able to get the cleaves off these creeps, and they get the culling blade. It is enough to get the kill. Rasmus now gonna get himself stunned up. Collapse did die to bring down the PA, but he doesn't mind. The next to fall is gonna be Rasmus. Tofu ends up just being the dessert on the side of a big main serving for Yotaro. And 4 heroes fall in that fight. Oof. The only survivor there being this Kunka. But man, what a jump from this Axe. Collapse. Doing his best impersonation of Seb right there. But he pulls through the necessary call. And that gives him exactly what he needs in order to be able to come back with his team into this one. Unfortunately, making us all sad because we all want game 3. We want Hellbear Smashers to win. We're quietly rooting for y'all. Come on, Rasmus. For me, the worst part about that fight was the fact that Kunka survives. He uses a boat early on, so he doesn't have it available to throw in with the PA jumping. So you don't get the Coco Rum. There's no follow-up onto the jump from Rasmus. And they're just going to try to take this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. There is a Siege Wagon that's here pushing with them. The entire team has decided that it's wiser to stack up for these kind of moves right now. Especially in this interim period where you're farming for your more critical game-winning items. There's no BKBs on the field just yet. Of course, PA as well as Sven will want those ASAP. And we'll see what the progress is like towards those items in just a second. Looks like Collapse also wants the BKB. I was gonna say earlier in the game that this is one of these games where Axe cannot skip Blade Mail because you're playing into PA. If you're playing into PA, dude, Blade Mail is so good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Afterwards, he's gonna go BKB, then probably come back for the Manta style. Moonlight Shadow, committed by Team Spirit. Will they be able to find a viable target here? Playing very quietly right now. Let's see. They don't have much vision of their opponents. Rasmus will reveal himself for just a moment, but Collapse not going to be able to find that jump. So Moonlight Shadow does end up ending. Team Spirit, at the very least, we're able to use this time to get out some further vision on the map. Tiny has Blink actually, didn't even notice this. So Blink Dagger Tiny, very useful. With the full complement of spells, he can also help burst down, in particular, the Grimstroke every single fight. Mirana, it's a bit of an iffy proposition. Because you can leap through the charges. So if he jumps at you, maybe you leap away. Grimstroke though, 100% gonna die. And they are gonna just get into the Roshan pit. Team Spirit, are they going to acknowledge this even at all? Doesn't seem like it. So first ages of the game seem like it's gonna go in the favor of the Halberd Smashers. Ace over Corrosion, building into the Desolator. And you're feeling good. He's feeling good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smashers will secure the top 2 towers here. I think they can actually rotate from mid as well, but rather be safe than sorry. Just get the top tier 2, get the outpost, farm this area, but largely have an eye in mind towards leaving.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Feel like we've seen Gilga storm his item build so many times. Stormer very close towards having the BKB. Just needs about another 100 gold. That should be the total amount of spend that he needs for the item. After he finishes off this ancient, that's going to be the BKB. There we go. BKB en route. Tofu already has a medallion. You have the blink on Gilgar, and I believe BKB is not far away for the PA either. Regardless, it feels like the time has come to make an aggressive move on the side of the Halberd Smashers. Ace has BKB, Battle Fury, Aegis. Let's go. Watch y'all got. Watch y'all got. They're gonna smoke up. Ace can reveal himself from smoke because they expect him to sometimes be blurred up regardless. Rasmus needs to be the one that finds the good initiation. The Gilga can interrupt the other side of the fight from that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They need some good vision. They don't have any of it right now. Collapse. He now will scout out Ace. Ace has been seen. They have this vision out. Miposhka. Woof! Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. They also managed to find in the trees Toronto Tokyo, who is going to die here. He did cop the Ice Blast as it passed through him. Has the Aghanim Scepter but no BKB, so there's no chance of surviving that fray. And they take back this outpost. You know, in the same way that Team Aster tends to be this team that no matter what, until the game's over, you have to be like, yeah, probably there's still a chance for them. Halberd Smashers is this team that feels like it's very rare that they get 2-0'd. They normally take at least one game off you. From the previous game, game 1, I thought this might be that day they get 2-0'd, but they've sort of recovered themselves here. Very nice hoof stomp directly onto Mira. Mira was walking underneath a sentry ward. He's able to leap away, but Ace will have no respect. Chases him down. Ace might be in a bit of danger here, but actually A-okay because there's a 2-hero hoof stomp from Rasmus, followed up by the Ice Blast. It's not going to land onto Miposhka. Does catch Yatoro. There's a Soulbind that was utilized, and they managed to kill the first life of the PA from this Yule Scepter. Oh, Gilga tried to toss this Centaur forward, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so because he got Yules into the air on the Centaur. Ace able to cleave through Miroslav, who tried to Burrow Strike. Okay, we'll get Toronto Tokyo out. He tried to leap away to safety on the Marana. Unfortunately, Ace there with the cleave damage. Get both heroes. And that's what allowed them to get the tier 2 tower in the mid lane as well.
Has fallen.
Yeah, but me 273. Remember, they can't. Yeah, it's trendy these days. This mid SK, everybody does it. Right now, honestly, it feels like all the teams are definitely using these secondary tournaments as a stage for experimentation. See, jump in, collapse, actually gonna get called. Ace on the other side of the fight, able to kill Miposhka, but that might lead to the death of Gilgar unless they can jump back in onto collapse. There's gonna be the boat from Stormer. It enables them to burst down the axe. Yatoro doesn't get frozen, trying to run up on the hill. Man, this Sven really having the kind of game where it doesn't feel like he has any kind of impact just yet. There is an arrow now onto Stormer. Nice BKB used by Yatoro, but still, there's too much damage coming his direction. He has to flee away from this fight. He won't be able to do so. Will get brought down. Collapse blinking right by himself. Okay, finds the first cutting blade, but will have to sacrifice his life for this one. That did cost the GG, or the cost the buyback to make this happen. Hellbear Smashers though were able to secure themselves a very, very nice fight here. They secure this W from the team fight. It's going to enable them to take at least the tier 3. They want the laner racks. Is there a glyph available still for Diaside? Indeed there is. We'll see what Team Spirit decides to do. Unfortunately, without Collapse, I think they should just let this go. If Collapse can buy back, then it's a different story. But because he can't, it's like a guaranteed death. Miposha's also going to die. One more right click, he's gone. Yeah. Tofu got him. Dude, Tofu! Yo! Tofu's playing like a god today. Like in this game in particular, he's just amazing. The performance that we're seeing is quite sweet. Let's see this long drawn out fight once more. So they jump onto the backside. Toronto Tokyo feeling bad. Ace with the double damage. Literally one shot Miposhka. And there comes the boat. Wait, was that one boat or 3? It sounded like a torrent storm from Stormstormer. And then they try to jump back in for Ace, right? They see how low this PA is. And they get fairly close to being able to bring her down. But unfortunately, without having an MKB, Yatoro just does not have the ability to hurt PA. And PA more than has the ability to hurt her. And of course, Collapse at the very least went in to just get the consolation Culling Blade kill. And here's the Tofu outplay onto Miposhka. He recognizes that he got off the full blast with Cold Feet, so one more attack will be enough to kill him. And for good measure, that attack was carrying the Cold Touch from the Chilling Touch. Nice right click. Oh yeah, actually, shout out to John Eisner. Definite shout out to John Eisner. That's pretty huge. So they kill Rasmus's courier that had the Lotus Orb on it. Oh, he still needs like feel like one more item, I think, yeah. Stormer. What item does he get next? Does he need Daedalus or just more survivability? I wouldn't mind seeing a Satanic even on him. Just make sure he never dies, but probably gonna go for like AC. Sven desperately looking for that MKB. Has the Demon Edge in the inventory. The scary thing is this game can still turn if there's a good fight from the side of Team Spirit. It's a very difficult scenario to envision, but Dota's a bizarre game. Nice call, Collapse. They're trying to drag back in the Centaur. Centaur falling very low. He's gonna get arrowed as well for good measure. He gets jumped on. He will die, but he does take Collapse with him. Oh, he actually doesn't die. He's still alive, dude. Miroslav goes in right now. Does have to kill him with the Starfall, but does cost his own life to make happen. How did Rasmus survive for so freaking long? And because they have Stormstormer, they don't actually have to completely all retreat. They can just reset. X back from the base. The big win though for Team Spirit is that they kept the bottom laner rack standing. And because they know for a fact that there's no Aegis in any of the inventories of Team Spirit or of Hellbear Smashers, everybody should now just wait for the next Roach. Although now the Sven jumping back, being jumped on by the Ace. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, Toronto Tokyo gets destroyed. Ace with the triple kill. Oh, okay. I think that ends the game. I think when you're a Sven and you're getting 2-shot by a PA, check this out. So couple of hits, right? He mans up, BKB, and got 1 shot, half HP to 0 in just 1 hit. How many hits did it take? Let's see. We're gonna see that again. Look. Boom! God, baby. Toronto Tokyo also ended up losing his life. And that should be that. That's GG. There's no way they come back from that. Oh, Colsol. I'm sorry, cuz. I'm sorry, fam. Oh, dude. Everybody who bet for Team Spirit here. Hellbear Smashers are out here. They've secured themselves 2 lanes of racks, looking for a third. With some massive plays coming in there from the PA. Did I do something? Yeah, I just tied it back a little bit. That's all. Oof. Right now, unfortunately, Colsa will have to give all of his energy to Team Spirit. Hope for this best at this last fight, because here it comes. If this doesn't go well, the game will... They're just gonna GG out. And here they come. Jump in. Oh, Albert smashes. Looking for this grab here. Nice arrow to fly through. Connects onto the PA inside the pit. PA though doesn't end up dying. Toronto Tokyo is the one that ends up losing his hair. His life, not his hair. Jump in now, coming in from Ace. Looking for your Toro. BKB activated by the Sven. In the meantime, Gilga. Look where he's been able to secure these two heroes on the high ground. What a god. Yeah, that's over. That's over. GG, well played. 7-1 odds. Hellbear smashes. If you bet actual money on Hellbear smashes right now, coining it, coining it, coining it. Absolute stomper of a game. That was a lot of fun to watch. That was quite a lot of fun to watch. Oh, you wish you had hair? Feels bad, fam. Watch, I'm gonna get big enough that I'm gonna start chilling. What's that other company that does like hair back? Keepsake or something like that. Hellbear smashes. Way better play from them. Tofu and Gilga. Good god. Gilga made sure that Toronto Tokyo didn't really have a game in the mid lane, right? He was either constantly rotating mid to take away runes, keep interrupting him from being able to just freely sit in the lane, every now and then helping to kill him. Makes it very difficult for Toronto Tokyo to get off to the good start that he needs in a game like this. Gilga does that in two lanes, right? On Toronto Tokyo's lane, and he's often running bottom to scope out collapse. But where it really gets interesting is Tofu. Tofu's usage of the Ice Blast in this game, just magnificent. Just utter magnificence. And of course, Ace was bought all the time and space that he needed and was able to turn things around and get a 32,000 damage dealing game out of himself here on this Phantom Assassin. So you definitely are much happier with a game like this. Ooh, Hellbear smashes. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. What a dub. What a victory. What a way for them to be able to put themselves on the map here. And it is, you know, like we were saying, Hellbear smashes usually takes a game off of you. And they did that here in impeccable fashion. So with that, Hellbear smashes will now be going into Game 3. It's what we wanted. Not if you bet on Team Spirit. I'm sorry if you did. You know, it is what it is. I personally also thought Team Spirit was going to win this game, but Hellbear smashes, showing us that they're living up to the name, and that if you don't give it everything, don't give it your all, they will smash you, and you'll wind up having to play out a very difficult Game 3. Let's see who's good for the money on that one. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the stream. Become a supporter of what we do here by hopping over to PayPal. You'll see the link, big yellow button underneath the stream, where you can just jump on and be like, oh, hey, donate X amount. Or you can decide to become a patron and be like, hey, go to Patreon. You'll see the big orange button underneath the stream information. You'll be like, wait, let me just click this orange button and now I'm a patron. Or the big purple button that says subscribe on Twitch. No matter what you do, it makes a huge difference. And I thank you so much for everybody who was supported in this way. With that, we are going to be taking a short break as we wait for the next and deciding game here in the Pinnacle Cup between Team Spirit and Hellbear Smashes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Dota 2 action.
Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back to some more Dota 2 action as we will be continuing here with the action in the Pinnacle Cup. Team Spirit versus Hellbear Smashers has gone the distance. Game number 3. Who's got this? Who's going to be able to make it work? Who has the better draft? Let's find out together. It's 1-1 thus far, which is, yeah, a lot of us were wrong. Let's just put it that way about what would have happened. Or what was supposed to happen, rather. But being wrong is fine because you get more Dota out of it, so it's cool. Game number 3, Team Spirit. They will still be playing on Dire side, so it looks like it's going to be a full 3-for-3 in this particular way. And with them finding themselves in a situation where honestly all they want more than anything is to give themselves a draft that they can play aggressively with onto these players on the side of Hellbear Smashers. Hellbear Smashers led off with the Rasmus Centaur in response to the first overall pick Grimstroke. Again, third game in a row.
10 seconds.
First overall pick on the Grim, responded to by Centaur Lina. Lina is great as a hero to pick up early in the draft because she's so flexible as a 4 and as a mid laner, and a lot of damage comes out of her no matter what. So you always feel really positive about having her in the game, can decide what to do with her as the draft evolves. At the same time, this Warlock pick that they got themselves now gives them that lane security. In the second phase is when they pick this up after banning Lifestealer, Slaughter, and the Wraith King. Team Spirit, the Puck was the second overall pick for them. They led off with bans against Stormstormer and Invoker. You have to, every single game, no matter what you do, you have to ban Stormstormer and Invoker. It's just a rule. It's just a rule. If you want to lose, go ahead and leave Stormstormer and Invoker in the game. But if you're trying to win, ban Stormstormer and Invoker. Tofu's Ancient Apparition, which he did a... Yo, it's actually difficult to explain how well he did. Also, he was really on point with planting out the ice vortexes in the middle of the fights. But we didn't really talk about that all that much. Went for the Puck Jug. Massive amounts of control and team fight available. LC now grabbed as well for the side of Team Spirit. So Toronto Tokyo Puck, Collapse Legion Commander, Yatoro Juggernaut. They're trying to give everybody their comfort picks.
5
On the other side, Hellbear Smashers. Luna.
Radiant
Yeah.
back.
Where's Johnny99 at? So we can hear his opinion about this Luna hero. Luna. Still do think this hero has a place in the meta. I think honestly the complication is probably the build. Maybe the old school build on this hero doesn't work anymore. You probably need that Aghanim Shard. But you need all the other items as well. I don't know. We'll see how Ace performs on this hero. It could also be a support Luna. Honestly, that's something I would love to see. Like somebody bringing out the tech of support Luna, giving this access to the Aghanim Shard, and then seeing where things go from there.
5 seconds remaining.
I'll see. What's gonna be the last pick for Team Spirit? They need a support, right? What's Mira gonna play?
Radiant team back.
Ban out a Shadow Demon once more. They kept doing this actually in game 2 as well. Could be Earth Spirit. Could be Wyvern. Could be Tusk, but generally we've been seeing Tusk as 5 in EU.
Seconds remaining.
Don't see that many 4 Tusks. Could be Clockwork as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Or even that Pango that we saw in the Chinese region. Yeah, actually 4 Pango makes a lot of sense to me here because you have this Puck already, right? You get off the Dream Coil, Pango rolls in, and just make sure, yo, it's just gonna be chaos, right? You're there inside Dream Coil, you can't move around, and you're just getting bashed up by the Rolling Thunder. There is also the Miroslav Rubik, the Grand Magus. We often see this being the final ban. Oops, wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? I don't know what's happening. Sorry about that. I deactivated studio mode, so it leads to dumb things like that happening. My bad. That's on me. Reminder that I am only human.
Select your heroes.
Also, given that I'm generally solo producing these, it should come as a shock that that kind of thing doesn't happen more often. Last pick on the Tiny for Stormer in the mid lane. Previous game, they did go for this Tiny pick, but they opted to put it in a different role. Gilgir had a massive performance on it. This time around, Gilgir will rather play the Lina, and they'll give control of the Tiny over back towards Stormer in the mid lane. Alright. 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 Okay, cool. Think about the Stormer mid, let's see, playing against Puck. Can deal with Puck actually. Decent magical burst that they needed and some counter initiate. The supports will be in trouble. However, there's also press the attack from Collapse to help out a lot. This is a game where the press the attack Aghanim shot is of extremely high value for Collapse in this game. Just given the spells he'll be able to bail his team out of. In fact, if they get that, and just BKBs in general, there's very few BKB piercing abilities. And by few, I mean none. Well, half. You can get Lina to buy Aghanim Scepter, and that sort of gives her what we need in this case, but yeah. So, who y'all betting for? Who y'all betting for? That's the real question. That's the real question. Who do you give the advantage to? Which draft lights you aflame? Which draft makes you feel like, actually, yeah, they got this. They've got this. Who do you feel is the team to root for in this particular instance? I am, based off what we saw in the draft, it's one of the closer drafts in the series. I'm gonna go Team Spirit. I'll just go Team Spirit. They have this comfortable jug combination with the Puck. They've got Legion Commander. Grimstroke is there as well to help out the Juggernaut. Rubik will be able to steal some really key spells in this game. If they ever get their hands on Fatal Bonds, my god, that's just a disaster of note. But let us get into it. Here we go. Game number 3. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's rock. Let's have some dose. I'll give you all 35 more seconds before I close out the betting. Oh, and I must put my face back on. Should I? I don't know. Should I put my face back on? What y'all think? Well, I know y'all are just gonna say, yes, do it. Do it. So. One thing I kind of am concerned about though, as this game starts to evolve and they play this out, is whether or not they'll actually be able to find any real presence on the map with this Luna. Often there's a lot of games that Luna needs protection. She needs to be kept safe. She needs to be kept alive. In this game, there's no saves behind her, except for this Warlock giving her Shadow Word. It will be great for the lane. Post-laning phase, we'll see how it actually pans out for them. In the meantime, for everybody, prepare yourselves, because the bets are now closed. They're now closed. Feels bad. Stormer and Toronto Tokyo. This particular matchup, I do think is actually slightly Tiny favored in terms of the CS. But the Harasser is almost certainly going to favor this Toronto Tokyo Puck. And it's Toronto Tokyo Puck, dude. Stroonfield. I'm so glad to see you. What's going on, fam? What's hood? Stroonfield, who's just shown up in the chat, has been, I believe, one of my first subscribers ever. Like, ever. So, I think you're actually the first subscriber that I didn't personally know as a person, so I'm glad to see you out here. What a comrade Stroonfield is. She's the best. Top lane, Rasmus and Gilgir trying to play aggressively as much as is humanly possible, at least for the first few levels, to prevent Yatoro getting to level 4. Level 4, level 5 is where death will happen on somebody, so make sure that by the time you get there, Rasmus is fairly tanky, so that he doesn't actually suffer that much from some of the right clicks. Unfortunately for him, Yatoro is not going to take the bait. We'll just have these creeps coming back towards him, and we'll just farm them safely underneath the tier 1. We get the courier kill. This is just going to be Collapse's courier dying. Bye bye Collapses Korea, feels bad to be you. Stonefield, do you like the suite of changes? Things might look very different from the last time you were around. Well, ignore the pinnacle stuff. That's not my overlays. Well, not don't ignore it, look at it, you know? It's important, but you know what I'm trying to say. Miroslav and Tofu. Just gonna try trade hits between the two of them. This Rubik can definitely have a good game, and there are some amazing spells which he can steal. Fortunately, for the side of Halberd Smashers though, it's also possible that he steals complete duds. If they use their spells correctly, they should be able to prevent Rubik from ever getting a really nice item. Right now though, Halberd Smashers are just happy that Juggernaut is not being able to move forward to get his farm. Gilga, this is one of the things about having 4 Lina. Her presence in this lane, she has an absurdly high attack range. She has spells that do a decent chunk of damage that are spammable as well. So you get to just sit back and constantly just harass this lane. It's so difficult to come into a lane that has Lina in it as a support and get anything out of it. And we see that reflected now. Look at the CS difference between Yotoro and Rasmus. In fact, he has to use the spin just to survive getting jumped on by Rasmus. Yotoro feeling quite good right now. Well, they've zoned him back. Do they have a healing cell up top? They probably do, but that's gonna be... Sorry, Rasmus, not Yotoro. Yotoro is feeling awful. Rasmus is feeling very good. Been able to buy him a good start to the game. Mid lane, the CS advantage has been attained for Stormer on his Tiny. The crucial thing though is that this Luna overall drastically outfarming this Juggernaut in the top lane. So Yotoro doesn't really find himself very happy because now he definitely has to go for a farming item first or second item, because otherwise he's just gonna get left behind in the base by this Luna, and she's just gonna continually outfarm you and 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 outfarm you. It's gonna be crazy. You see here in the top lane, there is going to be a spin attempt to try kill Gilga. Do they have the Stroke of Fate? They do not. So they cannot close that gap. Five minutes in, and it's just been all Halberd Smashers all the way. Top lane has gone amazingly well. Bottom is just free farm for them. Collapse is the only one that's, you know, he's like, I'm doing fine here in the off lane. Toronto Tokyo is also getting some very decent CS. Beyond just decent CS, Toronto Tokyo actually finds the first blood, bringing down Stormer in the mid lane. That is huge. Is Mira gonna die here? Nice, fine. Even with Fatal Bonds being online. Oh god. Stormer dies there in a bit of a bizarre scenario, and the turn of events does mean that this puck definitely going to be the one that's ahead now in this mid lane. And I'm really worried about this Juggernaut. They need to, as soon as possible, as soon as they have the Dream Coil back online, they need to come top. Yotoro needs all the help in the world. Look at how much he is suffering right now. 14-1 on the CS, being literally doubled up by the Luna. There's the Vanguard for Centaur. Nice and ready. And of course, we're very far away from seeing this Legion Commander have anything to be able to put forth that's as useful in the lane for her as Vanguard is for Centaur. Unfortunately, she's just not that type of offlaner. God, this early game looks so good for Halberd Smashers. Tofu just continuing to heal Ace up with the Shadow Word. I really want to see the build that Ace goes for. I remember seeing him back at the times of Team Secret. There was actually a game, even then, when Luna was like dog. There was a game that I do remember him playing the Luna there, and it looked pretty good, but that's like 2 years ago, even more. Actually longer than 2 years, man. Pandemic time makes time go very weirdly. Yotaro doesn't have level 6 just yet, nor does Collapse. Collapse is about to pick it up off of these creeps. Unfortunately, there's no real easy way to find a dual kill unless Puck comes to the lane. If Puck comes bottom and they go for a Dream Coil, with the damage from the Puck, they potentially stand a chance of getting a duel on onto the Luna. It's not going to be easy though. In the meantime though, here middle, they actually use the Dream Coil onto Stormer. They want to try find this kill again. They do not find it. Tofu drawn towards middle. He'll get out this heal. They don't have enough in the tank to get this. Looks like they're also prepared to rotate the LC to that part of the map just in case ends up being unnecessary. Stormer wants to fight Toronto Tokyo for this rune, but they will not get it. Instead, Inkswell out onto Toronto Tokyo. Will they find the stun onto Stormer? Yes, they will. Rubik there with the lift if needed, but they decide not to go for it. Mira, it's like, yeah, let's just back. Okay. And pandas are cool. You might be right that Hellbear Smash is looking very good right now, but this is just the early laning phase. We need to see what happens when they start moving on the map. In particular, I need to see Stormer apply the kind of pressure that he's making Toronto Tokyo feel to his allies as well. It's been a surprisingly static game in terms of movement. The only real big movement we've seen is going towards middle with some supports, but everyone else been fairly static. Yotaro still struggling mightily with picking up CS. And because we're at a point in the game where the Centaur already has the Vanguard, this is somewhat similar to what we saw in game number 2 in the PA lane, where, yeah, sure, PA was getting a lot of farm for herself, but you couldn't stop the Centaur anymore. And this time it's a little bit inverted because Yotaro can't even get farm, despite not being able to stop it happening for the Centaur. Avalanche toss, oh my goodness. Gilger and Stormer turn back and kill Toronto Tokyo. He was trying to get a quick pick onto this Lina, but it turns out that the rest of Hellbear Smash is able to play up and they get the kill. That's a massive kill. Not just stopping Stormer from farming and him getting more farm by killing the opposing number, but that stops the progression of the Puck as well. He was looking really good in the game. Top, the Toro gets Inkswell on him. Will the stun connect? Yes, it will. Is there enough mana for an Omni Slash? There is not. They get the silence out with the Phantom's Embrace, but Toronto Tokyo, his presence here should result in a quick kill, but also Stormer shows up, so maybe they decide, yeah, let's not make this a thing. Rasmus getting the hoof stomp out onto Toronto Tokyo. There's going to be the Waning Rift, the Illusory Orb. They do finally get the kill. Toronto Tokyo dives forward as well to look for more. He's in a bit of danger here. There is going to be the Avalanche coming in from Stormer. More than enough damage provided with the tree toss as well to finish him off. And they do manage to find a way to not only force them back, but they get the kill there on the Puck. Does cost Rasmus his life, but he was looking like he was going to die anyway. He's perfectly fine. It's all okay. Baroda, sadly, I'm not in control of the camera right now, so I cannot. Duel will come out. Bottom first duel of the game for Collapse. Alright. That's decent. Wait, was that the second death back-to-back for Puck? Yeah, it was. Because Puck just died trying to kill Gilga, and he dies again top. They can't come back top anymore, so this tier 1 is gonna fall. They still have a tier 1 tower in the mid lane for themselves. We'll see if they decide to try and make movement towards this. Ace is already in the vicinity. He can farm both these creeps as well as the creep camps in the jungle. Went for the early Mask of Madness that we've been seeing more and more emerging from these Lunas. We do see Hoofstomp stolen by Miroslav. They want to try and get a dual kill onto the Centaur, and they will succeed in doing so. They might end up losing Collapse, and indeed they do. Offlaner for offlaner. The usage of the ultimate from this Warlock, they want to try and bring down Puck. Toronto Tokyo gets Laguna Bladed. Gilga has the level 6, so zaps him down. Miroslav, can he escape? Doing his utmost here to walk away. Will be able to do so, so both supports do not die from Team Spirit. But look how quickly Rasmus and the crew are playing around the map. It's almost as if as soon as somebody gets gone on, everyone's like, go, 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 go! Oof. They will still struggle to take down buildings, unfortunately. And Luna? We'll just have to watch as Rasmus dies middle. Do they have duel? Yeah, they do. More dual damage. It's a little bit problematic that they're able to get that. Like Rasmus, I don't should be doing his utmost as well to avoid dying. I think they're gonna need the Centaur to be scaling in this game to be useful. We see here's this fight. Rasmus, the initial target. And look at all these TPs. One to the tier 1 tower, one to the outpost. And they're here for the follow-up fight. Chaotic Offering gets dropped with this fatal bonds. But the big play is Gilga, LSA Laguna Blade, just bursting him down. Gilga, yo, gotta keep his name in my mouth because we just saw Mimboshka getting taken down here in the mid lane as well. Zapped away by this LSA from downtown with the Dragon Slave.
Dire's middle tower
13 minutes into the game, it's a 3k gold lead for the Hellbear Smashers. They've just secured the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Didn't feel like Team Spirit felt confident enough to challenge them on it. And look how far behind Jug is from the Luna. 2.5k HP. Please tell me you're building a farming item, Yatoro. I really hope so. I hope when we eventually click on this Juggernaut, I do not want to see him going for like some SNY or something. Needs to be Maelstrom / Battle Fury first overall item. To contest against this Luna, who is getting pretty large. She already has Mask of Madness with the D-Lance, Power Treads as well. I believe she's already like most of the way towards Yasha, so she's gonna just become a major problem. Team Spirit sort of playing into the hands of the Hellbear Smashers at the moment, but they're gonna try go for a big smoke play. Rasmus is the one that's showing out on the map. He's playing the dangerous area and he is going to end up dying here. And they're going to jump him down bottom. Do they find the dual kill? There's the Dream Coil. Where's dual? There we go. Alrighty. Luna showed up. I don't know if this is the best place for Ace to be. Mira stole the Stampede. They use it. Now they want to turn around this fight. The Chaotic Offering does interrupt the run in with the spin directly onto the Luna, so there won't be an Ink Sword stun onto her. Yatoro desperately wanted to be able to find potentially an Omni Slash, but now he's in so much danger. One Lucent Beam will kill him. Can they get the damage? Yes, they do. They got him. Tofu. It's his damage from the Chaotic Offering that finds it, but nonetheless he's down. And now suddenly Ace, have you bitten off more than you can chew, my friend? Indeed you have. Greed is perhaps not good. And now Collapse also running back for Gilga, my friend. Greed is not good. Oh boy. Greed not good. Greed not good. So carry players on both sides end up suffering as a result of this. And we'll see this fight once more. They somehow managed to keep the Luna alive. If they don't drop down that Chaotic Offering from Tofu, 100% Ace dies. Because then Ace gets Ink Swelled and then he will be Omni Slashed by Yatoro. But instead, they waste all the timing of the spin and now he doesn't have protection. So Ace, with their superior movement speed, already having the Yasha, can just run down the Juggernaut and kill him. Unfortunately, realizes a bit too late that he's gone too deep. Let's see, Collapse, mate. Oh god, what the hell is Collapse doing? Collapse was actually given a ticket out, eh? Stormstormer tossed him away. And it's like, sweet. And he tossed him away directly towards Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo used that chance. It's actually really funny because Toronto Tokyo used the Illusion Orb Jaunt to get back to his positioning. And he's like, cool, we should leave. Collapse is like, nah, we're going back in. And then Collapse died. Like, yeah. Don't know what else is supposed to happen there, buddy. Hellbear Smashers, though, looking really good in game number 3. 5k gold lead for themselves. 9-9 is the kill score. What do the odds look like? Odds have come down substantially. It's now Hellbear Smashers that have the odds in their favor. Dream Coil. Committed middle. Rasmus is the one that's caught from this. They will find the dual ink sword start, but there's not enough damage just yet. So he's actually gonna live. He's not gonna die from this. He does eventually pop, but it's not a dual kill. Stormstorm, however, went in for this, found himself right inside a soulbind, gets Phantom's embraced as well. They somehow do manage to keep Toronto Tokyo alive. And here comes Yatoro with the healing ward. Dude, Yatoro only now gets Battle Fury. God, that's a rough game. That's a rough game. But the important thing is he got it. That's what we need to see. Can they prevent this tier 1 tower from being taken? Stormstormer jumping back in. They find the puck. Easy grab there. Omni Slash though. Stormstormer, no allies nearby him. No one to save him. He will end up dying. Tofu, big ultimate coming through from him. Able to land onto 3. They're going to try chase down Collapse from this. He's inside the trees. He tanked up a full Eclipse. Almost by himself. He just ends up losing his life here. Hellbear smashes. Another good fight. They pop the puck first. Sure, it does cost Stormstormer's life thereafter, but they can keep the aggression going and it gets them also the kill onto Collapse. Look at this usage of the chaotic offering. So quick burst onto Toronto Tokyo. There is too much damage. Stormstormer died, but look at Tofu. He waits until Yatoro finishes the full Omni Slash before throwing in the chaotic offering. Poor Collapse had to just suffer the full damage of an Eclipse. It is what it is. Somewhat regrettable situation there. Hellbear smashes, still with this 5k gold lead. Team Spirit seem intent on taking this tier 1, but now they know that there is no chaotic offering, but Jug, oh god, Yatoro. Why is Jug the one at front actually? Like he was really far ahead from the rest of his team and he ends up getting brought down. Don't think he has buyback either. Now Miposhka does manage to avoid some of these heroes running past them, but not forever. Eventually does get caught out. Stampede, will they catch their target? Their quarry is indeed caught as Mira grabbed up by Gilga, who secures a double kill with the Laguna Blade there. Alright. Team Spirit now. They look like they wanted to come back in and secure the tier 1 tower, reckoning to themselves that, well, they don't have chaotic offering, they don't have the eclipse from the Luna. This might be our chance to go get this tower. Unfortunately for them, little do they know, but the damage, too much. And they prevent another duel from going out. Stream Coil from Toronto Tokyo was required for this to happen. Oof, what an illusory orb onto the high ground. Toronto Tokyo. Alright. Alrighty. The scary thing for me is that despite this 6k gold lead for Hellbear Smashers, look at the net worths, right? Puck and Juggernaut are sitting right now above the Tiny and the Centaur. Sure, the gap between Jug and this Luna is fairly substantial, but you have to remember two things. Firstly, Jug can farm really freaking fast when he's been given space. Miposhka, you dead again, my friend. Oh my god, dude. Jug can farm hella fast, but crucially, Luna is one of these heroes that is always a glass cannon. Until you get Satanic, you are the glassiest of glass cannons. So if they can actually get on top of her, she's always in trouble. Getting there is a difficulty, and that's why we see the build immediately after Manta, not stopping over for the BKB, going straight for Satanic. This is the item that takes away the glass cannoniness. Once you have Satanic BKB, you're no longer in that state, but pre that level, still does mean that these fights are not necessarily a guaranteed victory for Hellbear Smashers. They still have to play well, and they are playing well. They have to keep doing what they're doing right now. And they're gonna try and force a fight. Stormstormer building E-Blade in this game for the Tiny. Okay. It's very good against the puck in general. Might force the hero into buying Lincoln Sphere. Oof. Oof. Yo, Toronto Tokyo is insistent on being able to elevate all of our heart and blood rates here in this game. This time around though, does get caught and they will be able to find him. Alright. They stuck around, they were patient. And off the back of this, Rasmus will lead his team towards pushing for the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. It's a bit unfortunate as well for Collapse that most of the duels that we've seen in this game have been the kind of duels that don't really get him, like, it doesn't win the fight. It's just there for more damage. And he hasn't been able to still win those duels in quite some time thanks to the efforts of the Hellbear Smashers, who are now inside the Roshan pit, looking for the first Aegis of the game. Luna undoubtedly the best carrier of this. Alright. We like what we see, we like what's happening. Kind of feels like right now, one of the things that Hellbear Smashers just needs to do is just, like, the lead that they have is substantial enough that they don't actually have to make any smoke plays right now. They can literally just group up as a unit and say, we're going to push a lane. And what can they do about it? Nothing. Well, at least not if we don't try to go high ground. If we try to go high ground, it's a different story. But if we're just trying to get a tier 1 or tier 2 tower, if the whole team is there, Team Spirit can't do anything about it right now. We're still so far from Yatoro being useful. Toronto Tokyo is so squishy. And the Stormer just doing his thing, getting a quick kill onto Mira. Collapse also gonna lead in and find himself also brought down here. Okay. How did Rasmus like know where he was there on Collapse? I think they might have scouted vision. Oh, okay, I see there's a ward medal. Also, why was Collapse on the other side there? Rasmus and the gang are really playing well. They also bring down Miposhka. Ace finds him. And this will enable them to take the tier 2 tower at the top. Like, kill him in his own jungle. If they have sentries that could potentially deward the area in the meantime. Stormer does get a quick burst on Toronto Tokyo. Dude. It helps so much as well that Toronto Tokyo is the one that picked up this nether shoal. Having this magic resist versus a puck is just always amazing. And now with the tier 3 tower gone and no puck being able to buy back, this is a lane of racks. If not also a tier 4 tower. Oof. Hellbear Smashers, man. Ace Luna, baby. I knew this hero was viable. And look how stacked this Luna is right now. Got Aegis, Satanic. What level is she? Please look at her. They're waiting for a potential jump with this Tiny on the outskirts of the base. Yatoro coming way too close. There's gonna be a Dream Coil that catches out onto Stormer right after he bursts out Miposhka. Miposhka will still live. There's gonna be a nice Omni Slash. It bursts out to some heroes, but unfortunately the damage being done from the Chaotic Offering was enough to kill the puck, forcing a buyback out of him. Now look where Collapse is, completely isolated on the far side of the fight. He will get caught out by Rasmus. Rasmus will kill him. Yatoro. Okay, Yatoro somehow manages to stay alive. He no longer has access to the Omni Slash, however, and we see Stormer now going on to Mira. It's GG, Luna. Hellbear Smashers and Luna, baby. That was a really fun game to watch. They come away with the victory here. Oof. And I'm not gonna try and lie and say they made it look easy, but yeah, they actually made it look easy. They controlled the entire game from start to finish. Top was an unmitigated success. You cannot ask for a better top lane than what Rasmus had in this game. You legitimately cannot ask for a better safe lane than what Ace got in this game. And Stormer came out of the laning phase somewhat ahead of Toronto Tokyo on the net worth. He did die, which sort of reset things, but he was still more or less even. And the old adage, it seems, still holds true, that you can't lose effectively all the lanes in Dota and suspect that you'll still win the game. So with that, that is going to be them. That is the dub. That is the victory. I am... I kind of feel like that game could have actually gone a little bit better. Not a little bit better, a lot better for Team Spirit. But one of the main things I think that really contributed to the game going as poorly as it did, as things started to scale later and later and later, it's just the fact that, yet again, this is the second time today we see a situation where a team that has LC doesn't get a good start to the LC and the game just feels impossible. Like half the duels they were using, they would set up for the LC using Dream Coil, Lift, things you should be saving for the rest of the fight. Instead of having LC be able to jump in, duel to start the fight, and then you focus on the rest, it almost always felt like someone is being babysat all the time. It's either they're babysitting Collapse and saying, yo, dude, you need to catch back up. When he seems like he's catching back up, then suddenly they realize Yotaro has nothing. Yotaro did nothing, honestly, in this game. It was a really rough game for this Jug. Wasn't able to put his authority on the game in large measure because of the way that Rasmus manhandled him in the top lane. I feel like if you get a 17-minute Battle Fury up against the Luna draft, yeah, it's not going to go well. And still keep dying. I think that's the thing as well. It's like, if you are this far behind, you have to also be able to play in such a way that you can play for later in the game, play to catch up, buy space, have the LC and the puck moving around the map to create that space for you. But if you can't make that happen, and you still want to involve Yotaro in the fights well before he actually deals any damage, regrettably, this is going to be the result. So, GG, well played, Hellbear Smashers. We doubted them. Everybody doubted them. Everybody, okay, let me not say everybody. Pandas are cool. You had their back. You were out here. You believed. You had that faith. But yeah, the rest of us did not. I certainly did not. And this is why I don't bet actual money on games, because if I did, I'd have had to pay for that lack of faith in Bugattis. Fortunately, I do not. It's only my pride that's wounded. But I'm much happier because I got to see how Best Smashers. I love seeing wins that are engaging and interesting. So if you're able to win a game in a way where you got dumpstered in the first game, clearly adapted your strategies, and find yourself being able to win it out at the end, yeah, I'm definitely going to be much happier. So congratulations to them. The question is, who gets the putting in? Trick question. Yo. Do you have any idea how much of this work? I'm actually gonna put in chat the exact amount of work that the man, you'll see his name right now. This is how much work he put in. My boy Rasmus, good God. Put in so much work. He did the right thing. Opened up the map in the top part of the portion of the map against the Juggernaut. Made sure that the play everywhere was difficult for Team Spirit, because there's always a chance of just getting jumped on immediately by the Centaur and getting hoof stomped. Usages of the Stampede were clutch in pretty much every instance. Only had the Stampede stolen from him once. Only had hoof stomp stolen from him once. Almost every other time that he'd use a spell, he'd immediately double edge. Not because he needs the damage, but to prevent Rubik from being able to get those super crazy spells. So Mira was looking. Mira knew that if they get Stampede, they suddenly look a lot better if they get Chaotic Offering. But Rasmus made sure that was never a possibility. So congratulations to him. Not only getting MVP of the game, but leading his team to victory here in this series. And that is going to be their first W. Pinnacle Cup starts well for Hellbear Smashers. Starts a bit more poorly for the Viking. Oh, that's the Team Spirit side. Why am I saying Viking? Yeah, clearly I've been casting for too long. If we're getting to a point where I'm that confused with everything. However, really congratulations to the side of the Hellbear Smashers, and they will be happy with this win given the fact that DPC games yesterday didn't go so well. But this is the form of team Hellbear Smashers that we like seeing. When they can play in your face, doing stuff. The whole map should just be them trying to do stuff. And whenever that happens, this team looks damn near unbeatable. Even in the games they've taken off of the team secrets, off of the alliances of the world. It's because when they can do this, they do look damn near unbeatable. But that's that for now. And that concludes the stream for the day. Been out here for the whole day, actually. So I am going to go take some much deserved rest. Thank you all so much for pulling through today, for hanging out with the homie. For the final time, I am going to ask you, if you haven't, please make sure that you're following the channel right now. If you had fun, if you've enjoyed yourself, be cool. Decide to become a boss. Be like Johnny, who was a donator of the day. Pull through with a young donation. If you minimize the stream and you see on Twitch, like, you just scroll down, there's a yellow button in this information page about me there. You'll see that big yellow button that says donate. click on that button if you want to make a one-time donation. If you'd rather become a patron, you see a nice big orange button. Click on that. It'll direct you to my Patreon, where you can become a supporter through there. And or you can decide to become a supporter right here through Twitch by just subscribing. It's that simple. Just an e-subscription. Be like Triple O Prodigy. Be like Crony Dota. Be like... who was the other person? I'm trying to just remember. My memory is normally very good, but lately it's been a bit frazzly, so I'm trying to rejig it. Iliad! Yes, Iliad57. Shout out to you. And shout out to everybody who's been out here today. And finally, of course, all of you are obligated to follow me on Twitter. Let's get those numbers boosted up. It's actually really a disgusting thing that people's social media numbers directly correspond with their ability to get work in this industry. Feels bad, but it is what it is. With that, we're going to be closing out the stream. Thanks so much for pulling through. And I'll see you all tomorrow for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't think too long. Don't blink. It's gone.